Hello, hello. I'm back after, I don't even know. I got sick and then I didn't feel like streaming, but it feels like nothing has happened. I go to check Twitter to see what the fuck I missed, and people are still complaining about Zohran winning. People are still talking about Israel-Iran, so. And then Alex Jones versus Rabbi Schmuley. I don't know how this went under my radar for like 2 days because it's been out for multiple days. So there's good stuff on the docket to catch up with. And I even made a Facebook account just so we can watch this because it's only on Facebook for some reason. I guess because Alex Jones is like deplatformed off everything. Would you debate Manar reports? Who's that? If I search this person up, will I recognize them? Manar reports. Daily dose of truth. Bernie is a fraud. Oh my god. This channel. How did you even find this person? This person barely has any more subs than me. What the hell is their content? Debated just pearly things, apparently. Confronting a Nazarite on being a fake Christian. Humiliating TJ Jump. And exposing his fundamental misunderstandings of something. Prove secularists can't be conservative. So a crazy person. You want me to just debate a crazy person? Maybe. You know what? Maybe. It would just, if they want to debate me or something, they can reach out to me and debate me or ask if I want to debate. But first, dude, this Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Maybe people do know that it's like a fake image, but usually fake pictures, especially when it's like conservative people, get community noted really fast. And I don't think people realize that that's not Kyle. That's a photoshopped picture of Kyle Rittenhouse. And then I went to his Twitter and I noticed that he'd shut everything down. Kyle Rittenhouse steps away from public eye, deletes social media accounts, leaves gun shop job. Quietly shuttered his social media accounts and stepped back from the spotlight at some point during the past few months. An about-face from the slew of public speaking appearances and media interviews he did in wake of his November 2021 acquittal. Rittenhouse, then 18, was on trial for shooting 3 men, 2 of them fatally, during the August 2020 BLM protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin, over the police shooting of Jacob Blake. Rittenhouse was charged with 5 counts: first-degree reckless homicide, first-degree recklessly endangering safety, first-degree recklessly endangering... Oh, come on, media. The fact that they repeated this twice. Intentional homicide and attempted first-degree intentional homicide. Was facing a maximum sentence of life in prison. His attorneys argued that he had acted in self-defense, and a jury found him not guilty on all 5 counts. Then he became a media darling, as we all know. To the trial, was warmly feted as a guest of honor at several events held by Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, launched several of his own ventures, including social media channels, a podcast, a book titled Acquitted. I bet that is hilarious to read. A video game, a political nonprofit allied with far-right mega donors in Texas, a, quote, media accountability project. What is this link to? I remember him saying something about like what Joe Biden said about him should be illegal. But I have an ad blocker. Don't you know this, Washington Times? Figured why he was not found guilty on those charges. He was charged. Yeah, they overcharged him. They were never going to get him on these things. That's usually that's always what ends up happening in these types of cases or whatever, where there's like ambiguity. It's like, yeah, if you try to get him on murder, you're not going to be able to prosecute him for murder. They do the same with cops also. Cops that get off for shooting unarmed civilians. Like they overcharge them and then they don't get in trouble. Because they've set the evidentiary threshold for what they want way too high. Promotional agreements for gun-related products like a Rittenhouse Always Ready bundle sold by Armored Republic in 2024 that included a body armor vest, ceramic armor plates, a hydration pouch, magazine holders, and first aid supplies. The Rittenhouse Always Ready bundle is no longer available on Armored Republic's website, and it's not the only element of Rittenhouse's online presence that appears to have disintegrated into the digital ether. Just a gross person. Yep. Gun trafficking and for having that AR. I believe that they did try to charge him for having the gun. But then his lawyer found out that Wisconsin had some sort of law that was clearly intended for minors to be able to have weapons, but for hunting. And they argued that even though it's an unconventional application of the law, because that doesn't really capture the spirit of the law, they weren't intending to make it legal for like 17-year-olds to be walking around with a fucking AR-15. They had to drop the charge because they knew it wouldn't be able to stick if that was going to be the defense. Several of Rittenhouse's social media accounts have been deleted and others have stopped being updated. This is like, this account does, somebody took this at, I don't know who it is, it's some random person, but his old account, I found a link to it. They like changed, I don't know if he sold it to somebody because it's still active, but it's not his anymore. But I'm pretty sure this is his old one. Tier 1 _ 2A. It has 1.5 million followers. And I wish I could compare it. I wish this had like a screenshot of what the social, like his stats were. But I mean, this seems like it, right? I'm going to take a step back from interacting with the public on a personal level. It's something I've needed to do for a while. I'm still and always will be passionate for our Second Amendment rights, and it didn't feel right to let my platform go completely dormant. So I've enlisted some close friends and allies in the 2A community to help restructure and manage this page for me. Oh, okay. If I'd read past the first thing, I would have seen that he like turned it over to somebody. It's going to be a hub for all things Second Amendment. I'm excited about the ideas we've developed for all of you. God bless, KR. How's he going to make money? He like quit his job reportedly as well. And it seemed like it was just social media that was like keeping him afloat. He also launched a YouTube channel for his podcast, the Tactically Inappropriate Podcast, in October 2022, but it has not been updated since a video posted on April 26th. The post on the last show's Instagram account is dated February 27th, and the Tactically Inappropriate website does not seem to have ever progressed past the under construction stage. Many such cases. And then a Wisconsin radio station reported in early February that Rittenhouse had relocated from Texas to the Florida Panhandle and was working for Gulf Coast Gun and Outdoors in Milton. A post on the gun shop's Facebook page announced Kyle Rittenhouse was now working there full-time. Come buy your next pew pew from Kyle Rittenhouse. The post caption said, Kyle loved you guys so much he decided he wants to work at GCG full-time. So come down, meet the Kenosha kid. Dude, this is sickening to do this. This is so weird. Like, this guy is famous because he killed people. And get a great deal of on all of your 2A needs. Kyle will even ring you up. Also, we have put 90% of our pew pew on red tag. I guess you have to do this to get around like Facebook, like taking down your posts. So stupid. There he is. He could ring you up if you're anywhere near this gun shop. Gun shop owner Chris Smith posted a Facebook Live video in which he and Rittenhouse tout a new rifle designed by Rittenhouse and dubbed the KR-15. Very cute. That was given out as part of a promotion at the store. That video has since been deleted or set to private restrictions. Mediaite reached out to Gulf Coast Gun and Outdoors via phone Tuesday afternoon and spoke to Smith, the gun shop owner, to ask about Rittenhouse deleting social media accounts and to verify if he was still employed by the shop. Smith told Mediaite that Rittenhouse was not working at the shop anymore and emphasized that he was still friends with Rittenhouse, and the two spoke frequently, almost every day. He's not interested in any news media, Smith said, but if he was, he would talk to Tucker Carlson or Sean Hannity. Okay. He's not, but if he were, he'd be interested in talking to some of like the biggest conservative personalities that exist. He's perfectly fine, Smith added, doing something he's passionate about, but would not elaborate on what that meant. Ominous. They left contact info for Smith to pass on to Rittenhouse if he'd like to provide a comment, but did not receive a reply. It's very weird. He's gearing up for his new position in Trump's cabinet. Dude, I hadn't even thought about that. Weirder things have happened so far. I wonder if he left to work for ICE. Well, I guess it would be hard to know because he'd get to wear a mask. It sounds like something out of The Onion, but I wouldn't be surprised if it actually happened. I mean, maybe. That would be disturbing, though. But maybe. Where's the thing, though? Hold on. Okay, this is I think this is the video of him, like, signing shit. This was RittenhouseBook.com. This was posted January 2nd, 2024. So like last year.
Hey guys, I'm Kyle Rittenhouse. I just want to say thank you for your support. I'm here signing books today. You can pre-order a copy at rittenhousebook.com. I thank you guys for the support and all the nice comments and for all the orders. It really means a lot to me. Thank you.
Oh, wait, no, now that, okay, people finally realize it's not real. Okay. When I saw this earlier, it didn't have a community note. Now it does. This is not a real picture. Meal Team 6. Good one. But where is it? I just posted a photo when I announced like what it actually looks like. Oops, wait. I think I just reloaded the wrong thing. It looks so convincing. No, I mean it does. It's like it's pretty subtle. It looks like the Vance meme. Porky filter. It's kind of crazy to me that like it took a long time for it to notice. This has been going around for like a few days. But you know, far be it from me to like step up and correct that. It's fucking funny. And I knew somebody would eventually. Just surprised it went on as long as it did. Okay. Then the other clip. Oh my God. Joe Rogan educates Bernie Sanders on climate change. So Joe Rogan, podcast host, tells Bernie Sanders what's what on climate change in all of his knowledge. So this is from some like conservative think tank. I noticed that when I was trying to find the clip of it, Joe Rogan educates Bernie Sanders on quote unquote global warming. On a recent episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, Senator Bernie Sanders discussed his views on climate change. Sanders asserted that, quote, the last 10 years have been the warmest on record. Rogan pushed back on that claim, citing an article from the Washington Post that analyzed the last 485 million years of temperature data and found that the Earth is actually in the middle of a cooling period. Bernie scoffed and had no reply except, I haven't read that article. Yeah, Joe threw him for a wrench here. The Texas what's their mission? Promote and defend liberty, personal responsibility, and apparently instilling climate change skepticism is part of fulfilling that mission. Obviously, can't be done without it. Okay, but Joepedia has the hookup. Joe and Bernie debate the legitimacy of climate change. I mean, this is not really like a thing that's up for debate. It's a thing that you accept or don't.
But, you know, the other thing that I would do, and, you know, you got to deal with this climate change issue. And I know that, you know, there are some people who think climate change is a hoax. It ain't a hoax. I think the last 10 years have been the warmest on record. And we can create millions of good-paying jobs transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency, to solar, to wind, and other sustainable energies.
I think the climate change issue is very complicated. And I think, did you
Not really, no.
see the Washington Post piece that they wrote?
And usually what people will do is they know they can't really get away with outright denying it. So instead, when you find instances of weird weather irregularities or natural disasters and catastrophic weather events like hurricanes, tornadoes that are obviously being exacerbated by the effects of climate change, and they'll say we can't know for sure that the reason that it's particularly bad is because of climate change.
Where they did this long-term view. First of all, the reality is that the Earth's temperature has never been static, right? We could both agree on that. It's always
okay. Nobody who understands and accepts that climate change is happening thinks that the Earth's temperature is static. So he puts that out like it's some controversial claim or something.
And up and down, there's been ice ages and heat waves.
Right.
And the Washington Post.
But like it's overall hotter now than it's ever been. And it's like happening very, very quickly.
Looked at it. What was the time period that they looked at? That essentially they found that we're in a cooling period. That the Earth over the past X amount of years, and this was like a very inconvenient discovery, but they had to report the data, and kudos to them for doing that. Scientists have captured the Earth's climate change over the last 485 million years. Here's a surprising place we stand now. So look at the far end of that graph, and you see we're in a cooling period.
Well, I'm
Like what's not shown here is when you zoom out of these types of graphs, where the average or like median temperature of the Earth was just like a couple of decades ago was far lower than it is now. So if we're in a cooling period, that doesn't negate that climate change is happening.
not sure.
Yes, very true. Actually, if you study the science, fossil fuels are good for the environment.
I didn't read that article, but
Yeah.
the scientists who are out there, I think.
I know, but there's a lot of money involved in that too, Bernie. That's part of the problem. There's a lot of money involved.
Right. There's so much money in climate change activism, you guys. It's actually no money from the fossil fuel industry trying to mislead the public about what's going on with the Earth's temperature. It's actually the opposite. It's actually like Greenpeace activists that have infiltrated the government and written legislation to favor gas companies and fossil fuel companies.
In this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control, and that's a big part of this problem. Not only that, if we're just talking about primarily carbon and carbon footprint, what are we going to do about China? Because China is like, what percentage of
They are the major polluter right now in terms of carbon. We're number 2. We used to be 1.
Also, this idea, I cannot believe Bernie didn't push back more with the fact that, like, yeah, a single article from the Washington Post that if climate change were not actually occurring, or we were in like a cooling period that was setting the stage for there to be a gradual decrease in the Earth's temperature, that would be like breaking news. That would not just be an article within the Washington Post. It defies the mind to even think that information that critical or a scientific revelation that important would just be relegated to an article in the Washington Post. It would be everywhere. Republicans would be screaming from the fucking rooftops that, see, it never happened.
They're number 1 right now.
I think they have an enormous percent of the global. I think it's.
So they're number 1. I don't know what
very
the percent
high.
is.
It's very high.
It's not an American issue. It is a global issue. And all I can tell you is that we are, in my view, going to see more extreme weather disturbances in the coming years than we have ever. And we're seeing them right now.
Right, but the scientists.
Yeah, even if there was money, let's say that there's money from what? Big anti-climate change activists, big tomato soup cans. Isn't that what those climate activists like to hurl at paintings to get attention? Let's say that there was money in that. You would have to actually show and demonstrate how it's invalidated or biased all of the research that we have on the warming of the Earth. You would not be able to just say, there's moneyed interests, therefore it's all biased or it's all crap. You have to actually prove it.
Don't agree. Well, this is where it gets confusing, because scientists that are in agreement, there's all these entanglements. Whenever someone's discussing something, whether it's economics or whether it's health issues or pharmaceutical drugs, there's financial entanglements. I think we both agree with that, right?
Yep.
And I think this is part.
Okay, Joe, you're right. Should we get rid of capitalism? No. Then why are you making this criticism? Please stop. Unless you're going to say, let's abolish capitalism, let's move on, and let's do fucking socialism or communism, then shut up, because I know that you don't actually care about that.
The issue with this whole climate change emergency as well, because it's not just that we could all agree pollution is a major factor. It's a huge issue in the world today. We could all agree with that, right? I think one of the things that we have to recognize is that whenever there's an issue that everyone can agree on,
I mean, it is, but it's also a mistake to think that like cars are the majority of the source of like climate change.
Have a bunch of people that capitalize on that issue. And
is this a clip channel? I don't know. Joepedia. And they have it like in a hood to, I guess, avoid copyright. You're in like a theater. Imagine going to a theater to watch Joe Rogan.
They look to gain more money. They have financial issues that they push forward in order to capitalize on this issue, but then also power and control. These things like they're trying to institute in the UK where they have these 15-minute cities, this concept where you're not allowed to travel. They'll be able to look at your carbon footprint. See, that's the problem. The problem is giving people that are in power, these people that we've all discussed that have so much money and so much control over our societies, multinational corporations, giving them more control over citizens. And this
but what multinational corporation has a vested interest in misleading the public about climate change and trying to say that it exists when it doesn't? It's the opposite. You have moneyed interests trying to convince people it doesn't exist.
vehicle for that. And this is what's dangerous about this whole climate change emergency, because it allows these fucking creeps that have been controlling people and controlling what you do and what you say and how you spend your money with people that already live in check to check, and you put additional constraints on them and you make them even more scared. And then you put additional measures where you can look at their carbon footprint, you can look at the amount they travel. What do you put a carbon tax on these people? Let's figure out how to extract more.
Okay, but when people are talking about carbon taxes, they're not really talking the types of policies that they're trying to get off the ground would not be targeted at individual people. It's trying to curtail corporate behavior.
More money from them. That's what bothers me about this climate change emergency. Not that we can all agree pollution is a terrible thing. Everyone should agree to that. The beautiful earth that sustains us and all.
On the other hand, the perennial political candidate and the meathead MMA commentator talking climate change is a waste of time. Am I wrong? Not American. Sorry. You don't have to apologize for not being American. It is, but also this man is unfortunately one of the most listened to people in all of America and pretty much globally. So I cannot just ignore him.
Life on this planet is being poisoned as we
very, very funny, Mod.
We speak. We're killing all the fish in the ocean and sucking them out in giant numbers. 94% of all the big fish that are in the ocean are gone over the last, whatever it is.
When you go to war against nature, you lose.
Yeah, because you're part of nature.
Loses. Exactly
but
right.
We're worshiping the almighty dollar above the mother.
You asked me when I ran.
Profound. Thank you, Joe.
For president, one of the interests, it's something else to run for.
Guys, you ever think about how people have moved past religion? They started worshiping money. Whoa, man.
President, because you get around, you meet all kinds of people and you learn all kinds of things. And one of the things that I did, we met with a lot of Native Americans. And one of the reasons is, their tradition was going from way back, respect for nature. That they understood way back when, that you kill off all of the buffalo, you ain't going to have nothing to eat, right?
Right.
They understood that. And then you understand that you live in harmony with nature, which is, I think, what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
And if you lose that harmony, I
followed for base takes. Thank you for following.
Worry about the future of humanity.
Although I don't really like this argument, this whole Native people knew it was up, but you're talking to a vegan here, so I've heard too many, it's not as much as people think, but there are Native Americans and indigenous activists that say that veganism is hostile to indigenous people because indigenous people, some of them have cultural practices and observations that involve animal sacrifice. But in general, an appeal to nature is not really a good way to argue that climate change is real and needs to be taken seriously.
Which is the problem with financial competitiveness. When you put that almighty dollar above all else,
that's right.
Then all you think about, and you're only alive for 100 years, so it's just hit the gas. Hit the gas for.
You're only alive for 100 years? That's not even true. The average man in America only lives to be 70, right? And women, it's slightly more than that. I mean, it's I wish that the average person's living to 100. What is the average age that Americans live to be? Not median age. Life expectancy. Okay, I was a little bit off. Oh, for women, it's more. Okay, so men, it's 75.8 years old. And for women, it's 81.8 years old. That's actually pretty impressive considering how bad our obesity rates are. I'm not going to lie. It could be a lot better. You'd probably get those other 20 years if we didn't have such an issue with it. But it's not as bad as I thought. I remembered it being 73 and 75, not 75 and 81.
For 100 years, and who gives a shit what happens after I'm gone? I'm going to die with the most toys. Yay, I win in the dirt.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump said no more toys, just deal with it. So I want to read that article that he actually is saying disproves climate change that was hidden in the Washington Post or whatever. But I saw this clip everywhere for a day. And the thing that's so fucking aggravating is the editorializing surrounding what happened. New Joe Rogan fact checks Senator Bernie Sanders after he tried shaming people who think climate change is a hoax. I mean, yeah, as he should. These people are denying that the sky is blue. Sanders said, some people think climate change is a hoax. It ain't a hoax. He should have said what he always says. He's Trump has said that it's a Chinese hoax. It ain't a hoax. I think the last 10 years have been the warmest on record. Rogan, did you see the Washington Post piece? They found that we're in a cooling period. This was a very inconvenient discovery, but they had to report the data, and kudos to them for doing that. And then this motherfucker goes on not to actually reference the article, but instead a different article on Forbes, even though that they knew he was referencing a Washington Post article. The WAPO climate study mentioned by Rogan is very inconvenient for many, especially those launching climate lawsuits to undermine U.S. energy and help China. Full article on Forbes. And the Forbes article that he linked, again, climate lawsuits are changing the U.S. energy industry and China's too. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? And why won't you show people what article he was talking about? And it's because this motherfucker absolutely has to know that that article doesn't say what Joe said it does. And if people actually read it, they might realize, oh, Joe Rogan like completely misrepresented that. Let's see. Oh no, wait, did I really not? Fuck, this is a dead link because I didn't get the right link. Let me see. Oh wait, no, here it is. I guess if you copy straight from like Twitter, it's gonna give you a Twitter link and then it doesn't know what to do. So this is an article from, it's not even new, it's from 2024. Scientists have captured Earth's climate over the last 485 million years. Here's the surprising place we stand now. September 19, 2024. An ambitious effort to understand the Earth's climate over the past 485 million years has revealed a history of wild shifts and far hotter temperatures than scientists previously realized. So if Bernie had just pressed him to be like, will you read that article? Will you just read like a few sentences? What information is in this that is saying that climate change is not real or it's a hoax or it's been exaggerated or it's reversing? Offering a reminder of how much change the planet has already endured and a warning about the unprecedented rate of warming caused by humans. The timeline, published Thursday in the journal Science, is the most rigorous reconstruction of Earth's past temperatures ever produced, the authors say. Created by combining more than 150,000 pieces of fossil evidence with state-of-the-art climate models, it shows the intimate link between carbon dioxide and global temperatures and reveals that the world was in a much warmer state for most of the history of complex animal life. At its hottest, the study suggests, the Earth's average temperature reached 96.8 degrees Fahrenheit or 36 degrees Celsius, which is far higher than the historic 58.96 degrees Fahrenheit or 14.98 degrees Celsius the planet hit last year. The revelations about Earth's scorching past are just further reason for concern about modern climate change, said Emily Judd, a researcher at University of Arizona and the Smithsonian specializing in ancient climate and the lead author of the study. The timeline illustrates how swift and dramatic temperature shifts were associated with many of the world's worst moments, including a mass extinction that wiped out roughly 90% of all species and the asteroid risk that killed the dinosaurs. This article is supposed to prove that climate change is not that serious, according to Joe Rogan. We know that these catastrophic events shift the landscape of what life looks like, Judd said. When the environment warms that fast, animals and plants can't keep pace with it. Yeah, so they fucking die. At no point in the nearly 500 million years that Judd and her colleagues analyzed did the Earth change as fast as it's changing now, she added. In the same way as a massive asteroid hitting the Earth, what we're doing now is unprecedented. So really what this data found is that there have been times where the Earth's temperature was far hotter and it led to mass extinction, and that we're heading towards that again. 485 million years of temperature turmoil. The timeline encompasses almost all of the Phanerozoic, the geologic eon that began with the emergence of multicellular, non-microscopic organisms and continues today. It portrays a global climate that was more dynamic and extreme than researchers had imagined, said Jess Tierney, a climate scientist at the University of Arizona and co-author of the study. Compared with graphs based solely on climate models, which tend to depict smaller and slower swings in temperatures, the new timeline is full of sudden spikes and abrupt shifts. But in keeping with decades of past research on climate, the chart hews closely to estimates of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, with temperatures rising in proportion to concentrations of the heat-trapping gas. Carbon dioxide is really that master dial, Tierney said. That's an important message. In terms of understanding why emissions from fossil fuels are a problem today. This article also only underscores what the issue is, and he was talking about how, they want to do things that are going to restrict penalize individual people, but anybody who's taking climate change seriously, their legislation is addressed at fossil fuel companies and fracking. not individual behavior. This is so fucking aggravating, and especially that guy like trying to intentionally mislead people about this shit. That guy on Twitter. Then the Daily Wire did an article about it as well. Because again, notable climate scientist Joe Rogan discovered an article from the Washington Post that he wrongly and incorrectly claims like disproves climate change or is controversial when it's not. Again, Bernie, you know better. If something is being published in the Washington Post, ain't no way it's junk. It's very, very, very low likelihood that they're just publishing like junk science. What you could criticize is potentially the communication that goes on around it. Like there are times where journalists don't really properly represent the results of a study, but it's very rare that like a truly bunk like climate data makes it to the Washington Post. Come on. Joe Rogan brutally corrects Bernie Sanders on climate change. This is from the failing Daily Wire, who apparently also writes articles, which I didn't even realize. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control. This was published yesterday by this guy. What are you up to? Oh, it wants me to tweet it. I thought it was going to link to like his Twitter profile. Joe Rogan brutally corrected Senator Bernie Sanders over a claim he made about climate change on Tuesday, using data to show the globe is not experiencing a heat spell. Oh my God. Sanders, who appeared on Rogan's podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience, claimed that climate change ain't a hoax and that sourcing energy from more natural resources will create millions of jobs. Now, why am I reading this blatantly false article from the Daily Wire? I'm reading this because I think it gives insight into, even though everybody who's watching me knows that this is bullshit, this is crazy, and Joe Rogan didn't discover or point out any new information or data that suggests that climate change is not happening at the rapid scale that we know it to be. This gives insight into what these people are telling MAGA voters, Republicans, some independents that wander onto these like articles, and what they propagate in their videos and the way that they go about trying to mislead people. I think that the last 10 years have been the warmest on record, Sanders said. We can create millions of good-paying jobs by transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency, to solar, to wind, and to other sustainable energies. Apparently this is supposed to be a crazy statement. First of all, Rogan replied, the reality is that the Earth's temperature has never been static, right? We can both agree on that. It's always been up and down. Like, again, a claim that nobody disputes. A claim that no one who accepts that climate change is happening disputes. And again, no one has argued this. I don't even know where he's hearing this. And the data that he presented suggested, like, yeah, and the fact that it's not static and it goes up and down actually suggests the ways that it could be catastrophic in the future. There's been ice ages and heat waves, and then the Washington Post looked at it. Essentially, they found that we're in a cooling period. Rogan then brought up the Washington Post article that, okay, so they link it at least. At least they link it. But you know that whoever's reading this is probably not fucking reading it. That directly contradicted Sanders' claims, which he didn't do. Thank you for subscribing, Robert Basket. That the last 10 years have been the hottest ever recorded. This was like a very inconvenient discovery, Rogan said as Sanders remained silent. The way they have to try to spin this as something that's like some mic drop moment from, again, noted like meteorologist or like climate change expert Joe Rogan. But they had to report the data, and kudos to them for doing that. The report claims that the hottest temperature Earth has ever reached on average is an average of 96.8 degrees Fahrenheit, according to the study. This happened nearly 100 million years ago and is far hotter than the 58.86 degrees average the planet hit in 2023. Okay, but Joe Rogan's own statements on this, even his misrepresentations on it, cut against what he was trying to argue. If you've already acknowledged that the Earth's temperature has never been static, and if you know that there have been times of hotter periods and cooler periods. Just because we're in a cooler period right now does not mean it's going to remain that way. It does not mean it's on track to remain that way. That article, if you fucking read it, says the fucking opposite. It says it's going to get worse. It's only going to get hotter. And we know that could happen because it's happened in the past. Well, I'm not sure, Sanders responded. I didn't read that article, but the scientists who are out there, I think, he's talking about, again, there's 97% scientific consensus on this. And are facts derived from consensus because a majority of scientists think a thing, that means it's true? No, but that consensus comes from data, and that data is true. I know, Rogan interrupted. At least they're honestly interrupted. But there's a lot of money involved in that too, Bernie. That's part of the problem. So true, King. There's a lot of money in fighting climate change. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control. Sanders pivoted from arguing that the Earth is experiencing a heat spell, but doubled down on the claim that climate change is a global issue, especially when it comes to China's carbon footprint. All I can tell you is that we are, in my view, going to see more extreme weather disturbances in the coming years than we ever have. He said, we're seeing them right now. Sanders did not offer any examples of these supposed disturbances. Well, if Bernie Sanders didn't say it, case closed, you guys. Guess there's no climate change. Nothing to worry about or see here. I'm thinking about moving to NYC to vote by November. Who are you going to vote for? There's a correct answer to this. Who are you voting for, Richard? My boy Zohran needs all the votes that he can get. It would be funny if you saw an increased amount of New York City residents, more than the average, and they start citing wanting to vote for Zohran. Would be even better if it was majority white people, because the narrative that I've seen surrounding Zoran's win is it was immigrants and brown people and non-white people that got him elected, which is not even true, because when you actually look at the data of who carried him, it's mostly white people. The clickbait language is so cringe. Joe Rogan nukes Bernie Sanders from orbit, blah blah blah. How else can you get somebody else to click on this article? But speaking of our boy, speaking of Zohran, lots of reactions happening. So Trump finally did it. He finally had to acknowledge this person. He finally had to acknowledge Mamdani and his win. Trump slams Zohran as Republicans go on attack after New York mayoral primary as it happened. No. I thought I had the tweet. I thought I found an article that has the Truth Social post. Hold on. That's mostly what I wanted to see. And I was very disappointed because he did not come up with a clever name for him or anything. Okay, here it is. President Trump. It's finally happened. The Democrats have crossed that line. Zohran Mamdani, a 100% communist lunatic, has just won the Dem primary and is on his way to becoming mayor. We've had radical lefties before, but this is getting a little ridiculous. He looks terrible. His voice is grating. He's not very smart. Dude, the idea that Donald Trump is saying that Zohran looks terrible, my dude, okay. He's not very smart. He's got AOC plus 3. Don't know what that means. Dummies all, backing him. And even our great Palestinian Senator, Chuck Schumer. See, why can you come up with something like that? Chuck Schumer, great Palestinian Senator. Very cool. But just Zohran is just 100% communist lunatic? Come on. A little disappointed here, Trump. Is groveling over him. Yeah, Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer, who was literally hospitalized in light of this news, was groveling all over him. This is a thing that happened. This is a big moment in the history of our country. True, but not for the reason that he thinks. I have an idea for the Democrats to bring them back into quote-unquote play. After years of being left out in the cold, including suffering one of the greatest losses in history. I love the way that he capitalizes shit. The greatest losses in history, TM. The 2024 presidential election, the Democrats should nominate low IQ candidate Jasmine Crockett for president, and AOC plus 3 should be, respectively, vice president, and 3 high-level members of the cabinet. Added together with our future communist mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, and our country is really screwed. So this is an excellent sign. We are pissing off the right people. There are Republicans that think this man needs to be deported, which no surprise there. This is the party of like birtherism. Republicans asked Donald Trump to revoke Zohran Mamdani's citizenship. This is him declaring victory. The New York Young Republican Club, or NYYRC, has called on the federal government to strip Zohran Mamdani of his citizenship and deport him. On Tuesday evening, Mamdani, a 33-year-old self-described Democratic socialist, declared victory over Andrew Cuomo, former governor of the state of New York, in the Democratic primary for the 2025 New York mayoral election. Newsweek contacted Mamdani's campaign, along with the White House and Department of Homeland Security, for comment on Thursday via email outside of regular office hours. Why it matters. The outcome, one of the first major Democratic primaries since President Donald Trump returned to office, is being considered as a barometer for the party's potential recalibration nationally. Dude, I wish it's not going to happen because Democrats are allergic to winning. I mean, they know that these sorts of strategies and campaigns can be popular with people. They'll try to say, yeah, but it's in New York City, so it's different. That's not going to work in countries in the purple states or whatever. But they'll do anything to avoid contending with the fact that right now they're historically unpopular, very, very old. And Mamdani threatens the current status quo in order of things and is proving that, yeah, your strategies and like politics of yesteryear don't work and people don't like them. And they would literally rather vote for Donald Trump or stay home than Kamala Harris and what you're serving up, which shouldn't be the case because the Democratic agenda is actually far more popular than the Republican agenda. The White House has framed the upset victory by Mamdani, who could become New York City's first Muslim and Indian American mayor, as evidence of uncontrolled migration, aligning with the White House's broader strategy of keeping border policy at the center of the national conversation. What to know? Yeah, his victory was 43.5% of the vote against 36.4% for Cuomo, his closest challenger, according to the AP. Responding to the results, the NYYRC wrote on X, formerly Twitter, a call to action from the NYYRC. The radical Zohran Mamdani cannot be allowed to destroy our beloved city of New York. 31.8 thousand followers. Established in 1911, a legacy from 1856, the New York Young Republican Club is the oldest and largest young #Republican club in the U.S. president. In the U.S. period president, then they at somebody. So this guy believes that he needs to be telling this guy to go away. A guy who looks functionally identical to him, but okay. As far as like skin tone goes. The Communist Control Act lets President Trump revoke Zohran Mamdani's citizenship and promptly deport him. The time for action is now. Stephen Miller and Thomas Homan, New York is counting on you. Miller is the White House Deputy Chief of Staff and Homeland Security Advisor, and Homan is Trump's border czar. Miller framed Mamdani's upset victory as a result of failure to control migration. Founded in 1911, exists as a political and social club for Republicans aged between 18 and 40 in New York. So to them, 40 is, I guess, under the age of 40. Mamdani was born in Uganda in October 1991. His family moved to New York City when he was 7 years old in 98. Mamdani was naturalized as a U.S. citizen in 2018. In 1954, President Dwight Eisenhower signed the Communist Control Act into law. In theory, this outlawed the Communist Party of the United States and banned communists from serving in certain roles. In practice, the act was rarely enforced and was stymied by numerous legal challenges. On Wednesday, President Trump hit out at Mamdani, currently a New York State Assemblyman, branding him a, quote, 100% communist lunatic on his Truth Social website. Betting website Polymarket gave Mamdani a 73.6% chance of winning November's New York mayoral election on Wednesday, ahead of incumbent Mayor Eric Adams on 19.4%. Adams has announced he is running again as an independent, and the DOJ has dropped corruption charges against him. And I think to get this done, he apparently said that, like, yeah, we'll collaborate with ICE. What people are saying, Republicans for National Renewal, a group that says it campaigns for President Trump's America First agenda, within the GOP replied, "We fully support this initiative. Communist radical Zohran Mamdani should be remigrated as soon as possible." They said as they likely supported South African refugees, quote unquote, coming to the United States at a time that we were trying to institute mass deportation. Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff, wrote on X following Mamdani's upset victory, NYC is the clearest warning yet of what happens to a society when it fails to control migration. Again, this is a lie. It was like white people that like carried his victory. It was also a lot of Asian people and like some Puerto Rican people. But Puerto Ricans are like, you can't use New York Puerto Ricans as like the blueprint for like trying to ascertain how the quote unquote Latino vote is going to behave ever, because there's too many different ethnicities that go into that. On June 2nd, New York City Council member Vicky Palladino, a Republican, wrote, "Let's just talk about how insane it is to elect someone to any major office who hasn't even been a U.S. citizen for 10 years, much less a radical leftist who actually hates everything about the country and is here specifically to undermine everything we've ever been about, deport." Also, why is this insane? Who cares if he's, what, like, you would still be complaining even if he had been a U.S. citizen for over 10 years. Her team later said Councilwoman Palladino stands by this statement, and while Zohran has clearly achieved U.S. citizenship and thus is not eligible for deportation, the fact remains that under current administration policy, Zohran would likely have been removed from the country before achieving citizenship due to his involvement in multiple anti-Semitic and far-left organizations in college. Care to elaborate? Care to, like, citation, other than I made it the fuck up? Zohran has strongly denied allegations he is anti-Semitic. Mamdani hit back at Palladino on X saying, like nearly 40% of all New Yorkers, I wasn't born in this country. I moved here at age 7. It's my home. And I'm proud to be a citizen, which means standing up for our Constitution. Councilmember Palladino might consider reading it. The hilarious thing is that the idea that he only became a citizen in 2018 is an indictment of the system. That's not indicative of the fact that he came here to try to influence American politics like 2 seconds ago. That shows you how long, like, it should not take somebody who has been here since he was 7 to be like this long to become a naturalized citizen. What happens next? The New York City mayoral election takes place on November 4th. The only, like, their only solution to issues and things they don't like in this country is like, let's deport them, lol. Let's ship them somewhere else. But it has not been only Republicans that are coping over this monumental win. It's also some Democrats. No way. So apparently, what is this? So we put, oh my God, at Senator Gillibrand, I think Kristen Gillibrand. Yeah, Kristen Gillibrand. She ran for office, like she ran for president in 2019 for 2020 for the Democratic nominee, is lying, committing slander, refusing to agree with Brad Lehrer, who's clarifying that Zohran does not support violent jihad. Senator, your insane slander does not represent hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers, and you will lose your job. And then, let's see. Somebody put, I've not listened to this yet. This is the most racist, absurd, unhinged thing a Democrat senator, not named Fetterman, has said in a long time. Absolutely revolting. In a just world, she would be forced to resign. So let's hear what the fuck she had to say that warranted this.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for taking my call and question. I wanted to ask 2 very pertinent questions about the threats facing the Jewish community, unfortunately, from Zohran Mamdani. There was a bill that I was reading about that, unfortunately, he wants to target synagogues and Jewish institutions which donate to nonprofits, which are medical institutions like United Hatzalah.
Anthony Warner, why did you just put deport him to Gaza in my chat? If I don't like the next answer that you put in my chat, you're getting banned.
Magan David Adam, which is like the Jewish Red Cross. So how do we make sure that Jewish institutions are protected from his plans to punish and fine our institutions which fundraise the medical nonprofits, which do work both here in the United States and in Israel and other countries in the world? And also, how can we hold Mr. Mamdani accountable for his glorifying association of Hamas and other terror bombings of the Intifada in 1990s, where over 1,000 Jewish Israelis were killed, to his revisionist Holocaust knowledge, to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, where Jews were mass exterminated and faced threats? He compared when Jews were killed to when Jews fought back against Nazis. It's quite despicable. I'm sorry.
Gabe, thank you for your call. There's a lot in there, Senator, some of which may be inaccurate. So I don't know.
This whole, like, he did Holocaust revisionism. Revisionism in this context is when he was asked about the phrase globalize the Intifada on this obscure podcast. And then he pointed out that a Holocaust museum, when they translate their literature on the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, that it ends up translating to like Warsaw Ghetto Intifada, because that's what Intifada means in Arabic. It just means like uprising.
I can't fact check everything in real time, but do you know any of that to be inaccurate or accurate, including the original premise that he would somehow target synagogues if they were contributing to groups like Hatzalah, ambulance services, in a way that he could hurt the synagogues? I just don't want to give out information that's false, but I also don't want to shrink from information that's true.
Well, the caller is exactly New York constituents that I've spoken to that are alarmed. They are alarmed by past public statements. They are alarmed by past positions, particularly references to global jihad. This is a very serious issue because people that glorify the slaughter of Jews create fear in our communities. The global intifada is a statement that means destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. So these are the kinds of things that if Mr. Mamdani is elected our mayor, we'll need to assure all New Yorkers that he will protect all Jews and protect houses of worship and protect funding for not-for-profits that meet the needs of these communities. Those are the things he'll have to do as our mayor.
He would certainly say that he has committed to protecting all Jews in New York as mayor of New York. Do you dispute? Do you doubt that?
Well, one of the issues I did talk to him yesterday was exactly this issue, and he has agreed to work with me on this and to protect all residents. So this is something I care deeply about, and so I will be
Those nonprofits are insane. If you look into them, I'm sure.
an advocate on these issues. These are things that I think are important to New Yorkers, and I will work with him when he gets elected, if he gets elected, to make sure everyone is protected. I also, on the federal level, work to get resources for all our religious sites in the state and in the city. I lead the letter for funding for I lead the letter for the funding to protect synagogues and churches and temples and places of worship across our city and state. And these are things that he has assured me in my
Synagogues, churches, but they'll never mention mosques.
one conversation that he will protect everyone. But I understand why people are concerned because of past statements. And so this is just an issue that I will work with him on for sure.
I just feel compelled to say we can find no evidence that he has supported Hamas or has supported violent jihad, as that caller was asserting. Can you?
Again, Brian, I don't have all the data and information, and I've never sat down with Mr. Mamdani. So I've asked.
However, have you considered that he's Muslim and he says things that I disagree with? I don't know. Sounds like a radical jihadist to me.
To have that meeting. I'm going to have that meeting. We will talk through all these things. He can tell me his views of the world, and I can learn them firsthand. I think the reference that I had read was global intifada specifically, which has very serious meanings that are violent and destructive. So,
Which
Yeah. What does it mean, lady? Explain. Tell me what this violent meaning is.
he says, and I pressed him on this on the show on Monday, but which he says are not calls for violence because intifada is a much broader term involving all kinds of uprisings and resistance and things like that. So I just want to be clear about how at least he defines it. And maybe he needs to be more clear. I don't mean this. I don't mean that. He did say here that he didn't want to be the word police, even as the mayor of New York if he's elected. But I do also want to be clear that he said he does not support violent intifada. Is that fair?
So, Brian, I didn't hear your exchange with him, but if I was speaking to him directly, I would simply say that is not how the words are received. And it doesn't matter what meaning you have in your brain, it is not how the word is received. And when you use a word like intifada to many Jewish Americans and Jewish New Yorkers, that means you are permissive for violence against Jews. It is a serious word. It is a word that has deep meaning. It has been used for wars across time and violence and
then explain, lady.
destruction and slaughter and murder against the Jews. It is a harmful, hurtful, inappropriate word for anyone who wants to represent a city as diverse as New York City with 8 million people. And I would be very specific.
Because she's saying this is how people interpret it, but that's different than saying this is objectively what it means.
In these words, and I would say you may not use them again if you expect to represent everyone ever again, because they are received as hateful and divisive and harmful, and that's it. So I appreciate that he told you he didn't mean that, and that's great. That's
And
a
I
great
think
place
we
to start.
also clarify, or he was clarifying that he never said globalize the intifada. He was asked in an interview if he would denounce the phrase globalize the intifada, and then that led to this kind of conversation.
True. This is all happening because he was asked to virtue signal about something that he really has zero control over because he will be the mayor of a city in the United States. He will not be an ambassador to anywhere. Not Israel, not Palestine, nothing like that. But yet we were asking him his opinion on this thing.
That you were just referring to, but that he was never out there saying globalize the intifada. He was asked about other people who used it. So just to be precise about what happened there, yes?
Well, as a leader of a city as diverse as New York City with 8 million people, as the largest Jewish population in the country, he should denounce it. And that's it. Period. And you can't celebrate it, you can't value it, you can't lift it up. And that is the challenge that Jewish New Yorkers have had, certainly since October 6th. October 7th. It is exactly what they have felt. It is why Jewish students in our universities have felt unsafe. It is why Jewish students have felt that their schools did not have their back and cared about them or their learning, because the people doing these protests use words that have meanings that are far more violent and horrific than they may have intended. But when you hear things like intifada, when you hear things like jihad, when you hear from the river to the sea, it is received as slaughter the Jews and destroy Israel. Period. It's how it's received. And if you talk to any group, you talk to our LGBT.
I feel like she's conceding by emphasizing it's how it's received. That's not really what it means. That there are alternative understandings of it for demographics that she obviously doesn't give a shit about. But we're going to ignore that and not get into that. And we're just going to focus on the fact that it hurts some people's feelings. Therefore, you can't say it.
LGBTQ community, you talk to our Black community, you talk to our Hispanic community. There are words and there are imagery and there are things that are said that they will hear it and feel it as a dagger to their throat.
Wait, what? If you talk to any group, you talk to our LGBTQ community, you talk to our Black community, you talk to our Hispanic community, There are words and there are imagery. There are things that...
Imagery, and there are things that are said that they will hear it and feel it as a dagger to their throat. And so...
Okay, but you can... If it's a slur, you can explain, like, the historical context of a word or, like, the way it's been used or, like, what it literally translates to versus how it's understood and how it is. Like, a term is, like, derogatory or a put down versus this where she's, like... There's not really, like, that sort of force behind this, but she's insisting that there is.
If you want to be a leader, you have to recognize how these
You must accept my bad faith, my insane bad faith interpretation of what you said.
things are felt and received, and saying there should be no word police is irresponsible. Because as a leader, you have to protect everyone. Period.
One more thing before you go.
I mean, this really is just about policing words. This is not actually about promoting safety.
Oh, for you as a member of...
That's really cool. Very normal, really cool. These people know what the fuck is up. But was there any update to this? He was hospitalized for dehydration. It was actually reported that he cried so hard that when he learned that Zohran won, that he became dehydrated and he was hospitalized. I don't know if you guys knew this. But what he actually was hospitalized for was he became lightheaded at the gym. He was treated for dehydration and back at work in the Capitol, the spokesperson said. This came as Senate Democrats are facing critical fights on Capitol Hill this week. Schumer's caucus, this bill is trying to tear down as much of the GOP's mega tax and spending cut bill as possible. Spending cut bill, it's a weird way to put that. Schumer and other Democratic leaders are in a high-profile confrontation with the White House over intelligence and sharing regarding the U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear facilities. Washington, D.C. is currently being battered by a heat wave. The city is under an extreme heat alert on Wednesday. But what the fuck? Joe Rogan told me it's a cooling period. With the heat index expected to well be over 100 degrees. Schumer, 74, encouraged people to drink water and stay out of the heat. Should take his own advice. And apparently that intelligence report showing that, like, yeah, these strikes didn't actually, like, eliminate their ability to get a nuke, kind of just delayed it, but has him wanting to sue the Times and CNN over the reporting. This was published today. President Trump on Wednesday threatened to sue the New York Times and CNN for publishing articles about a preliminary intelligence report that said the American attack on Iran had set back the country's nuclear program by only a few months. In a letter to the Times, a personal lawyer for the president said the newspaper's article had damaged Mr. Trump's reputation and demanded that the news organization retract and apologize for the piece, which the letter described as false, defamatory, and unpatriotic. See, I know you thought you were just reporting U.S. intelligence, but had you actually considered, before you published that you might hurt Donald Trump's feelings? Does not seem like these people did that. Therefore, they must retract, apologize, be sued. Normal country, normal president. The Times, in a response on Thursday, rejected Mr. Trump's demands, noting that Trump administration officials had subsequently confirmed the existence of this report, issued by the Defense Intelligence Agency, and its findings. No retraction is needed, the paper's lawyer, David McCraw, wrote in a letter. No apology will be forthcoming. He added, "We told the truth to the best of our ability. We will continue to do so." This is so stupid for him to do. This is so dumb. Like, he's tried to do stuff like this before. He's made comments that obviously have a chilling effect on the media. He's banned in his first term, and this has been the case for this one as well, banned certain news outlets from being at the White House and covering the press reports and stuff like that. But this shit is literally like some dear leader, like, Putin, North Korea level shit. It must be censored because you offended the president. Spokeswoman for CNN, which was the first outlet to report elements of the preliminary report, confirmed that the network has responded to a similar legal threat from the president's team. Mr. Trump and his allies have sharply criticized the Times and CNN in recent days for publishing articles about the preliminary intelligence report, whose conclusions ran counter to the president's assertion that the American attack had obliterated Iran's nuclear program. On social media, Mr. Trump has called for journalists at both news outlets to be fired. He has also claimed, without evidence, that the articles were intended to demean the military personnel who participated in the attacks. The other thing is that, like, everybody saw the C-SPAN clip where he was like, Israel and Iran don't know what the fuck they're doing. The thing that got ignored is the first part of that was him literally saying that MSDNC and CNN are fake news. They can't be trusted, and they're very disrespectful and disreputable because they talked about how ineffective those strikes were. The Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, held a televised news conference on Thursday in which he reiterated those complaints about the journalists who covered the preliminary report. Mr. Hegseth pushed back on the findings of the report, but did not deny its existence and offered no new assessments of the damage to the nuclear sites that were attacked. Why even characterize it as pushback? Because if you actually look at it, he didn't really he didn't meaningfully challenge it. It's more of like an attempt to do that. He was like, it's too early, or like, we don't know enough to conclude this stuff. Like, we don't know much. The legal threat against the Times and CNN marked another escalation of Mr. Trump's ongoing war to demonize and delegitimize the independent news media that reports on his administration's actions. The letter from Mr. Trump's lawyer, Alejandro Vito, described the attack on Iran as a historic and resounding military success that unequivocally eliminated Iran's nuclear capabilities and brought peace to the region, echoing the president's own characterizations of the operation. His lawyer asserted that the Times article about the preliminary intelligence assessment, quote, undermined the credibility and integrity of President Trump in the eyes of the public and the professional community. Oh, no. In its article, the Times noted the preliminary nature of the intelligence report and wrote that additional assessments would be likely to follow as more info was collected from Iran. The Times has continued to cover developments on that front. The newspaper reported comments on Wednesday by the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, who, every time I see his name, I'm always like, little rat boy. What a hell of a last name, man. Who said the strikes had, quote, severely damaged Iran's nuclear program. On Thursday, the paper reported that the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA, had described uranium enriching centrifuges at one of the Iranian sites as, quote, no longer operational, although he also said it would be, quote, too much to claim Iran's program had been wiped out. In his reply to Mr. Trump's lawyer on Thursday, Mr. McCraw, the Times lawyer, wrote, the U.S. intelligence services issued a preliminary assessment concluding that the attacks delayed Iran's nuclear program only by a few months. This is what we reported. He added, quote, while the Trump administration protests that the assessments were only preliminary, which, by the way, was the second word of our article, and later assessments may come to different conclusions, no one in the administration disputes that the first assessment said exactly what the article said they did. The destruction caused by the raid was not as significant as the president's remarks suggested. Trump's lawyer, who is one of President's personal lawyers, has filed numerous lawsuits on Mr. Trump's behalf against media outlets and other companies. Last year, he filed a defamation lawsuit against ABC after its anchor, George Stephanopoulos, imprecisely described jury's findings against Mr. Trump. Shortly after the election, ABC agreed to pay $15 million to Mr. Trump's future presidential foundation to resolve the lawsuit. The settlement also included $1 million to cover Mr. Trump's legal expenses. I don't ever want to hear again how Trump is this macho man. He never was. I know. It's such a fucking cult if any president, especially a Democratic president, would have said anything like this. They would have hung him up for being an authoritarian fascist. You'd be hearing about this for the next, 20 years. That Biden attempted to do something like this. Or even just talked about it. Even just joked about it. You'd be hearing about it. He also filed a lawsuit for Mr. Trump against his former lawyer, Michael D. Cohen, in 2023, and worked on a defamation lawsuit that Mr. Trump filed against CNN in 2022. That suit was dismissed by a federal judge in 2023, and Mr. Trump has appealed. Cool country. Okay. Let's do, I'll do more Maga cope over Zohran soon. But before I get into that, if you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and subscribe to me if you aren't already, so you can get access to emotes and an ad-free experience, or gift a sub if you want to give the gift of free emotes to somebody else. And follow me if you aren't already. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should like my stream or subscribe to me if you aren't already. And if you want to support the stream, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. And I'm at straightrate or straightrate _ on absolutely everything. Let's see. Okay. So this ought to be good. This is Candace Owens versus Glenn Beck and Bill O'Reilly, a name that you probably haven't heard in a minute. I did not know that he was still actively doing media, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Because nobody ever really goes away, in case you haven't noticed. A deal with the devil. Iran, Israel with Candace Owens, Glenn Beck, and Bill O'Reilly. This is sure to definitely not be a massive fucking headache. Let's see.
Most striking points about the Iran debate is that President Trump has faced more backlash from America First conservatives than the foreign policy class which reviles him. General H.R. McMaster, Ambassador John Bolton and Chris Christie are among those on TV praising the president, all of whom have previously described him as unfit to be president, and much more unflattering things than that. But the strongest opposition to the US attack came from within the Maga base itself. Those on the Tucker Carlson and Steve
This is such a lie, but whatever.
Bannon wing of the movement believe the no more foreign wars principle is not only integral to the MAGA movement, but the entire reason it started in the first place.
Like, I guess if you're talking about, like, between parties, what the news covered more than anything was Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Marjorie Taylor Greene, etc. Where the actual opposition was, probably it was with Democratic voters, and it was probably, even though they didn't push back nearly as much as they should have, still Democratic politicians.
I interviewed three prominent conservatives, very different takes on this Beck's debate at various different stages yesterday, including his news of the...
Dude, Bill O'Reilly has to have been, like, at his heyday on Fox, he probably was making, like, millions per episode or some shit. How can he not afford a facelift?
Iranian retaliation was breaking. Candace, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you. It's good to be back, just in time for World War III.
Well, yes. Well, before we get there, how is motherhood treating you?
Motherhood is treating me great. I'm exhausted, as is to be expected with a newborn, but always a blessing.
Well, indeed it is, and I wish you all the very best with that. Okay,
you.
Let's talk about impending World War III, as you put it. You are implacably opposed to what both Israel and now the United States have done here. Why?
Yeah. Because, well, first and foremost, just on the MAGA movement level, Trump came out and he gave us a promise that we were not going to be involved.
And I already watched and reacted to his stream where I thought she was going to have much harsher words. I don't know why I thought that. She didn't. The entire time, she's just like blaming Jews pretty much for mind controlling Donald Trump into doing this, not actually being willing to say Donald Trump is the one betraying his own campaign promises. And the only thing that she could point to say that he's really this dove of a president, he's really like the anti-war candidate, is rhetoric from 2016 and some campaign trail rhetoric from the 2024 race. That's it. She knows if she actually goes into his record, he was never an anti-war president. He never governed that way either.
In wars. And I'm going back to 2015. Why did people get so excited about
Really? I feel like the Dems were super quiet throughout this, not counting AOC, Bernie, and co. Well, it's hard for me to really discount that because they actually advanced legislation, which is why I said it was not nearly enough opposition from Democrats, and Trump not bothering to get congressional approval was pretty much like handing a gift to Democrats because they know it's unpopular with the base, but they have donors that tell them that you need to support this. So they would have voted for it, but now since it didn't ever go to Congress, which was illegal, that will end up having that benefited Democrats tremendously because they didn't have to take a position on it. But yeah, there was not nearly as much opposition. If they're talking about the parties, what was front and center in the media was like MAGA fighting over it, but that didn't amount to anything because the majority of their base got on board with it. According to the YouGov polls, they only had 13% of Republican voters were opposed or strongly opposed to it. The rest supported it. And I think only 18% were like undecided. But they also found if you're a Republican voter and you consumed any media on it, and what if you're voting MAGA, what type of media are you likely to consume? You're probably consuming MAGA propaganda that had already been contacted by the White House, like Charlie Kirk was. That was reported by the Wall Street Journal, to get the talking points that you needed to be convinced about, oh, this isn't actually a war. This is different. This is just precise military strikes, and it's going to be done very, very soon. And then he's going to make sure they can't get a nuke, and then we'll stop. That was how they got people on board with it. And they ate it up because they supported it.
Donald Trump?
But when you, the strongest opposition came from independents and Democrats. But if we're just talking the parties, yeah, maybe. But I haven't looked into it to see if that is just a matter of, who the media chose to cover, because that is more salacious, or whether Democrats were outspoken. Because there were people who was it? Is it Joaquin? One of the Castro brothers who sits on the Senate Foreign Intelligence Committee was yeah, Bibi fucking tried to obviously sabotaging the diplomatic efforts for the Iran deal.
Who was then
and that's pretty outspoken.
An unlikely candidate who was being smeared by the media as being Adolf Hitler. Well, it was because he recognized that the American people were being forgotten while we were giving billions of unaccounted billions, by the way, for these never-ending wars. And so it's one of the earliest reasons that people got behind him and got behind his vision. And so we're opposed to a regime change because America as a country has a lot of problems that need to be fixed.
See, she is, but Donald Trump is not, because why was he tweeting out in Truth Social a few days ago, over last weekend? Regime change is a dirty word, but it really shouldn't be. We should do Maga, make Iran great again, because he wants a regime change, or he's at least flirting with the idea.
Fixed here first. It's that simple.
Right, but it's not quite that simple. And I'll explain to you why. Because Donald Trump, I think he's not been inconsistent in the sense that in his first term, he wasn't a pacifist. You know, he killed General Soleimani, he killed Baghdadi, the head of ISIS, and went after them.
I mean, assassination is probably the word to use, right? Not just kill.
Them ferociously. He attacked Syria when they killed American troops. He dropped a massive bomb in Afghanistan. It wasn't like he never deployed the
that bombing in Afghanistan in like 2019 alone was more bombing that had occurred in like the past like decade.
Military. And again here,
because of like relaxed rules of engagement that the Trump administration instituted.
What he would argue, and has been arguing, is he's not declared war on anybody. What he's done is very specifically target Iran's nuclear capability because of latest reports coming out which said they had taken the enrichment of their...
I mean, they were trying to, but he was not willing to actually conduct a robust operation that you need if this is the way that you're going to go about making sure they can't get a nuke. You would have needed to have done multiple rounds of strikes to be able to penetrate the underground facilities where that enriched uranium was located, which there were reports that Iranians just moved it anyway, so...
uranium stocks from 3.5% to 60%, and that therefore the leap to weaponization was moving at a pace that couldn't be tolerated. I got to say, I kind of agree. Now, if he suddenly commits, troops on the ground, then that becomes a different thing altogether. But even when Trump talked about regime change, I think he meant from within, as we saw in Syria in December, where the people themselves rise up. And if that was to happen, why would that be a bad thing?
Okay, so you're asking a lot of questions here. So first and foremost,
why is there is no reason to think that a president that is taking unilateral military action without congressional oversight, that is obviously in flagrant violation of international law, that when he is talking about regime change on his social media platform that he had to invent because he has banned off every other social media platform, that when he says that, oh, he means internally. Why would you ever assume that?
The idea that you have to formally declare war on like a piece of paper in order for war to happen is a little bit ridiculous. I mean, he dropped bombs. He dropped bombs in Iran. So yes, we are a part of this war, whether we like it or not. Iran is now speaking and saying that they're going to shut down the Hormuz Strait. There's going to be impact on oil.
Okay, this. So you had some people willing to say, like the administration, Steve Witkoff, we're about to start the next round of negotiations to reach a deal with Iran. This attack by Netanyahu is pure sabotage. What does America first even mean if Trump allows Netanyahu to drag the country into a war Americans don't want?
Why would they do that? Why would they do that when the main victim of doing that would be Iran? I mean, 50% of China, of the traffic of stuff through there is for China, which is one of their allies.
Don't care, not my business. The point that I'm making here is that to make the assumption that you can just drop bombs on a country and then say, well, you know what, we didn't formally declare war is patently ridiculous. I think that is just patently ridiculous.
What about when he killed General Soleimani, one of Iran's top military commanders?
Sure. That also could have been like a pretext for war from them. If they had wanted to retaliate, it would not have been unclear as to why. We have all but said, Joe Biden said that if Donald Trump was assassinated, that would be seen as a pretext for war. This was reported by Reuters last year when it was when there were like rumors of that's going around.
Assassination, a strike, and that of course came with some risk. It's a little bit different to be flying out B6 bombers in the middle of the night.
See, like, why does she downplay that? That came with risks. That absolutely could have been seen as a fucking pretext for war.
And dropping bombs at the behest of Bibi Netanyahu, which brings me to the second point. The reason that America wants a regime change in Iran is because Bibi Netanyahu is demanding it. And that answers the question as to why there is this split in the MAGA movement. What we are seeing right now.
I mean, like, again, this is where she'll start to discharge all responsibility to Israel, which obviously plays a fucking role in this. But it was already reported that there was like Trump didn't give the go ahead, but he also didn't say no. So you can't just say, oh, it's because Israel wanted to, and act like Donald Trump didn't also have a responsibility and role in this. That is functionally him doing a wink and a nod to sanction it.
Is the infiltration of Israel first people, the neocons, people who have always wanted never-ending wars, and the people who have recognized that following Israel's foreign policy initiatives has led...
Also, infiltration of Israel first. Infiltration, it's not new. It's always been this way. There's bipartisan consensus on this issue, unfortunately.
To America being on the decline.
She's like, what? How did these like pro-Israel, like massive Zionists end up in the MAGA movement? What? So, like, dude, they were obviously like Christian Zionists are obviously drawn to Donald Trump and his platform. Donald Trump and Bibi have always been like this.
So that's where I stand. I am with the MAGA people who grew up, I call us like, Generation 9/11, who were told that America was going to be rendered safer, cleaner. All we had to do was agree to go to, well, ironically, war with Iraq because of weapons of mass destruction. It's all of the same rhetoric dating back to 9/11, all of the same tactics of trying to smear people who are against this war as supporting jihadists. It is not my business to affect a regime change in Iran. It's simply not our business. It doesn't impact us one way or the other. And we also are completely done with the idea that with these
I mean, you don't have to go so far as to say it doesn't affect us. But you could just say just because it does, that doesn't mean that the way that you go about dealing with it is through a fucking regime change.
Decades-long idea that we're doing it to spread democracy because we believe in international liberalism. There was no imminent threat to the United States when Trump made this decision to do what Bibi wanted. And I want to be clear here. This was not Trump's decision. It was Bibi Netanyahu's decision. And that is the reason that he did it. And we're very aware that Israel is dictating our foreign policy, and we would now like that to stop.
Okay, but you wouldn't just disagree, presumably, that
But he can stop it whenever he wants. This is the big lie. This whole no, they're controlling it to the point that we don't have like a tremendous amount of leverage that Trump could use to just stop it at any point. Or that it was just Bibi whispering in his ear. It's like, no, there's also a bunch of Christian Zionists in Trump's cabinet that are whispering in his ear. Isn't it like Mark Warner or whatever? That are pro-Iran hawks. They're really, really pro-Israel. And they're saying, all you have to do is this, and it's going to be over quick and dirty. And you can get not even quick and dirty. It'll be quick and clean. And then you're going to get a Nobel Peace Prize, Mr. President, and you'll be the hero that saved us all.
Iran has been the main sponsor of terrorism.
And then the New York Times also reported that he was liking the coverage that Fox News was giving him, and so he leaned into it more.
In the Middle East through the Houthis, through Hezbollah, through Hamas. I mean, that's widely accepted and recognized. They've done
it. Things widely accepted. Now, that's just kind of...
Really? You don't think they have?
Wait, what's widely accepted?
In the Middle East through the Houthis, through Hezbollah, through Hamas. I mean, that's widely accepted.
Okay, Israel's a main sponsor of terror or whatever. It's like, okay, if your definition of terror is just going to be non-state actors and you're going to completely ignore the actions of states in that region, then fine. That's how you arrive at that answer.
And recognized. They've done
things widely accepted. Now, that's just kind of...
Really? You don't think they
Israel
have?
Has been a terrorist state. Okay, Israel right now is imparting a genocide and a Holocaust on the Gazan people. So I'm really over this idea somehow Israel has the moral high ground and we have to get behind them.
I didn't say that.
She only does it for anti-Semitic reasons, but I don't technically disagree with her.
To go after the bad guys.
I wasn't saying that.
We have...
Oh, hang on. Look, we can come to Gaza, where I think we'll reach agreement about what Israel's government's been doing there in the last few months.
But it's relevant. If you're going to call Iranians terrorists, if they right now had an open...
I would say, the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah combined don't hold a fucking candle to a country that has nukes, it's backed by the West uncritically, that is committing a genocide right now. If you believe that, Piers Morgan, how are you going to say that those three organizations are really the destabilizing force?
Concentration camp where they were mass killing their own people, we would all be saying this is ridiculous. So it's rich to me that people are concerned about Iran having nukes. But I'm concerned about Israel, who won't even admit that they have nukes, having nukes, while at the same time they are executing a genocide and a Holocaust in Gaza that the world is watching. So who's the bigger terrorist is the question today. I would say as an American that if we're going to get behind a regime change, it should be in Israel first. So that would be my position. I think the position of a lot of people who are waking up to the fact that Zionism has brought us nothing but grief in America.
Mark Warner. If Mark Warner's a Democrat, who am I thinking of? I had this the other day. This is the guy that I'm thinking of that feuded with Tucker Carlson. I always get his name wrong. Hold on. Mark Levin, not Warner. Mark Levin. That's the guy I'm thinking of.
Can you name one positive thing that Zionists have contributed to America? That us fighting these perpetual wars on behalf of Zionism has contributed to America?
But can you also recognize that Israel, placed where it is, as a tiny thumbprint in the middle of a region where you have...
Israel small bean, Israel size of New Jersey, Israel tiny.
Massive countries full of a lot of people that want to wish them harm. And in the case of the terror groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, actually want to get rid of Israel and all Israelis.
Who cares? Can they do that is the actual question, not if they want to.
Together, can you accept that if you have a huge nation like Iran with 90 million people, and they are facilitating these terror groups to that purpose, that Iran has to defend itself? Now, I would not disagree with you about what has been going on in Gaza in the last few months. I've been very vocal in my criticism of that. Nor do I disagree. But
I mean, he won't say it's a genocide, but he goes back and forth. With Mehdi Hassan, he basically said it was a genocide, and then he was going back to calling it a war when he wanted to shit on Greta Thunberg and her selfie flotilla, as he fucking called it. And then he's back to saying, oh, it's a genocide.
by the way, that it wouldn't help Israel if they did have regime change and Netanyahu wasn't prime minister anymore. So on those points, I think we have agreement. But I come back to the fact that the reason Trump has done this, I think, is that he has for a long...
Also, regime change in Israel, if she knows anything about it, is not going to prevent this sort of behavior. It's not going to prevent these sorts of viewpoints being promoted from Israel.
Long time said Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. I think he's absolutely right to believe that would be a pretty terrifying escalation of the power of a country that's been...
Okay, well, if you believe that, Piers, then you should support the diplomatic efforts that he was undertaking, not this.
So wedded to terrorism in the region. And I think he took the action for that reason. So I don't really agree that he's only doing it because Bibi Netanyahu wants him to go along and do it. I think he's doing it because he believes it's in America's strategic interest that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon.
I mean, it's not mutually exclusive. That's the other thing that he's wrong about. They're both he's putting too much emphasis on Trump and not evaluating how Israel factors into it, and she's putting too much emphasis on Israel, not factoring in how American interests factor into it.
.com, promo code Piers, stay cool.
It is not in America's strategic interest. There was no imminent threat. He could have taken this to Congress and he could have allowed the people's representatives to vote on whether or not
it was
in the American people. There was
no president in living memory has, with almost zero exceptions, has bothered to get congressional pre-approval for military strikes. We know that. You know that.
Yeah. Okay, but that's wrong and illegal, and you should not be is what it is, right? It should not be a norm anymore.
We know that, and that's not okay.
Was the biggest. Obama did more strikes than anybody, right?
Yes.
I mean, Obama never asked anybody for any permission.
I'm not an Obama supporter. Yeah, that doesn't make it okay. By the way, that argument, just so we're clear, saying, well, we've been doing it wrong forever, so we should just keep doing it wrong, is not an argument that it's right.
I don't disagree with you about that.
Okay, so I disagree with
well, then why did you say that then?
Doing it. I disagree with Trump doing it.
Enough.
And especially when what we're talking about is what could rise to be a nuclear war, right? We should have done things the right way. And he had indicated that he was going to wait 2 weeks, and then he didn't wait 2 weeks because Bibi Netanyahu, at least according to the Israeli press, if you believe it, said, we're not waiting 2 weeks. We want this done immediately. But I will say you are correct. He's not just doing this because Bibi Netanyahu demands it. He's also doing it because Miriam Adelson demands it. He took 100.
God, this woman, she'll do anything but criticize Trump. She'll do anything but actually hold him accountable for the shit that he does. It's not also, I thought she was at least going to pivot to it's like people in the Maga administration that he picked or something like that. No, it's somebody else. It's some donor this time.
$100 million from Miriam Adelson. It was very clear what she wanted. She was clear that she wanted to annex the...
Trump has definitely never taken money from somebody and completely screwed them on that investment. Definitely don't look up what happened between Elon Musk and Donald Trump just a few weeks ago. What?
West Bank. So there was an imperialist plan that was put into place. And unfortunately, when you do a deal with the devil, you're going to have to eventually deliver the pound of flesh. And that is what Trump is doing, in my opinion. And more evidence of that is the fact
Also, why did you vote for him if you knew that he was taking money from these donors?
He tweeted that there could be...
Because that wasn't secret. That was already being reported in before the election.
Trump hotel in Gaza. I mean, that was truly, in my opinion, the most inhumane thing he's ever tweeted.
Well, I think it was pretty clear what he was doing there was pretty clear. He's saying he wants a better life for Palestinian people, a life with...
Yeah, clearly what Donald Trump is talking about when he says let's turn Gaza into Trump, let's put Trump Tower in Gaza. Yeah, that's a humanitarian gesture, Candace, didn't you know?
They have
okay.
beaches,
well, when you pair that with Jared Kushner and Jared Kushner's private equity firm and their ties to what's happening in Israel, and Jared Kushner being on camera shortly after October 7th saying, wow, that property could be worth a lot of money, it makes me a little bit uncomfortable. It makes Americans a little bit uncomfortable. Now, you've asked me to come onto your show to explain to you how the now very fractured MAGA movement is feeling, and I'm telling you that, right?
No, it's really, I find the split in the conservative movement in America genuinely fascinating because
it's not a split. The people that were the most outspoken about it, Steve Bannon, what he said is not that he's really principally opposed to it or he's anti-war. What he said is, Donald Trump, until you give me a good pretext for it, I'm going to continue opposing it. That's the issue that he has with it. America first, you can make justifications for why some military actions actually benefit the United States. That's why we need to get involved. But he's inherently, he says that he's skeptical until it's been proven. Thank you for subscribing, Ron Lazoya. So his opposition to it is very, all he needed, he was basically telling Trump, just give me the talking point and then I will support it. Then Tucker Carlson, he embarrasses Ted Cruz or whatever, but what does he do? Trump reports that he ended up calling him to apologize for going too hard on this. Charlie Kirk fell in line.
It
And
really
it's
is a
only going one
genuine schism
direction.
now.
Yeah, there's a genuine schism, and it's only going one direction. And by the way, we shouldn't even call this a schism, because trying to dress this up and delude us into believing that the MAGA movement is what has Meghan McCain cheering, John Bolton cheering, has Mark Levin cheering. The literal faces of the Never Trump movement are saying this is real MAGA. Yeah, we're not going to be that
But
delusional.
you're
We
on the same
recognize
side
that.
as Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. How do you feel about that?
You're asking about the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement has always been a movement that explicitly did not want to keep involving our sons and daughters in the Middle East. So we
You sit next to Piers or Candace on an 18-hour flight from New York City to Singapore. By whom do you sit? My girl Candace, probably.
have not changed that position.
He just seems insufferable. He would like, he's too insufferable. She at least has like crazy fun takes when it comes to like media, even if she's delusional, that it would at least be entertaining.
If AOC was always anti-war, then she should have thrown on a red hat in 2020 and in 2015 and joined the MAGA movement. That would have been fantastic.
But are you saying America should never
Candace,
use
you're
any
on the
military
same
action?
side as Greta Thunberg when it comes to the Palestinians
Right,
being
but are you saying,
murdered
Candace,
every day.
are you saying,
I am. I'm aligned.
Okay, but are you saying that America should never use any military action then?
No, I'm not saying America can never use any.
Dude. Oh, you oppose these strikes on Iran? Oh, so the United States is never allowed to do any military action.
Military action. In fact, what I said earlier was I could get behind a regime change in Israel because I think it would fix a lot of issues that are happening and that has been happening to America over time. Like I
But
said,
why
America
wouldn't you want
has
it in
been
Iran? I
on
mean,
the
I'm
decline.
I'm reading an Amnesty International report from 2024.
Because Iran is not
on.
negatively impacting. I'm answering your question because Iran's regime is not negatively impacting America on a day-to-day basis.
Piers will probably smell worse and we'll try to Riz for sure. Yeah, well, if it gets me on these shows so I can fucking argue with these jokers, you know what? I would do it.
When the leader of Iran says death to America, why doesn't that concern you?
That's a chant. And by the way, I want to be very clear. Why are they?
She doesn't understand that MAGA is whatever Trump wants. No, she gets that. She just tried to disagree with him on that because she read an article. He gave an interview to The Atlantic and she responded to it because she didn't like what he had to say. And what he had to say is that America first means whatever, since he coined the term, then he gets to decide what constitutes being America first or what doesn't. And she was like, well, I disagree with you on that, sir, because I voted for you, so I should also get a say, even though what you said is true. It's obviously just whatever the fuck your leader wants.
Chanting death to America. Why are they chanting that? That's kind of a random thing. Like, I don't wake up one day and go like, dead? But why do they?
Dave Smith's content offers a brilliant critique of humanity's darker aspects within the geopolitical landscape. All right, slow down, cowboy. That is not, I don't think that's true. I agree with Dave Smith when it comes to like Palestine and Israel, but no, I don't think he does that. And he also said that Trump, he disavowed Trump, he condemned him, and he said that he needs to be impeached for these military actions. And then he went on Tim Pool and he walked it back. So he doesn't really have the spine or backbone that he pretends to. He's useful when it comes to these conversations, and he's like dunking on like Israeli propagandists. I'll always like that. But as far as him being consistent, no. Or like offering these like brilliant critiques, I've yet to see it because he walks back certain things that he shouldn't.
Why are they specifically chanting as opposed to saying, I don't know, death to China or death to Russia? What is it specifically about America?
Well, they say death to America, death to Israel, death to the United Kingdom, actually.
Oh, okay.
Death to pretty much anyone that wants to stand up to them.
Could have had something to do with our action.
So because people in their country criticize countries that you like, you get to strike them.
In the Middle East.
How about we reverse that? Let's reverse that and see if the logic would still hold and you'd be consistent. Do you think that Iran should be able to do these quote unquote preemptive strikes on the United States because there's people in this country that don't like them? No? Then shut the fuck up.
This is why I'm saying that we need a change in foreign policy. And maybe it has something to do with just like killing 1 million Iraqi civilians, okay, because Bibi Netanyahu got on a congressional stage and said there are weapons of mass destruction. And we took that to the bank and there actually were no weapons of mass destruction. So we just killed 1 million. It could have something. I could be crazy.
Okay, he was egging it on, but the idea that was the invasion was based on his word alone or whatever is like ludicrous.
It could have something to do with our actions in the Middle East. The fact that we have 2,000 troops stationed in Syria right now under the guise of saying that we're fighting ISIS, while at the same time we know that Bibi Netanyahu funded the al-Qaeda adjacent front because he wanted to overthrow Syria. And they, again, expand their borders, immediately take on territory and sell us absolute.
Now she's like giving him too much credit for like the fall of the Assad regime.
Nonsense. We're talking about funding Hamas. Bibi Netanyahu funded Hamas. There's footage of Bibi Netanyahu saying this stuff on camera. So it's just so ridiculous to me to pretend that they're in some predicament, that they may be eradicated soon, which is why they have to keep funding all of these terrorist groups and then pretending that they're victims of terror, when in fact they are the people that are imparting it worldwide. I just think that, like I said, Generation 9/11 has grown up, and I think that our eyes are very clear here, and we recognize that our relationship with Israel has become increasingly problematic, and it always was problematic. So I'll again ask the questions, Piers. I'm asking you because we're having a conversation.
I mean, you don't see that reflected in politicians, but you definitely are starting to see that within the American electorate. Yeah. For the first time, Pew was reporting that 53% of Americans have a negative view of Israel. Yeah, this was April 8th or 6th? April 8th, 2025. If I put Israel... No, wait. Why did I do that? I should put 53%. Views of Israel. A slight majority of Americans, 53%, now express a somewhat or very unfavorable opinion of Israel. This marks an 11-point increase in unfavorable views since March 2022, when we last asked this question. The share of U.S. adults who voice very unfavorable views of Israel has roughly doubled over this period, from 10% in 2022 to 19% in 2025. So this is crazy because it's never been the case, and it's happening now. But you don't see that reflected in politicians. Wonder why.
Yeah. Name something positive that our Zionist AIPAC foreign policy has brought to America.
Well, I think the positive side of, if you want an answer about that, is that
Dave Smith is an absolute idiot, LMFAO. He is a useful idiot because when it comes to debating Palestine and Gaza, he does a pretty good job. But there's nothing else I probably agree with him on. The dude is literally wearing like a sweatshirt from the Libertarian Institute in one of these debates where I agreed with him on almost everything.
America has been Israel's steadfast ally because it recognizes as a country that Israel has been under an almost unique, multifaceted threat on its border for a very long time from people that want to destroy it. And that you may not see that as a benefit, but Israel has been very supportive to the United States in many ways, right? So
how? Name one. How? Explain, elaborate, Piers, because they're our client state.
Why shouldn't America...
I just want something concrete that has been benefit. Like, we got better in America in this way. Just name something. Gas prices, just something that the average American can relate to.
Well, you're not going to have a correlation between Zionism and gas prices in America. Of course you're not.
No,
okay, so name one thing, you fucking bad faith piece of shit, trying to avoid engaging with her fucking question by framing it that way.
Obviously, there are obvious tangible benefits.
What your argument here is like, well, you get a pat on the back.
Then if they're so obvious, then name one.
You can say that you helped this country, which was formed in 1948 by pretending to be refugees, if you will, and being invited into the homes of Palestinians, the horrific story
of what happened. They weren't pretending to be refugees. They were people fleeing a Holocaust.
Let's be clear. Let me finish my statement.
What do you mean pretending to be refugees?
Let me finish my statement. When I say pretending to be refugees and being invited...
Why frame it that way instead of just talk about the Nakba?
Into the home, you would think that these people were helpless and were going to be grateful to the people that hosted them. People like Muhammad Hadid, Bella Hadid and Gigi Hadid's father, who was an infant at this time in his mother's arms. He had just given birth. They had invited these refugees because of the goodness of their heart. And then one day they return home and their doors are locked and they are told that if you try to enter, you are going to be shot and killed. That is the reality of how Israel was established.
That's a weird example, but it is funny. I guess she just uses it because I don't think most people realize that Bella Hadid and Gigi Hadid, the models, are Palestinian. They're Palestinian. I remember one time I was talking to Brian, like the host of whatever, after an episode, and he was like, he was not really seriously engaging with the topic, but he was like, "Oh, well, Israeli women are hotter." I was like, "You do know that Bella Hadid is Palestinian? Like, the Hadid sisters are Palestinian, right?" He didn't even realize that.
As a state. Okay, that is not a stain that you can wipe from history. Most Americans growing up actually believe what happened was that, okay, it was a little messy. That's what happens after wars. Borders get changed. But at the very least, they were given money. I mean, you've lived here for hundreds of years. Here's money for your property. No, that's not what happened. They were forced out of their homes at gunpoint.
Listen,
and it's wrong. So we get to be the nation on the back. According to you, the thing that America gets, let me finish. I'm going to let you finish. It's your show. We can, but let me finish. But your argument is that what we get to be is that nation that keeps supporting it as they continue to move their borders in this way. Now we're seeing that that incursion into Gaza. And we are certainly going to see it by the end of this administration in the West Bank, because like I said, that is why Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million.
Look, as you know, I oppose what the Israeli government is doing now in Gaza. I oppose the expansion of settlements on the West Bank. I think all of that is completely wrong. I do think America supports Israel because it remains the only democracy in the Middle East, and that's an important...
They're not a democracy.
See, like, he repeats that, but he knows it's not true.
Stop saying that, Pierce. You know better.
Well, they have elections.
It's not a democracy.
They have elections.
But who gets to vote in those elections? Do the Gazans get to vote in that election?
Well, the Israelis get to vote in Israel, obviously.
Okay, so you're basically saying America had a democracy, we had
Israel
laws
ceded
that said Black Americans couldn't, Black Americans
Israel
couldn't
moved
vote.
out. It is indisputable that Israel moved out of Gaza in 2005, and there was an election, and Hamas got elected, right? Now,
She has to know that that's not true. That the talking point is not true. They didn't really disengage, or like the disengagement or whatever. One, the purpose was to freeze the peace process for 25 years, which happened. Two, there was no consultation with any Palestinian leaders in Gaza. And three, the whole point was not to, they didn't do that to help Palestinians. They didn't do that to bring about a two-state solution. They did it because of a demographic issue. They didn't want to be in charge of these people. And they moved them all to the fucking West Bank anyway.
No,
yeah,
I
and
agree
that's because
I agree with you. I agree with
Bibi Netanyahu was on camera saying that they were going to fund Hamas into power. So they orchestrated
Candace.
that.
I cannot believe that she doesn't. This is a weak way to fall back on. They fund they orchestrated that or whatever. It's like, you should talk about how she should at least know that was not the purpose of the disengagement, and it's also still occupied. Just because you redeploy the occupation to the perimeter doesn't mean it's not still occupied.
Because if they wanted to create
Candace,
the solution.
I'm finished. I agree with you that Netanyahu wanted to cause a split between the Palestinian Authority and Hamas. It was divide and rule. It was a catastrophically bad strategy, and it led to what happened on October the 7th over a 20-year period. There's no doubt. It was a terrible thing that Netanyahu did, one of the many reasons I think he should go. But there was no doubt that the Israelis pulled out of Gaza and allowed them to have elections, and they elected Hamas, and the rest has been disastrous history.
Because the Israelis funded, because Bibi Netanyahu, they funded Hamas.
I don't disagree with you, but they still had
And she also puts way too much emphasis. It's weird that she clearly knows some of the history, even if it's kind of like a vulgar version of it. Why put all of this emphasis on Bibi? Point out that past Israeli PMs or whatever have not been much better than Bibi.
So it's like we rigged an election, but look what the election results show is that they wanted to put Hamas into power. And so when we talk about who is,
but they didn't rig the election. That's not true. Hamas won freely and fairly.
Funding these terrorists, the answer is Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't want to get into his corruption trials, but every single person watching this right now should go pursue the documentary, The Bibi Files, because it is absolutely stunning to understand.
I believe one of the reasons.
The Bibi Files. Where did this happen or come out? The Bibi Files is a 2024 American documentary film directed by Alexis Bloom. Film features leaked interrogation footage from the trial of Bibi Netanyahu. It was screened as a work-in-progress film at the 2024 International Film Festival and had its official world premiere at Doc NYC on November 14, 2024. The background. As part of the investigation into bribery and fraud allegations against Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, Israeli police recorded thousands of hours of interrogation footage from 2016 to 2018. This footage was leaked to filmmaker Alex Gibney via Signal in early 2023. In addition to Netanyahu, the film features video footage of his family, friends, and associates. It also includes interviews with insiders who were willing to speak on the record about Bibi. While the interrogation audio had previously been published, the video footage had not been. Gibney stated, "These recordings shed light on Netanyahu's character in a way that is unprecedented and extraordinary. They are powerful evidence of his venal and corrupt character and how that led us to where we are right now." This would be interesting to watch.
This man is.
I believe one of the reasons.
Let me answer the question, because you still haven't given me anything other than you guys get a pat on the back for supporting this created nation in the Middle East. I also just like to say all of the bad things that we have gotten because of our continued relation with Israel. First and foremost, the open borders. And you can relate to this. People in the UK, they just can't seem to connect the dots.
All right.
Oh my gosh, what's happening here? But I want to say this. Okay, we don't understand where all these refugees are coming from. Oh my God, where are all these refugees coming from? Who's funding them coming over into these borders? Well, this is what you get when you keep supporting these nonstop wars, when you keep bombing where these people live. And it's not even just a conspiracy, by the way. If you're like,
actually, you're wrong about this, because the vast majority of people coming into the UK illegally are not coming from war-torn countries in the Middle East. They're actually economic migrants. So it's not true.
Okay, but let's connect that. Let's connect that. When you
I was about to say this would be like a really good talking point for like the anti-war left if that were true, but I don't think it is. I think that's oversimplified and just kind of like a narrative she's trying to put out there.
Say economic migrants, are we talking about like
people who literally want to come to the UK for a better life?
And when Gaddafi was heading up Libya and the country was on the up and up and he was working with the United Nations, and then all of a sudden he warned that if you collapse Libya and turn it into a place where refugees are escaping, that this is going to be your problem, Europe. He warned that. So then it actually happened. And now we're just calling them economic migrants. We're going to pretend
I'm not
that we had
talking
nothing
about
to
people
do.
coming from Libya.
Okay, where are you speaking about?
Well, for example, I think it was last year, a third of all the people who came into the UK on the border on the small boats illegally, it turned out were young economic migrant males from Albania, which last time I checked, we hadn't invaded. So look, let me pull you back to something you said, which has caused a lot of controversy.
Ooh, Candace L.
Which is this issue of dishonorable discharge. Let's take a listen.
I do believe that if war in Iran is on the agenda and that appears so, get dishonorably discharged. Who cares? Who cares? Why should you go die in a foreign land? You now have the benefit of 2020. You can see, think about those men and those women who died because they were pitched that they were serving their country because there were weapons of mass destruction, right? They were serving their country because the Taliban, they were serving their country, whatever, and these people gave up their lives. And ask yourselves, for what? And the answer to that question is for the elites. They're like toy soldiers.
When you said that, were you aware of the repercussions if people dishonorably discharged?
So just to put this into context, this is like the Q&A, live Q&A.
I mean, she's saying that if it's going to be the type of war that you could end up dying in, then yeah, your life is more important than being or like that would be worth it, and who can just suffer with the dishonorable discharge.
Portion at the end of my show, and being facetious, but also being completely honest, that they should begin to consider, and that was somebody asking, what should we do? Like, should we leave the military? Because they also
do you regret
are recognizing that. No, I don't regret saying that.
Why would she regret saying that? The sentiment is completely defensible.
You know the repercussions if you do discharge dishonorably.
Okay, well, I would imagine that the people.
Okay, but that's still better. At least you won't be dead. That's what she's saying.
In the military who were going to, if they were going to listen to my podcast and they were going to dishonorably discharge, that they would know the consequences. So it's completely ridiculous. And again, we see this over and over again where people can't answer the broader questions. They try to suddenly peg in, well, you said this one thing. No, the broader conversation we are having.
It's not a small thing.
No, he was like, did you know that you won't get access to like the GI Bill or some shit? It's like, dude, look into how veterans that go and serve are treated anyway when they get back. It ain't all fucking sunshine and rainbows.
Finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You're basically you're encouraging U.S. servicemen and women to dishonorably discharge.
You play a clip, and I'm trying to answer it. You know, you can't do that. You ask a question.
Well, you're trying to downplay it,
and I'm responding. No, I am. No, you're trying to upplay it. Is what the issue is. This is exactly.
I'm just repeating what you said.
You're not. You're playing what I said, and I'm responding to it and telling you that the broader piece of that conversation, when you have troops that are now asking that question, is they are recognizing that America is in steep decline, that our military comes back and they are treated like dirt. That a lot of these men, and we're talking about decades, white American males come back and they're told that they're racist and they're treated like crap, that they're white supremacists, that they have a different vision for this country. So why are they dying in these overseas wars for Bibi Netanyahu?
Both of these people are brain dead, to be honest. Their grasp of reality of what is lawful and what isn't is woefully lacking. How people like this have any manner of platform is beyond comprehension. Well, did you know that if you spout out takes like this and you're, I guess, decently attractive, you too can have 3.99 million subscribers? Because apparently that does not correspond whatsoever to intellect.
Okay, and let me again try to answer that
question. Which I agree with you on, by the way.
Which is, what has Zionism won America?
I'm not going
what
to keep coming back to the same thing.
No, let me finish. Why won't you let me answer that? Why won't you let me actually say what people are recognizing? You come back and there are open borders and you're told that you are racist. Okay, you come back and you're told that you are racist if you don't want open borders. Meanwhile, you're sent overseas to defend Israel's borders. It's a nonsense. And who's funding these open borders? According to Barry Weiss, and I quote, Barry.
She's like 2 seconds away from like a David Duke meme. I thought she was about to be like, according to David Duke.
I said this verbatim. The Jewish connection to the refugee is not a conspiracy. That's something that we are very proud of. And she was referencing the organization HIAS, and she says it explicitly, which she said was started by them in the 1880s, which includes immigrants that have come in like Sergey Brin. They are still the organization that is operating at our border right now. Okay, that is problematic. That we have open.
What the hell is this? Usually I know these like weird like random things or whatever, but. HIAS stands for a world in which refugees find welcome, safety, and opportunity. Drawing on our Jewish values and history and working with host communities, HIAS provides vital services to refugees, asylum seekers, and other forcibly displaced and stateless persons around the world and advocates for their fundamental rights so they can rebuild their lives. Our history. More than 100 years ago, the Jewish community founded HIAS, originally the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society in New York City, the immigrant gateway to America. Supporting Jews fleeing persecution and poverty in Eastern Europe, our founders were guided by the traditions, texts, and history of the Jewish people, a history of oppression, displacement, and diaspora. HIAS has since helped generations of Jews facing violence and remains committed to helping Jewish refugees anywhere in the world. Today, our clients come from different faiths, diverse faiths, ethnicities, and backgrounds, as do our staff members. We bring our experience, history, and values to our work across 5 continents, ensuring that refugees today receive the vital services and opportunities they need to thrive. It's like a birthright thing. Do they help, like, Palestinians? You got 2 million displaced people you could help, right? There's a... Okay, like, what are your controversies? Jewish American nonprofit that provides humanitarian aid and assistance to refugees, established in 1881 to help Russian Jewish immigrants to the U.S. escaping anti-Semitic persecution and violence. In 1975, the State Department asked HIAS to aid in resettling 3,600 Vietnam refugees. Since that time, the org has continued to provide support for refugees of all nationalities, religions, and ethnic origins. Where's controversy or something? I'm not seeing it. She's in a deep rabbit hole if there's controversy that she knows about that hasn't made it to the Wikipedia page.
In borders, while we
it's not a birthright thing. They've helped Palestinians in the past. They're not pure evil for the most part, but some legitimate criticisms that can be levied against them. But she's just like, they're part of this nonprofit. I thought she was gonna actually like name something scary. I was expecting that to be far worse. I was like, this seems like this existed long before like the state of Israel existed.
Which includes people, immigrants that have come in, like Sergey Brin, they are still the organization that is operating at our border right now, okay? That is problematic, that we have open borders while we continually and routinely are told that we have to defend somebody else's borders.
We have open borders right now, you guys.
Okay. And again, these never-ending wars in the Middle East at the behest of Israel. Bibi Netanyahu is the one that called for Americans to invade Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, and now Iran, and we've done it. We're told Israel can defend itself. Okay, so but why do we have currently 2,000 troops that are in Syria under the guise of fighting ISIS? And like I said, we know Israel themselves fund terror-adjacent militants like they did to overthrow Assad. And we're done with the BS of, okay, well, they weren't really involved, Israel in Afghanistan, because even when we fight those never-ending wars.
Candace is a propagandist that grasps at any straw and relies on the ignorance of her viewership, hoping they don't research the facts. Dude, the thing is that there's like... I would have expected a propagandist to be a little bit more up in her game, not gonna lie, because these are not the best talking points.
Israel wins. Everybody knows that our boys were out
This is not even getting into fucking how obviously anti-Semitic she is.
In Afghanistan guarding poppy fields, okay? And do you know what happened after we allegedly, quote unquote, lost in Afghanistan? What happened to all those poppy fields, those poppy flowers that our military was guarding? Well, the opioid crisis hit America via the Sackler family, who quite literally built the School of Medicine.
Important to remember she's not credible just because she might occasionally say something true. It doesn't obfuscate all the shit that she's talking about. No, for sure. I mean, like when I was reviewing her to like fucking yell at her or whatever, I had people that... in my audience that were basically like seal clapping just because she's saying Israel bad, and I'm like, you guys know that like cannot be enough to praise somebody. You have to listen to what the criticisms of Israel are, and are they substantive and like grounded in reality, or is she just being anti-Semitic? She's just being anti-Semitic.
At Tel Aviv University. So we're just done, okay? And there's no way that we're going to go backwards. We're not going to allow you guys to emotionally condition us to go, oh, well, we got to protect Israel because of the Holocaust. It is over. They're imparting a Holocaust. America would like off this crazy train.
Okay, for the benefit of viewers who don't know what I was talking about, under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Article 90, dishonourable discharge.
Oh my God, we're going back to this. Who cares?
Can result in forfeiture of all pay and allowances up to 5 years confinement.
You think the people who would actually commit to dishonorably discharging themselves to avoid serving in a war don't fucking know this, Piers? That they wouldn't be up to date before they did it? Come on.
Which is a pretty heavy penalty to pay.
Yeah, I'd want my kids to go to jail before they fought for Israel. I'll say that honestly.
Okay.
I would. I have 3 sons, and I'm going to be honest with you, Piers. I'm glad you told me that consequence. I'd take that consequence any day to them being sent back over in a coffin because they died for Israel. So.
Okay, but I think the one thing
My
you're missing,
opinion.
look, I come from a big military family, a lot of military in my family.
As soon as he said that, somebody in my chat, but he has family in the military. That's how he gets butthurt. That makes
And
sense.
a lot of people fighting wars on behalf of the United States are not doing it because they think Bibi Netanyahu wants them to. They're doing it because
some of them do that, and they write into my show and I answer the question.
But many of them won't, and they might be offended
They
by
can
you
watch your
suggesting
show.
that's the only reason they're doing
And
it.
they can watch your show, and they can be offended all they want, but I think it's more offensive the way that our military is treated, the veterans are treated, and the gaslighting that takes place when we're told that we have to defend everybody's borders. But
I actually think America treats its veterans better than almost any country in the world.
I mean, this has always been an open conversation, and I'm just saying that if my boys were being drafted to fight this war in Iran, I would be like, you know what, honey, take the other option. And that's not because it's cowardice. It's because when you sign up for the military,
Okay, but I would say that the pilots,
you are
so
pledging
far,
that you are doing something that is going to better your
but
country.
Candace, so
and
far,
like I said, our country has been in steep decline since we haven't part of this foreign policy, which is just whatever Israel wants.
Okay, but you made that point.
Gets.
But what I would say to you is the only people so far that have been involved from the American military were the extraordinarily courageous and skillful pilots who flew these B-2 bombers and attacked the nuclear sites.
Oh my God.
And got back safely. So there's been no troops on the ground.
Being a good propagandist for the American military.
Committed at all. No declaration of war by the United States. We can quibble. Listen, I don't disagree with you. You bomb somewhere, you probably are at war with them. But there is no official declaration of war, just as Trump, when he took out Soleimani and Baghdad.
Well, if there was no official declaration, then you can't call it a war, I guess.
And he attacked Syria and so on. He didn't declare war on those places. And actually, it turned out that the apocalyptic warnings of those actions never materialized. So we shall see. I can't let you go without asking. Let me ask you just quickly about the Tucker Ted Cruz debate. What did you make of that?
Fantastic. It is finally the debate that needed to happen in America, because a part of this nonstop policy is this belief, as you said, Ted Cruz, that if we just do whatever Israel wants, that God's going to bless you. And it's quite ironic because it comes from Protestants, and their normal argument is that the reason why we had to have this fracture in the church was because of indulgences. Well, there's nothing more indulgent than I'm going to be blessed if I just do whatever Israel says. And so because we are finally having that spiritual conversation, which is more important, I suspect there's going to be major changes in the United States going forward. And that is why you're seeing
Really? I don't.
Fracture in the base.
Or if it does, it's not coming from the MAGA movement.
Ready.
Tucker, according to Donald Trump, Tucker rang Trump to apologize for some of the more strident rhetoric he's used against him recently. Are you done with Donald Trump, or could you see a way that you would end up perhaps voting for him? Oh, he can't run again, obviously, but would you support him publicly again?
So I want to be clear. I don't regret.
He can't run again, obviously. Donald Trump would never break that rule. He would never try to run for a third term.
Voting for Donald Trump above Kamala. I think he was a better candidate, certainly a better candidate above Joe Biden. But what I will say is that he's been a chronic disappointment. And I feel embarrassed that I told people to go vote for him because this wasn't going to happen, and it is happening. But I just think that the picture of politics in America is going to look very.
I'm honestly divided on whether having Candace Owens spouting anti-Zionist/Israel realities actually helps or hurts the case for the self-determination of the Palestinian people. On one hand, it's good to have creatures on the right wing opposing genocide, but then on the other hand, she's an evidence bigot/xenophobe and conspiracist. It lends credence to the notion that any anti-Zionist opinion can be mislabeled as anti-Semitic. I think it's a net negative. These people are just like open anti-Semites, make the movement look terrible, and they end up like. You are already going to be called an anti-Semite and like all of these things for supporting Palestinians or whatever. And then if the tent is big enough to include Candace Owens, it just, yes, that was going to happen anyway, but you don't need to make it easier. And also she's morally repugnant. So
differently because of his actions.
Like Jake Shields and Jackson Hinkle are ostensibly like pro-Palestine, but they are a fucking cancer and embarrassing. So
I don't know where we go from here. I really don't. But this is not the candidate that I voted for.
If it turns out that his instincts were right, that by doing what he did, it brings Iran to the negotiating table and they do a deal on their nuclear plans, would you admit that you were wrong in that circumstance?
Yeah. I will always admit when I'm wrong. Anybody that listens to my podcast knows that. It just so happens to be that, especially if I come on to the Piers Morgan show and I make some predictions, that it ends up that I'm right. So I'm feeling lucky, but I will of course admit I'm wrong if that is the result.
Candace, always good to have your views on Uncensored. You know that. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
I'm really disappointed because I thought she was going to debate Glenn Beck and fucking Bill O'Reilly, but I guess those two are going to go at it.
Much.
Well, join me now, the Chief Executive Officer of Blaze Media, Glenn Beck.
May I say something just to start? Would we be having this debate in this way if Hamas would have done to England what they did to Israel? Would we be having this debate? because I don't think we would. I think America would be over there. I think the whole world would be over there, and we'd pound them into sand until they surrendered. But I don't understand why we're having debates here on.
So because this thing would happen somewhere else, that means it's morally justified.
Actions that Barack Obama took, and nobody really said anything about it. They weren't screaming for an act of war. I know this is a very...
What's the genuine solution? Not baiting. How does world government help Palestinian self-determination? One state. One, there is one state right now. Two, it's a pointless conversation. I mean, once a genocide ends, maybe something productive could be talked about or whatever, but it's like futile to talk about that right now.
Bad situation. And I hope to God, I mean, I'm glad that Donald Trump is our president, because I wouldn't have had the balls to do it. I think it was the right thing to do, but I wouldn't have had the balls to do it.
Well, it's really interesting because I know that
mean?
historically, I mean, look, I'm not going to pick on you for this, but I happen to be the editor. Right. No, it'll be obvious what I'm saying, but I was editor of the Daily Mirror newspaper, one of the big national papers in the UK, for many years, and I campaigned vociferously on the front page after front page against the Iraq war. And it was particularly contentious in the UK because we were the Labour supporting newspaper and Tony Blair was a Labour Prime Minister. So it was a huge sort of deal over here. And I know that you initially supported the Iraq war, and then afterwards you later accepted that had been a mistake, which, again, is part of your strength, I think.
I think, Piers, you
Yeah, but when he says it was a mistake, it's like a strategic error. It's not like a moral abomination or war crime or something.
You can't silence people when they're wrong, because hopefully they're on the road to becoming...
Ron Perlman. It's like kind of mean to Ron Perlman, no? I mean, I definitely see it.
Right.
Yes.
But you only get that if you have a debate. And I will tell you that I was for Afghanistan.
The Daily Mail, where did they? He said the Daily Mirror, I think. Did he say Mail? I heard Mirror.
I was for. I mean, I was a very big, war hawk. Let's go in and just do it. Let's do it. I'm not that way anymore because I've seen the pattern. It doesn't work out. America needs to mind its own business. We can't export what we have. I mean, I have hopes for the Middle East. I have hopes for Iran. I pray for the people in Iran. They're a very big danger, but I
agree with him, but that we should not be intervening in the way, and we should not be militarily intervening. But this whole they're different than us is literally just coming down to this blood and soil shit, this biological racism of the Arabs are inferior. They could not be rid of their savage ways. Let's not waste the taxpayer dime on that. That's where he's coming at it from.
Again, I go back to Donald Trump. I don't think he's being duped. In 2016, maybe. I mean, he has told me he didn't really know what he was up against. He knows what he's up against now. He hates war, hates it. As much as he loves tariffs, he hates war. He has told me...
Yeah, Donald Trump really, really hated what he just did, you guys. It really, really pains him.
Eye to eye about how he has redesigned, or he had to rebuild our nuclear arsenal. And in a fashion that I've never seen Donald Trump, he said, Glenn, it can never be used. It is horrifying what can be done now. I know I helped rebuild it. It can never be used. He hates nuclear war. He hates regular war.
Yeah.
And I think he really believes he did the right thing, and I don't think he's being duped by it.
No, and it's interesting because I know that you were hoping he didn't do what he did. Now that he's done it, and obviously it's incredibly early days, and none of us can be sure what is going to happen, and I wouldn't even attempt to guess. But I certainly think that Trump's intentions were well-intentioned. I think he has said for many years that Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon, and he genuinely believed that enriching their uranium stocks from 3.5% to 60% was a dangerous escalation that could only be heading one way. And so he's taken the same action that he did when he took out Soleimani or Baghdadi, when he attacked Syria, when he dropped big bombs in Afghanistan. He's done things strategically as he sees it without actually committing large number of American troops.
If this is going to be a slobber fest over Trump, we're not going to watch much more of this.
On the ground.
I'll skip to the O'Reilly section to see what happens.
You also have to look at this. Every single president since Clinton has said this, okay? Iran has killed more Americans as a nation than I think any other nation has. They've been an enemy. Every single president has said they can't.
What the hell? Iran has killed more Americans as a nation than any other nation. What is he talking about? There, like, it's just like usually when you search these things up, there's like some form of like fucking basis for the talking point. There's like nothing.
Cannot have a nuclear weapon. I don't want to go to war with Iran. I don't want any of this. However, when you talk to a B-2 bomber, which I did.
He's counting via proxy. We killed more Iranians than any other country too. It goes both ways. I guess so, right?
Over the weekend, they have been running this.
Every U.S. regime change has said that, but Trump was the one who canceled 2018.
Particular run for 15 years plus. We built in White Sands. We built a model of that reactor. This bomb that we dropped, we're the only ones with it in the world. It was made for those reactors, specifically for those reactors. It is so accurate, it can hit the top of a pop can or a Coke can from 50,000 feet. It had to go into a 10 by 10 foot vent. They have been running this over and over again. That's not Donald Trump. That's the American policy. We know that these people are serious when they say they're going to burn first the Jews in the Islamic fiery furnace and then America. We're the great Satan. They have been a threat of ours for a long time. I wish we could have negotiated our way.
We're the great Satan thing is because the first supreme leader of the Ayatollah used to call America the great Satan and Israel the little Satan.
But it didn't happen. So now we're here. Now what do we do?
Well, as we're talking, I'm just going to read this to you. Reuters and AFP are reporting explosions over Doha. So we're talking Monday evening UK time, Monday afternoon your time in the States. Iranian media saying Iran is attacking US bases in both Qatar and Iraq. And this follows BBC and Fox News reporting credible and imminent threats of Iranian missile attacks on US-run air bases. So that's just breaking as you and I are talking. But clearly that would be a significant escalation. If Iran is targeting US air bases now in the Middle East, what do you think that means as we progress forward?
I don't know. I've been saying to my audience, pray for peace, but prepare for war. This is a war that
Profound.
I think is coming one way or another. I mean, look at the state.
There's already a war, dude. There was a war.
Of Europe. Look at the state of England. Look at the state of America. I mean, this is a war with Islamists, not Muslims, Islamists, that is going to happen at some point. I think we're at the beginning of a 50-year war with Islamists, and it's disturbing to me. And the reason
Pierce's response to everything is just, well, gee, that's a big question, isn't it? I guess I should have done that in his accent, right? Okay, whatever. Let's see what the hell Bill O'Reilly has to say.
Is that if you have an enemy, and certainly Iran is America's enemy, and that enemy is saying we want to keep all the what do you want? No.
Well, I'm now joined by host of No Spin News on YouTube and author of new book Confronting Evil, Bill O'Reilly. Bill, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Yeah, I got to get a sweater like Beck. I got to get rid of this tie. So.
I think there's something else. Glenn is LDS, and therefore I think some of his beliefs may require othering. Oh, he's like right? I forgot about that.
Oh, and he's tan. You notice that? He's tan. I don't know what Beck is doing. I don't know if he's working as hard as he should work.
Let's unfortunately talk about more serious matters. What the hell is going on, Bill?
Well, what do you want to know? You want to know history? You want to know Western civilization? You want to know terrorism? I mean,
well, no, let me start. Well, first of all, just a direct question.
They all look wasted. They're just old.
Do you think Donald Trump was right to attack Iran with the bunker buster?
There's no way this guy's not saying anything other than fuck yeah.
Bombs.
Well, he did the right thing. History will unfold to see if it was the right strategy. I'm not hedging. The right thing is that if you have an enemy, and certainly Iran is America's enemy, and that enemy is saying we want to
you get to do whatever you want. Case closed.
Kill you. You don't get them in a position where they can kill you with a nuclear weapon.
Somehow Bill looks the exact same he did a decade ago. No, he doesn't. It looks way worse. He never looked great, but hold on. Bill, 2015. No, he looked better in 2015 than he does now. He looks way older to me.
That's not real complicated. And throughout history, bellicose nations that have threatened other nations have always paid a price. So Iran's paying a price. Now, the problem is that Donald Trump is not widely accepted in the world. And whatever he does brings much more scrutiny than, say, a Barack Obama. But history shows that the American presidents have acted pretty much.
What's weird is that he looks like he has like a filter going on everywhere on his face except like the center of his face.
In accord.
So like this kind of looked like blurry for a second, but like he has all of these wrinkles here.
To what Mr. Trump did.
I wouldn't say better. I mean, he looked not as old, right?
And certainly this idea that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tried to put out, that somehow this was unconstitutional and he'd gone without congressional approval. You know, as I quickly pointed out to her, almost every decision to order airstrikes by an American president this century, certainly, has been done without pre-approval from Congress.
That's because you have a 60-day window, and that window is put in there because of the alacrity of some situations. You have to take care of them. You can't have a squabble publicly about whether you should get B-2s out of Missouri. I mean, then the enemy knows what you're doing. So look, I'm not in a business to attack people personally. I know there's a lot of people on the internet.
All right, enough of fucking grandpa. If you're watching me on YouTube, you should be subscribed to me if you aren't already, or you should like the stream if you haven't already. And if you're watching me on Twitch, you should follow me if you want to catch all my live streams. And if you want, or subscribe to me, and you can get access to emotes and an ad-free experience. And follow me everywhere. I'm at StraightRaid or StraightRaid _ on everything. And if you want to support this stream, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. But okay, let's get to the main show. Rabbi Schmuley versus Alex Jones. Again, I made a Facebook account just so I could do this. And also, apparently you cannot create a Facebook account on anything other than a phone anymore. I don't know why. So let's see. The full debate. This happened 3 days ago now. For some reason, Rabbi Schmuley versus Alex Jones, probably two of the most mentally hygienic men in all of America, on Israel and the Iran war.
Because you think that Iran wants to destroy Israel. And because you're opposing an American strike on Iran, you think that I'm going to say you hate Israel. You actually hate America. Iran has murdered more than 1,000 American troops.
You're either with us or you're against us. Great start here from America's Rabbi.
They killed 241, as you well know, in 1983 in one bomb blast outside of Beirut when Ronald Reagan was president. And he was one of our strongest presidents. And all he did was hightail it out of the Middle East. Before that, we had the weakest president of modern history, Jimmy Carter, who allowed our embassy to be ransacked by these Iranian thugs and take 55 Americans hostage for 444 days. And Carter was crippled, absolutely crippled and defenseless. He created Islamism because he never fought Islamism. Then the Iranians went and attacked Khobar Towers. They killed 19 servicemen.
So if you need to say it's an oversimplification. Also, it came out later that there were people working on Reagan's team that undermined Carter's ability to negotiate with the Iranians for the release of those hostages, but whatever.
And women from the Air Force. Then they killed 600.
This dude sells sex toys with his daughter. There is absolutely no way Alex Jones doesn't bring that up.
American troops in Iraq, according to Pentagon estimates. We're already at over 1,000 American troops. So what I want to say to you, Alex Jones, is you seem to hate America and hate its military. Because if you believe that Iran should...
If they show war footage again, I'm just going to click away because I don't know what they could show.
...be able to kill American troops, they're our greatest heroes. I mean, I hope we could at least agree on that. Greater than politicians, greater than Hollywood actors, most of whom are frauds. Our servicemen and women are our greatest heroes. Iran has killed 1,000 of them, and they never paid a single price. They've been allowed to kill Americans with impunity.
But Glenn Beck said they'd killed more Americans than any other fucking country.
Iran just tried to assassinate the president of the United States. Let me repeat that for everyone listening, because it's so striking that they were not hit as soon as the FBI actually arrested an Iranian assassination squad. This wasn't in planning. It wasn't planning for 2 years, but this wasn't...
Do you have a stream deck? Yeah, I do, but I've never set it up. It's just been sitting here for like... I would like pick it up and show it, but it is plugged in. But yeah, I do. I have like the Stream Deck XL, but I don't use it.
Just an idea. They actually hired the assassins to kill Donald Trump. And Trump famously put out a tweet in the last 2 months of the election. He said, "I am now surrounded by more men with more guns than I've ever seen because Iran wants to kill me." And then Trump, once he became president, put out another tweet and he said,
I'll take it.
I've told J.D. Vance that if Iran kills me, he is to destroy the entire country of Iran. He is to level. And by the way, that is the message, because you can't kill an American president and get away with it. Now, Biden was...
He's overstating the extent to which that assassination plot, like funded by the IRGC, like got off the ground. And that guy remains in, one of them, the suspects remains in Iran at large. It's like, no, I don't know if there's any way to like extradite him and get him, but
another complete
like, first and foremost, they were being sent here to spy and like paid to spy on like a U.S. Iranian activist and gather intelligence on them. And those fucking morons couldn't even do that. It was not really like a serious threat.
And he undermined American military deterrence, because when you withdraw the American troops from Afghanistan, from Kabul, and you allow 13 American soldiers to die on the last day of the withdrawal with a suicide bomber just blowing, and then you let the Taliban take $100 billion of our helicopters, our Blackhawks, our Apaches, and as if no war had taken place for 20 years, and so many thousands of American soldiers died. Biden was a weakling, and now there's no deterrence. And that's what allowed Putin to think, oh, America, I can just invade Ukraine. America's not going to do a thing. America's a bunch of weaklings. So don't tell me about hating Israel. It's about hating America.
This dude has never met a camera he didn't love. He's a press hound. He's an embarrassment to most Jewish people. I know. Even Ben Shapiro was like, ooh, chill, dude. Chill with the media appearances. You're kind of making us look bad.
You seem to hate America.
MI6, the CIA, and Israel are on record. USAID, all of it.
Alex Jones got the Ozempic pod.
Just recently, Israel, Turkey, go in, take over Syria, put the world leader of Al-Qaeda in charge. Haaretz reports yesterday, Netanyahu setting up an Al-Qaeda ISIS base to Israel helped create Hamas to be a destabilizing force. The CIA in 53 overthrew Mossadegh, who was pro-West, but he wouldn't give them all the oil. Operation Ajax. Then in 79, opened the door to bring with the Iran-Contra to push Carter out of power. I agree, was a weak president, but that's all the inside baseball. And I had family, by the way, involved in Iran-Contra, so I don't just know about it from the news.
What the fuck? What family did you have those involved in Iran-Contra, Alex Jones, please?
Senate hearings. And so we have this continued funding the jihadis as a destabilizing force. Israel wants to break all these countries into balkanized.
Alex Jones citing NPR for his narrative.
Statelets. That's also part of the policy that the corrupt people that have been in charge of our foreign policy have been doing. We have the New American Century that came out the year before 9/11, where Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, the neocons, said we need a new Pearl Harbor to be able to launch all this and have a regime change in 7 countries. And you got Israel, part of that larger plan. So when Netanyahu gets up and says that we are defending civilization, I certainly don't want expansionist Orthodox Islam. I do see it as one, if not the biggest threats in the world. And I see it being brought in mass to Europe, the United States, Canada.
Orthodox Islam?
You name it. And I'm actually against that. And I did not support Iran blowing up.
Wasn't Tom Cruise involved as well? Is this a movie reference? Was he like in a movie about the Iran-Contra scandal?
The Marines there at the embassy 40 years ago. 40 plus years ago, I do not support the mullahs and the things they've been doing. I do not support them killing people that peacefully protest with, hanging them from cranes. I did not support the Shah Savak before that. I know the history. I know the angles. I know the groups. I know what's happening. And, we're told, oh, Netanyahu 7 days ago, we're taking out their nuclear sites. And then actually, we're not negotiating. We want regime change. Then I know the Iranians will block the Strait of Hormuz. They've already said it. They can do it very easily. It's on their border. They can sink their own ships into it. Oil goes up to 130, conservatively, maybe even higher. And then that doubles the price index and inflation, and then that triggers higher interest rates. And
this visual is necessary for this rant that Alex Jones is going on.
That derails Trump's entire recovery, and that's on the low end of problems.
The government fears Alex Jones, who has the largest audience in the country, bigger than any of the networks, the biggest megaphone in the country.
The deep state hates Alex Jones with a vengeance.
Alex Jones is the most extraordinary person I've ever met.
Ringing endorsement.
Right now, not in a very
How much of a fucking Tucker dick suck do you have to be to put that in your fucking opening?
good position. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. For the American people to see what's going on.
Those who bless Israel will be blessed. The reason you're not blessed, Alex Jones, the reason you're bankrupt, the reason that you've had the whole country, anyone who's sane, turn against you, is because you have lost the blessing of God.
You know, one black man was murdered in Minnesota. His name was George Floyd, and tens of millions of people marched against his murder. God bless them. But for you, it would have had, we need 49 other dead black men before they start marching.
I want you to know that I will die the way I was born, a believing Jew. That there is no power in the universe, including you, God, creator of heaven and earth, he who fills the infinite expanse of space. I, as a Jew, am stronger than you. My name is Israel. He who wrestles with God and is victorious. I will die with my faith in...
What the hell is this? Look at, like... Are these supposed to be the Schmuley, like, greatest hits?
There is nothing you can do. Candace, didn't Jesus say you're supposed to love your enemies? When Jesus said that you're supposed to turn the other cheek, where have you ever turned the other cheek? When Jesus said that the meek shall inherit the earth, if you are a Christian, then I am the second coming of Christ.
Okay.
Here's what I would like to say to you, Rabbi, since you're quoting scripture.
Is this where she calls him, like, a fucking... Like, she called him, like, an unholy rabbi, and then she called his daughter a witch?
The one that's relevant to me is woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. And if you'd like to dive into a little more scripture, I think
what is happening? This is fundy on fundy violence.
What's relevant is Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. And I'm speaking directly to you, Rabbi Schmuley.
Why does he do this?
Owens, Jew. I love Israel and I hate America. Do loyalty. I'm filth, but I love cash. Love money. It's all about the Benjamins. Money, money, money. But more than anything else, what I really want.
I wanted to say he's drunk, but I actually would not be surprised whatsoever if he was, like, dead sober doing this shit.
What my giant nose needs just to grow more warts is Christian blood.
We don't gas people.
Well, we're going to get a lot of Christian blood and other blood if this war goes to its possible Armageddon level crisis. So Rabbi Schmuley is our guest at Rabbi Schmuley on X, a stranger to no one. And, well, it's great to have him. We're going to break.
Okay, he just showed him promoting the fucking dildos. It's going to come up, you guys.
We're going to join 400 plus radio stations. But I just wanted to say hello to you from Spain and hope you're doing well. And just give us your 2-minute take on where the world is right now.
Alex, first of all, thank you for having me. I also want to thank you for being the single biggest customer that we have at koshersex.com. It's only because of you I'm able to vacation in these places. So your steady support of all of the different, let's call them erotic devices that we sell, I am extremely grateful. We never thought that we would have just one customer who would kind of bankroll the entire operation. So this is my way of saying we're going to give you an extra 10% discount, because when you spend like $1 million on this stuff, you've earned it up.
This is like not the way to go about this. I don't even know why he talks about this.
Alex, and I look forward to our debate on Israel and the state of the world.
You and Mark Levin are big buddies too. Is he a big customer?
Not as big as you. You're actually the biggest customer. I mean, I really don't.
Wait, I was distracted. Who did he say or what?
Often speak about what people buy, but since you always bring it up, I just wanted to give you my gratitude. Gratitude is a very important Jewish value. So the idea that I could put all my kids through college because of you, Alex Jones, and your daily purchases. By the way, you should space them out a bit more. Sometimes we get 4 or 5 orders from you a day, and you would actually save on shipping and handling if you just combine them all as one.
Well, that's a very funny joke. I've never bought any of your butt plugs. Are you the Rabbi butt plug?
Well, you say that I am, but with all due respect, if I weren't a gentleman, I would say that with your golden, beautiful, balding scalp, you...
Thank you for subscribing, Free Ranger Texian. This is quality content that you don't want to miss.
Kind of look like maybe a walking human dildo, but I won't say that because I'm a gentleman. So
Well, that is actually, that is how women treat me. They just, everywhere I go, they can't keep their hands off of me. So I guess I do look like a walking penis.
Alex, I know. I mean, God Almighty, you probably also turning even men's sexual orientation with your incredible desirability. I mean, you are just the GOAT, man. You are just the guy.
Why are you suddenly telling the truth, Rabbi Schmuley? Hold on a minute. All right, let's get serious. I got to go to break. This is insane. We're about to have the debate with Rabbi King.
Let the glaze out. Who did I glaze? It's just insane to watch. These people are fucking bozos. There's nothing to be said about it.
You know, the butt plug, Schmuley. And a hilarious guy. I mean, he really is funny. Rabbi Schmuley. And very prolific, involved in all sorts of stuff. And constantly I see him all over the news, all over the world, on every show you can imagine. Rabbi Schmuley on X.
It is amazing. We're 11 minutes into this, and so like nothing has been said. Nothing.
And best-selling author, 31 books, broadcaster.
It's been like passive-aggressive jujitsu and ads and an intro.
Expert, the author of Kosher Hate and the Israel Warrior. But I want to be serious in this discussion and debate here today with him, because I really don't want a nuclear war.
Okay, yes. Bit of a diversion really quickly. This is where I think Candace Owens defends calling his daughter a witch.
Exciting episode for you today. Here in my...
Let's see. If I put like hag or something, like maybe it will come up. Hag daughter. Yeah, like this other rabbi like gets mad that he like insulted Rabbi Schmuley.
I want your perception of when it is that a black person's allowed to respond.
So, Candace, first of all,
because he didn't like that she said like you're he's an unholy rabbi or something.
Peripherally, we've probably met a half a dozen times. Okay, he's an incredibly knowledgeable man. He formed L'Chaim Society at Oxford. Incredibly knowledgeable man, and with 9 kids, right? And we have something in Judaism, predates Christianity, but it's also Christianity as well to an extent, called lashon hara, the evil tongue. That to gossip, to say certain things like that is really a huge avera. It's a huge sin. It's a huge thing. I don't know all the things that he has said about you. I do know he's called you an anti-Semite, and so have I. That's not a personal attack on you and your family. For you to call a man who is extremely knowledgeable an unholy rabbi and his hag daughter, forgetting about what he may or may not have done. If he's attacked you personally, if he's said whatever horrific things about you personally, that you are a blankety, 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 blank, he's wrong. If he's attacked you,
I don't think it's anti-Semitic to say that he's like an unholy rabbi.
Children or your family, your mother. For you to, rather than comment on whatever he's done, to call him an unholy rabbi, that is way out of line. You don't even know what a rabbi's supposed to do.
So let me ask you a question. Do you view that as anti-Semitic for me to respond? So it's okay. So he can attack me for 2 years. Is he a racist?
Out of all of the things that you could like ding her for with respect to how anti-Semitic she's been and like the shit she said and done, you choose to get her on insulting Rabbi Schmuley in a way that you find personally distasteful.
Clear?
I don't know how he attacks you, so I can't comment.
So what if I say that the definition of racism changes, and if you attack a black person, you're a racist?
Candace, you don't get to get away with that.
No, I'm asking because at the beginning of this discussion, you did say that you can't tell a black person. It's been 2 years consistently of him and his daughter attacking me, saying that.
I wasn't there. I'm asking you. I'm asking all.
Okay, but if you're saying that you weren't there, why would you put this into writing? Isn't it incumbent upon you to research what's happened before you start saying to me that defending myself is anti-Semitic?
Candace, if he attacked you personally, if he said you were a black fill in the blank, then he should be reprimanded that. But it doesn't justify what you did. You don't know what a rabbi does. You don't know our theology. How dare you call him an unholy rabbi? How dare you go into the misogynistic, the anti-Semitic trope of his hag daughter, something used throughout the late 18th and early through the early 20th century.
Sorry. Hag is now anti-Semitic?
That is a term of his hag daughter that goes back into the witches of Eastern Europe. Why did you have to call her a hag daughter?
Just to be clear, because she's a witch. I think she's a witch. That's not because she's Jewish. I would call someone a hag of any color. I think she's a witch. What they have done over the last 2 years. I believe his daughter is a hag. I said that because that's what I believe.
She's like, yeah, his daughter is literally a witch. So what? Come for me, bitch.
You may disagree with me on that, but to say that that's anti-Semitic is ridiculous. I would call any person a hag.
Candace, I'm gonna.
This guy's about to lose his mind. He also, at a different point in this debate, was trying to insist that she say that October 7th was the worst day of humanity and like the greatest atrocity ever. And she was like, even more than like the Holocaust or like slavery or like really like the worst. And he said yes. And he was genuinely like, he wanted to call her anti-Semitic if she didn't want to say that. If she didn't want to like rank suffering.
I don't want Iran to nuke Israel. I don't want Israel to take us into.
Anyway, let's move away from these two crazy people to watch these other two crazy people.
War with Iran. I mean, this is a bad situation. So when I say a debate, we can debate different ideas about this, and we'll see if he does his normal thing of just claiming I hate Israel or whatever. But what I really hate is just endless war. But first, I want to get his take out of the gates on this. Just 30 minutes ago, Levitt, the press secretary, said now Trump is punting for 2 weeks. Is that a feint with the Iranians like we saw last week? And is going to give them a chance again after he said he wouldn't. Netanyahu doesn't want that. He wants regime change. Trump doesn't want to get sucked into a wider war. I believe that. That's been his policies in the past. And I think Trump's doing the best job he can. That said, I've been putting in my 2 cents with Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon.
Trump's just a 6-year-old little boy, you guys. He's doing the bestest that he can.
Others, this is a bad idea. But here's the press secretary, and I want to get Rabbi Schmuley's take on it. Here it is.
Regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks." That's a quote directly from the president for all of you today.
Now, I want to get Schmuley's take on this, and I'm going to shut up for about 5, 6, 7 minutes, let him have the floor, because he's here, and we appreciate that before I get into discussion with him on other issues and angles. Before I even saw the clip, I saw it on screen as it was live, and I said, get the clip 30 minutes ago, as everybody saw. I said, now, when she says this is from the president. Now, I didn't know in the actual clip she says it's from the president. Everything she does is from him, okay? Because when Trump says stuff, you need to know it's from a spokesperson, not the stuff you hear. There's not a big split between him and Tulsi Gabbard. All that's BS. Same thing here. Oh, no, he's not really doing 2 weeks. No, he did. And I said, if she said that, that's from him. And he actually said that. So that is good news because I don't want them to block the Strait of Hormuz and have $130 barrel oil. That's going to sink the economy bare minimum. Call it selfish, sure. But Israel's already taken out most of their stuff, so I don't see why this has to keep escalating. Rabbi Schmuley, your take on that, and then what do you want to say up front? You got 6 minutes until I come back.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, Alex, and it's good to be back. Look, you said that would I play this game of saying you hate Israel? No, you don't hate Israel. You hate America because you think that Iran wants to destroy Israel. And because you're opposing an American strike on Iran, you think that I'm going to say you hate Israel. You actually hate America. Iran has...
Okay, so the hopscotch that he's doing is that you not supporting Israel doing whatever the fuck they want in Iran and also encouraging Trump to, like not being happy that Trump's also acted militarily. That's you hating America? What?
Murdered more than 1,000 American troops. They killed 241, as you well know, in 1983 in one bomb blast outside of Beirut when Ronald Reagan was president, and he was one of our strongest presidents, and all he did was hightail it out of the Middle East. Before that, we had the weakest president of modern history, Jimmy Carter, who allowed our embassy to be ransacked by these Iranian thugs and take 55 Americans hostage for 444 days. And Carter was crippled, absolutely crippled, and defenseless. He created Islamism because he never fought Islamism. Then the Iranians went in.
Jimmy Carter literally invented the Quran and radical jihadism and Islamism.
Attacked Khobar Towers. They killed 19 servicemen and women from the Air Force. Then they killed 600 American troops in Iraq, according to Pentagon estimates. We're already at over 1,000 American troops. So what I want to say to you, Alex Jones, is you seem to hate America and hate its military. Because if you believe that Iran should be able to kill American troops, they're our greatest heroes. I mean, I hope we could at least agree on that. Greater than politicians, greater than Hollywood actors, most of whom are frauds. Our servicemen and women are our greatest heroes. Iran has killed 1,000 of them, and they never paid a single price. They've been allowed to kill Americans with impunity. Iran just tried to assassinate the president of the United States.
Yeah, with impunity. It's not like we have crippling sanctions on their fucking country. It's not like we've banned travel from Iran to the United States. It's With this whole like, oh, we're not tough on Iran. What?
There's
like no shortage of condemnation or action taken or like hostile action taken towards Iran.
Repeat that for everyone listening, because it's so striking that they were not hit as soon as the FBI actually arrested an Iranian assassination squad. This wasn't in planning. It wasn't planning for 2 years, but this wasn't just an idea. They actually hired the assassins to kill Donald Trump. And Trump famously put out a tweet in the last 2 months of the election. He said, I am now surrounded by more men with more guns than I've ever seen because Iran wants to kill me. And then Trump, once he became president, put out another tweet and he said, I have told J.D. Vance that if Iran kills me, he is to destroy the entire country of Iran. He is to level. And by the way, that is the message, because you can't kill an American president and get away with it. Now, Biden was another complete weakling, and he undermined American military deterrence, because when you withdraw the American troops from Afghanistan, from Kabul, and you allow 13 American soldiers to die on the last...
Why did he edit it this way where we already saw this? They included it at the beginning, and then they like went back to it. But like I can't move forward because the fucking Facebook player is such ass that it doesn't let me.
With a suicide bomber just blowing, and then you let the Taliban take $100 billion of our helicopters, our Blackhawks, our Apaches, and as if no war had taken place for 20 years, and so many thousands of American soldiers died. Biden was a weakling, and now there's no deterrence. And that's what allowed Putin to think, oh, America, I can just invade Ukraine. America's not going to do a thing. America's a bunch of weaklings. So don't tell me about hating Israel. It's about hating America. You seem to hate America, unless you think, and you want to tell me on the record that Iran can kill in one strike 241 Marines and pay no price. The blood of our Marines cries out from the ground. Now let's go further. Iran only hates Israel because they think it's a proxy for the United States. Iran hates American secularism. They hate people like you, Alex.
I mean, I think that's a highly simplistic way of looking at it. Like, Iran doesn't have genuine grievances with Israel. It's literally just because of the United States, okay?
Jones. They hate the fact that you can say whatever the heck you want on your show, and the most that's going to happen is that you may be sued. You were sued, but no one imprisoned you. That doesn't happen in Iran. If you lived in Iran and you expressed one negative opinion about Khamenei, you would have your testicles chopped off, and then you would be hung from a crane at a town square. You know that's true.
What the fuck? You criticize the supreme leader in Iran, apparently you will be castrated before your peers.
Stone women to death. Forget LGBTQ. I don't know if you even care about LGBTQ, but they're human beings and God's children, and they're hung from cranes. Now, what Iran wants...
This is like his spin on, like, did you know they throw gay people off roofs?
Ultimately, is to neutralize the United States. They're just not strong enough. So they choose the little Satan of Israel to destroy, because they can't harm the large Satan of America, with one exception. If you get a nuclear bomb, because a nuclear bomb is a great equalizer. Just like Kim Jong-un in North Korea lied, you just said the president is punted for 2 weeks, he's going to negotiate. Do you remember when another weakling and coward named Bill Clinton sent the ultimate weakling and coward, Jimmy Carter, to negotiate with the North Koreans to stop them from getting a nuclear bomb? And Carter came back and said, I succeeded. I mean, you can laugh at this stuff. Iran.
There's like a major gap in like my like presidential history. I don't really know much about like Carter's presidency.
Knows that once they get a nuclear bomb, they have tied Donald Trump's hands and any president who comes after him, and your hands, Alex Jones, and mine, and the entire United States military, from the Coast Guard to the Marines to the Navy to the Air Force, because you cannot have the risk of a nuclear bomb, which could fit into a little suitcase, detonating in New York City, detonating in Washington, D.C., detonating in San Diego. So what Israel is doing right now is actually saving the world from its two greatest threats. Number one.
I love how he's on vacation doing this interview from Mexico. He's like screaming into a laptop at Alex Jones outside at like a fucking cabana.
The Iranian terror menace, which has killed so many Americans. Even if you hate Jews, even if you don't care that Jews are dying, even if you don't care that an Israeli hospital where my first cousin was the chief doctor, the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba, was bombed today, even if you don't give a damn about Jewish hospitals, Certainly you care about Americans. Israel, first and foremost, is stopping Iranian terror from killing Americans there. And number two, stopping Iran from killing an American president. And finally, number three, stopping Iran from getting a nuclear bomb, which they will absolutely use because these people are religious frickin' lunatics.
Do you think Alex Jones, when he finally gets a chance to respond, will mention that, like, no, even Tulsi Gabbard was, like, saying just a few weeks ago, it's not the case. They have the uranium, but they weren't actually pursuing a nuclear weapon.
Now, I know that you, Alex, believe that 9/11 was an inside job. It's kind of sad that you say that. That's another example of your hating America. You blame America for killing 3,000 of its own citizens. If that's not demonic hatred of America, then nothing is. But that was peanuts. That was flying aircraft into tall buildings on the Pentagon. When you and these demented Islamists will do it. Islamism is the greatest threat to Western civilization. Not Islam. I never said Islam, which is a great world religion. Islamism is a genocidal, deathly blood cult, which
9/11 footage for some reason
uses fake Islamic piety to masquerade to cover up its genocidal intention to destroy the great Satan death to America and destroy the tiny Satan, the Jews, and Israel. So why don't you now respond to me why you don't seem to give one damn that this country that you're saying we should not attack has killed more than 1,000 American servicemen and women whose blood cries out from the ground for frickin' vengeance and to be remembered.
All right. And you came right up on 6 minutes. You must have a timer there, Rabbi Schmuley. So let's unpack this from the start of what you said. MI6, the CIA, and Israel.
Like who's gonna be able to out? Do we think Alex Jones will be able to out schizo Rabbi Schmuley? I think he can pull through.
Are on record. U.S. aid, all of it. Just recently, Israel, Turkey, go in, take over Syria, put the world leader of Al-Qaeda in charge. Haaretz reports yesterday, Netanyahu setting up an Al-Qaeda ISIS base to Israel helped create Hamas to be a destabilizing force. The CIA and 50.
The way he said that is like Haaretz finally reported yesterday that Israel helped support Hamas.
3 overthrew Mossadegh, who was pro-West, but he wouldn't give them all the oil. Operation Ajax. Then in 79, opened the door to bring with the Iran-Contra to push Carter out of power. I agree, was a weak president, but that's all the inside baseball. And I had family, by the way, involved in Iran-Contra, so I don't just know about it from the news or the Senate hearings. And so we have this continued funding the jihadis as a destabilizing force. Israel wants to break all these countries into balkanized statelets.
It's March 27, 2025 from NPR. Syria's transitional leaders of former jihadists. Can he help stabilize the region?
That's also part of the policy that the corrupt people that have been in charge of our foreign policy have been doing. We have the New American Century that came out the year before 9/11, where Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, the neocons, said we need a new Pearl Harbor to be able to launch all this and have a regime change in 7 countries. And you got Israel, part of that larger plan. So when Netanyahu gets up and says that we are defending civilization, I certainly don't want expansionist Orthodox Islam. I do see it as one, if not the biggest threats in the world. And I see it being brought in mass to Europe, the United States, Canada, you name it. And I'm actually against that. And I did not support Iran blowing up the Marines there at the embassy 40 years ago. 40 plus years ago. I do not support the mullahs and the things they've been doing. I do not support them killing people that peacefully protest with, hang them from cranes. I did not support the Shah Savak before that. I know the history. I know the angles. I know the groups. I know what's happening. And, we're told, Netanyahu 7 days ago, we're taking out their nuclear sites. And then actually, we're not negotiating. We want regime change. Then I know the Iranians will block the Strait of Hormuz. They've already said it. They can do
oversimplification. I mean, none of this is like true. It's like oversimplified to the point that it's obviously dishonest. So don't take any of it seriously.
But very easily, it's on their border. They can sink their own ships into it. Oil goes up to 130, conservatively, maybe even higher. And then that doubles the price index and inflation, and then that triggers higher interest rates, and that derails Trump's entire recovery. And that's on the low end of problems. Then you've got this new
higher interest rates will be the downfall of the Trump economy.
Vietnam situation with Israel openly having plans to try to send commandos in daringly. I mean, I'm not going to say it's not super daring to go into the nuclear sites that are deep under the earth and try to take those out. And the Iranians, if Trump hits them, which they were going to do by tomorrow was the information I had, which they now admit. Now they've done a 2-week push out, and they told him these bunker busters may not get it. I'm not going to cry the mullahs fell, but then who knows what the West will put in after that. Maybe break it in 3 pieces. It just goes on and on. I know too much. Then you bring up 9/11. My God, I interviewed the deputy head of New York Emergency Management, Barry Jennings, 2 weeks before he died.
He was not going to let that dig at the 9/11 truther shit go unchallenged.
And
Alex Jones knows the truth.
No, they blew up Building 7. They said, get out, we're blowing it up. CIA, FBI headquarters. They were on the news saying, we're going to blow it up. Later, they said, we didn't blow it up. Wasn't hit by an airplane. I know about all the different angles and all the different connections, and CIA and Mossad both shadowing the hijackers, and then 2 of the passports found the rubble the next day, and NORAD standing down, and Flight 93 being shot down when the orders were not followed by a general who went ahead and said, shoot it down. That was going to the Capitol. They were going to bring in full martial law. So this was the Project for an American Century false flag. It didn't mean there were some Muslims at levels involved. Doesn't mean Muslims don't want to blow us up. Like the first World Trade Center bombing, I interviewed the Egyptian security agent working with the FBI and CIA, Ahmad Salam, who they said, first cook a fake bomb, no cook a real bomb. Okay, now we're going to let him bomb it. He recorded them saying it to protect himself. So I'm not saying jihadi, expansionist, cancerous.
This is supposed to be about Iran and Israel, and we are somehow going over very, very quickly the cliff notes on why 9/11 was an inside job and why Alex Jones knows that to be true.
Islamists don't exist. To the contrary, I'm saying the West continues to back them, to fund them, to support them against Israel and against the West as a pretext for military expansionism, for defense spending, and for Netanyahu, who has been in power off and on for 25 years. His connections intimately involved the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin. All of this going on. Netanyahu, desperate man, in deep political trouble, very unpopular. October 7th stand down, the incredible, superb Israeli military. Obviously, no one can doubt for the size of their units, the best in the world at intelligence, at military, at everything. It's true. Amazingly taking out Hamas and Hezbollah all over the Middle East. The pagers, all of it. Then the daring moving weapon systems in over 8 months in the Operation Rising Lion, targeting it with the drones and missiles, taking out the air defenses, taking out the leadership. And then magically October 7th, people that were already out of the military, veterans, had to get in their cars and drive down and fight when Hamas was attacking, backed by Hezbollah, which I said day one. And
wait, what? Is there evidence that on October 7th, Israel had like random Israeli civilians that were joining to like going down to the armistice line to help like resist Hamas fighters that had entered, or what?
And clearly a stand down to let it be as bad as possible, which is a microcosm of Israel and the U.S. and the U.K. particularly continuing to fund the very worst Islamicists as a pretext for destabilization. So that's the reality of all of this. And then I look at the fallout that all the actuaries from the Rand Corporation, the Pentagon show, it goes from bad to worse, bare minimum derailing our economic recovery, which the globalists do not want. And so that is, I'm saying.
Rabbi Schmuley, who calls everything anti-Semitic, do you think he's going to call him out for the fucking, like, the globalist shit?
I'm told a week ago, take out the nukes, and they were successful. Now I'm told they're not. Now I'm told we might need boots on the ground. The Israelis are going to go in. And you got hospitals getting blown up. And I was told, oh, they can only launch 100 missiles a day, which we now see is not true. And I just see the world careening. Look, I'm not for the Russians. I'm not for the Ukrainians. I'm for world peace. I know NATO started that war. They admit it. So that goes into the same thing that the West is expanding. The West is the aggressor.
So I'm just anti-war. This is like literal. I shouldn't laugh at that. Okay, like I'm principally anti-war also, but the way that he goes about saying it, not even attempting to evaluate like the merits of the cause for war with respect to like Russia and Ukraine versus like Israel and Palestine. He's just opposed to all of it, I guess. I mean, you can be opposed to all of it, but recognize like who the aggressors are in those situations.
The West is funding the jihadis. That is all.
and tried to find it on ground news, but there were reservists at IDF who went and helped after they got guns from active IDF. So it's okay. I'll look into it.
On record, U.S. aid billions to Al-Qaeda and ISIS. And so you want to accuse me of supporting jihadis. You want to support, you're saying I support 9/11. No. You said I want to, stop, me finish. You're going to go in 30 seconds.
I'm sorry.
You are saying, because I gave you 6 minutes, I'm almost done. You are saying that I hate America. No, I love America. And I love world peace, and I'm not against Israel, and they're not going anywhere with nuclear weapons, so everybody better forget about that. Anybody trying to destroy Israel is going to try to start a nuclear war. I'm against it, okay? So that's the reality.
Not wrong. Like their existence isn't really threatened.
And I actually have real politique. I study all the issues, and this is out of control, and it's too dangerous, and everybody's looking at it one-dimensionally. Rabbi Schmuley.
You know, Alex, a lot of people ask me, like, why do I do your show? They say he's a conspiracy theorist, and you're just going to offend, especially the families of the Sandy Hook massacre. And that was your lowest moment, Alex. I mean, you got to admit that was your lowest moment. And I say to them, you know what?
I court agree. That's why they ordered him to pay like $1.3 billion to all the victims for lying about the fact that it was like a false flag.
No, I do a show. First of all, he allows other people to talk, which I respect. I said, secondly, he's actually very knowledgeable. I said, but the problem is, here's the third problem. Alex.
Rabbi Schmuley endorsed Alex Jones is quite knowledgeable. That's why he goes on a show.
We've become friends on the show. This is my second time. Whatever ketamine you're snorting or the half a pound of kilo of coke that you ingested before the show, sharing is caring, my brother. Why have you left me here all alone? Because you take facts and distort them with such insanity that someone as smart as you cannot. You're either doing it just to provoke or you actually believe this crap, and then it's even scarier. So let's just go back for a second. Why do you stop at 9/11? If America's a false flag operation in 9/11 and the whole Iran thing is a false flag, let's go back to the American Revolution. George Washington was probably involved in a false flag operation because he wanted global expansionism against George III, who just wanted to contain everything through a continental system, like the way he fought Napoleon. Let's go to the War of 1812. That was probably, James Madison in a false flag operation. Civil War, God Almighty, Abraham Lincoln in the false flag operation at Fort Sumter. All Americans are liars. Our entire military is corrupt. That's why I say, and of course, you have to say that FDR was a false flag operation in Pearl Harbor. You hate the American military. Forget the CIA, which didn't even come into existence until after the Second World War. You hate the U.S. Army that just...
He's really telling, he was like, go harder on it. If you're going to commit.
Had his 250th birthday and beautiful celebration with President Trump on Saturday. You hate the Marines. You hate the Navy. You think they're all...
You can't even root for Alex Jones because he's only against Israel because Trump told him to be. Trump did no such thing. What statement are you referring to? If you're talking about they don't know what the hell they're doing or whatever... That is not, like, Trump's not done with Israel.
They're all killers. They're all anti-American. I've never heard you say anything good about America. So you're an America hater, that's clear. And if you believe that any American in a senior position would kill 3,000 of his or her fellow citizens on 9/11, then you really think America's Satan, that it's demonic. In fact, you had the American Nazi Nick Fuentes on 2 days ago who called Bibi Netanyahu the Antichrist. You believe that Donald Trump's the Antichrist. You believe George W. Bush is the Antichrist. You believe Jimmy Carter's the Antichrist. You believe FDR. Every American president to you is evil to the core and just wants to kill Americans. You're the biggest America hater I've ever encountered. It's shocking and it's kind of sad because I love America. Now,
you could easily, Alex Jones can easily spin everything that he's saying is like how that all of that makes him America first. That like, yeah, I don't like these countries that are like warmongers and fucking with U.S. interests or whatever. So easy to spin that like on its face.
All right. Did you seriously say that Netanyahu set up the Al-Qaeda leader in Syria? Israel begged President Trump when he was recently in Saudi Arabia, and he skipped over Israel, even though he's Israel's greatest friend, to not stop the sanctions against this Al-Qaeda president who actually looks amazing in a Savile Row bespoke tailored London suit. But let's not forget, a month ago, as you said, he was running around in fatigues, chopping people's heads off. We know exactly who this guy is. And in Israel, the first thing, my children are in the IDF. I know it's operational, not just capacity, but I know a lot of its operations. The Israeli Navy, where my son was, went and sunk every single one of the president of Syria.
It says, U.S. military wanted to provoke war with Cuba. This is an ABC News article from April 30th, 2001. In the early 1960s, America's top military leaders reportedly drafted plans to kill innocent people and commit acts of terrorism in U.S. cities to create public support for a war against Cuba. Codename Operation Northwoods. The plans reportedly included the possible assassination of Cubans, boats with Cuban refugees in the high seas, hijacking and blowing up a U.S. ship, and even orchestrating violent terrorism in U.S. cities.
Syria's naval ships so that he has no power. So you got to take that back because that's just insanity. Now, as far as Iran is concerned, you want to tell me that you have not watched that Iran is the cancer of Islamism throughout the world for 45 years? It didn't bother you that they took 40...
Didn't say Trump was done with Israel, but the right-wing narrative has changed on a dime. No, it hasn't, though. They're not against Israel. Because you said Trump told them to be. And I'm saying, what statement did Trump say where he told them to be against Israel? Or I'm asking.
55 American hostages destroyed their lives. I remember that. I was 13 years old. Was that a false? I was also probably a false flag operator. That was Americans taking themselves hostage. Because in your worldview, Khamenei is always the good guy. Khamenei is your freaking hero. You probably have him tattooed on some...
Schmuley has to have some sort of humiliation fetish. There cannot possibly be a worse way to argue these points than how he is currently doing it.
Private, part of your body that only the sun shines on, and any American president, the American populace, you absolutely despise. So I want to absolutely state clearly, the United States is the light. Iran is evil. The United States allows you, Alex Jones, to even spew your hatred against fellow Americans and won't even silence you. You were sued and you lost. I don't even know how you have the money to buy freaking clothes on your back, but no one put you in jail. If you were saying any of this in Iran, your head would be spewing blood out because it would be severed from your spinal column, and we all know that. My problem with you, Alex Jones, is that you refuse to call evil evil. Now, you say you want world peace. How the heck do you have world peace if you don't destroy those forces who are only interested in war, annihilation, and terrorism?
How the fuck do you have peace if you don't have war? If you're not constantly bombing other countries, creating destabilization globally, how the fuck are we supposed to have peace, Alex Jones?
Reason the never-ending wars are because we never stopped fighting the bad guys. There was an ended war called World War II because brilliant Franklin Delano Roosevelt went to Casablanca, and without even asking Winston Churchill's permission at their first meeting when they were about to go to Tehran, very interestingly, in Iran and meet Stalin, he said unconditional surrender. And Churchill came and said, let's not tell Hitler unconditional surrender because then the Germans will fight to the last man, which is true. They even fought 1 week past April 30th, 1945, when Hitler blew his brains out. There was a Donitz government that lasted another 8 days because FDR said unconditional surrender. But unless we demand, as President Trump did brilliantly 3 days ago in a tweet, unconditional surrender from Iran, the more we talk...
Dude, that is fucking terrible. Unless we demand, and then that subtitle of he did in a fucking tweet, as if that's not fucking deranged.
To these liars, these killers, the more we are empowering them.
All right, Schmuley, we got to go to break. It's a hard break. We'll be right back. I'll respond to what you just said. Stay with us. You have until Sunday, June 22nd, 2025 to take advantage of a sale we've never had before at thealexjonestore.com. You can get 2 bottles of liquid ultramethylene blue medical grade, already discounted, and get a free bottle of our amazing Shilajit, the best Shilajit on the planet, the highest rated, for free. Or you can get 2 bottles of the same medical grade methylene blue encapsulated with vitamin C to supercharge it in your body, already discounted, with also a free bottle of Shilajit at thealexjonestore.com. These products are amazing. People absolutely love them. It funds the operation for all you that are on the fence that have never gone to thealexjonestore.com and gotten some of these supplements. They're all the very best, game-changing, highest rated. I'm only going to sell you something that really works. I want you to get it again and again and again. And you know the broadcast works when it comes to countering tyranny, promoting freedom. So get your high-quality supplements right now at thealexjonestore.com. All right, Schmuley.
Get your supply now, guys.
He went about 5 minutes attacking me. I'm not going to spend 5 minutes responding to what he said. He's agreed to stay 15 minutes the next hour. The Dark Journalist is joining us. This is definitely riveting, thought-provoking stuff. And I'm listening to Schmuley. What he rattled off earlier is he knows his history so good. I like that. But he's the one twisting it. Because... yeah, there's been a lot of times in U.S. history where we would absorb an attack like Pearl Harbor. It's declassified. We knew it was coming. Park the battleships, move the aircraft carriers out, let them attack.
Okay, so he really is going to just take Schmuley up on the offer to just be like, yeah, everything was a fucking false flag.
And I, interviewed the son of the head admiral there. It's all come out. It doesn't mean America's bad. It doesn't mean that countries don't. I mean, I've said that. I've said.
You should sell a straight rate energy booster supplement. I'm working on it.
You can't, say that Israel, the U.S.'s liberty, was like the greatest evil ever, though I didn't support it. And LBJ was involved in it. I interviewed everybody involved. I talked to the admirals that were told to stand down. That was to be blamed on Egypt. It failed. The ship wouldn't sink. I don't then say, well, Israel's the only one that involved false flags. I got all the Jew haters going, you're covering up from Israel, saying LBJ was involved. I interviewed the Judge Advocate Generals, Admiral Moore, Chairman George of Staff, before they died on air. That was a false flag, just like Gulf of Tonkin didn't happen. And yeah, we blew up our own battleship in 1898 to blame it.
Why not ask him, okay, Alex Jones, what was real? Can you please name one real event that wasn't a fucking false flag that's occurred in the last 10 years?
On the Spanish to start our empire. See, now we're getting into the dark side of the Force, a pathway that some people would call unnatural. And I'm saying this stuff needs to stop. And do these other countries do it? They all do it. The Russians do it. The Chinese do it. False flag is taught.
I cannot believe that this is not like a fucking screaming match. I'm not going to lie. They're actually doing somewhat of a proper debate format where they both speak for extended periods of time and then let the other one talk.
At West Point, once you become a Green Beret captain, you get read in on how to stage false flags. So, yeah, I know all about it. He's like, oh, you're saying your country's evil. No, I'm saying we need to know about these things and understand these and then move out of this system of deception. By way of deception, you will conquer, as the Mossad says. Well, by way of real light and exposing it, we will stop this garbage. And not by ascribing only Jews doing this, though they're very competent and do it very well. Let's start getting honest about it. We'll go back to Schmuley in a minute. But since he asked me when I'm on.
Positive anti-Semitism.
I'm on 1 hour of abs today and 30 minutes on a rowing machine. And I haven't eaten yet today. And I already took methylene blue earlier before, as you saw, but I'm taking more.
Is there nothing this man can't do?
Company plug. I'm doing mine. The strongest medical grade methylene blue. I don't know if Schmuley's ever taken this. I want to get him in studio.
Okay, now I'm only more convinced he's obviously on Ozempic, because why the fuck are you doing fasted workouts and you're not hungry at that point?
I had our medical grade, super high quality at InfoWarsStore.com. It's not at the AuctionStore.com. The iodine is
for the low price of $34.99 per package. You can per little bottle. You can also get a vial of blue food coloring to drink.
I'm on intermittent fasting. I'm 8 at 3 o'clock today. And I stopped eating crap food, stopped drinking. That's what I'm on right there, baby. And it's amazing. Get yours right now at thealexandrostore.com. 2 bottles of ultramethylene blue capsules, supercharged organic vitamin C. Already discounted. Get a free bottle of Shilajit with it. Huge, amazing value. TheAuctionStore.com, or get the liquid 2 bottles discounted.
It's like and a free colloidal silver type shit. Does this even do anything?
Discount. 50% up. You sign up for auto ship on any future order. They hold it back so it never sells out. Cancel anytime. Become a subscriber at TheAuctionStore.com on any supplement you never want to run out, and lock in 50% off. That is massive. That sale ends Sunday. Widest selection of Patriot apparel. Funding ourselves with We the People. TheAuctionStore.com. And then let me respond to him, and then we'll go to him. Sandy Hook. We put the graphs out, the Justice Department, the CIA, all of it. Never did the things they said I did. Raised $300 million in fundraising off my name saying I was attacking them. None of it was true. Judges found me guilty. Had show trials on HBO. It's all on appeal. None of it matters. I can work for other people. They'll never shut me up. So that's where we are. Bigger, stronger, faster.
I mean, does anyone actually think he's ever going to pay like that $1 billion to those fucking Sandy Hook victims? He's not going to.
Just like the Democrats went after Trump with lawfare and all the lies, same groups. Paul Weiss, law firm.
Also, he did have to put out a statement, though, on the show. Mr. Like, I'll never fucking succumb to the man. He did have to put out a statement saying, like, that was untrue. That did happen. I lied or something like that.
Running and all, has confessed to illegal activity against Trump, paid a $40 million fine. And we're suing them, and more is coming. Absolute conspiracy against rights, co-conspirators. The DOJ's investigating with their task force on government weaponization. That's where I'm at. Meeting with federal prosecutors at the highest levels. That's where we are. And the American Republic coming back stronger than ever, because I am dauntless and defiant against the tyranny that infests every society and the battle against good and evil in every soul and every heart and mind. And I don't subscribe evil to the Christians or the Jews or the Muslims.
The Sandy Hook trial took place in my town. Oh my God. Did you go?
Themselves, or to the Zoroasters or the Buddhists or the agnostics. But I ascribe it to people that engage in it, and I'm here to show you the magic trick. I'm here to show you how the tricks work so that people can transcend.
Where the fuck is the Rabbi Schmuley debate? What the fuck?
Transition from history and debate into plugging your method.
He would have just gone. I thought I was like, this is going to end any second, right? He would have gone on for like several more minutes.
Blue that I've ever seen. I mean, you are freaking that transition, baby. That's good. That's an Academy Award performance just right there. And you are looking very jacked. I have to admit that you are physically, if we were to judge books only by their cover, that's a gorgeous cover. Unfortunately, the content of the book. Is there a methylene blue to cleanse your mind of all these crazy, insane ideas that animate you and actually make you believe you're the only truth teller in America? So let me just get this straight. Every American that has ever lived is a lying piece of crap. And America is corrupt to the core. But there's one man who emerged like the Messiah straight out of Nazareth. Beautiful, balding Alex Jones with his methylene blue, and the only man who tells the truth.
These are just two like dueling slam poets.
Says it like it is. Oh yeah, Jesus, Alex Jones. The level of self-absorption and narcissism that you are the only truth teller among the, say, 1 billion Americans that have ever lived. You know, I bet you probably believe that, I don't know, the Boston Massacre was also a false flag, right? That was Samuel Adams and John Adams and Thomas Jefferson shooting their fellow countrymen.
Stop doing, like, old shit. Make him say that, like, the newer stuff is also false flags.
To wage war. I mean, is there anything righteous America has ever done? Every war, George Washington, just call him a traitor right now.
I know someone who had Ozempic, and I tried some. It freaking works. You don't get hungry, and you only eat a few bites of food. Yeah, but if you don't need it, and you're not pre-diabetic, you're putting yourself at additional risk for stomach paralysis. And it's also, if they've already started to do like longitudinal studies on the impacts of Ozempic. If you take it, you don't really need it. You're probably going to gain the weight back after you discontinue taking it. So a lot of these people that have like lost a bunch of weight through Ozempic, give it a few years, you're going to see a lot of people rebounding. All these celebrities that have taken it to lose weight, they'll get heavier again.
That was his false flag operation. I mean, I think that the whole thing of a Valley Forge was a bunch of crap. They probably were wearing Ferragamo, Italian tailored shoes, and they just took pictures of them being barefoot. Every American thing is a lie, and America's corrupt to the core. That is your message. It's not mine. I think that's a repulsive message. I think that's a disgusting message. America's the greatest nation the world has ever seen. Does it have some problems? Of course it does. It has some, but it has the great blessing that we all strive for, freedom. It's what you want to deny the Iranian people. You want an Iranian woman to walk out showing a little bit of hair and to be frickin' brutalized and tortured to death. You want an Iranian...
Okay, he says that like there isn't an Orthodox Jewish tradition of women also having to cover their hair. What?
No, you get divorced in Iran if you're a man and you're no longer attracted to your wife. She hits 40, 50, her breasts are sagging or something. And
I mean, it's like most medicine, it stops working if you stop taking it. No, because you should be able to keep the weight off. You'd think that it would actually maybe help people learn like portion control and food management and stuff like that. But no, it just like it instantly makes people like rebound.
You know, it's very easy. In America, you got to pay half.
I shouldn't say it's less precise to say it makes people rebound. It's more precise to say that it doesn't actually have any like long-term benefits.
Your assets, what a pain in the butt. In Iran, all you do is accuse her of adultery. And luckily, in Sharia law and in Islam, the woman is guilty until proven innocent. So she has to bring witnesses to show that she was not adulterous. And if she can't find those witnesses to say that she didn't sleep with another guy, then the husband can either divorce her, or even better, as in the famous story of the stoning of Soraya M., which was written by a French journalist, turned into a award-winning film. She's dug into a pit. An Islamic mother is dug into a frickin' pit with her arms straddled by the earth. And then her male progeny, her male issue, meaning her frickin' sons, have to come with big boulders and crush her skull. And you want that damn government not only to continue, but you will vindicate them while you implicate the United States. And I find that an abomination. And I'll go further. You know, Alex, if you just worked on your voice just a little bit, if it wasn't as gravelly, if it was a bit more soft toned, you could be the new Japanese or Iranian Tokyo Rose. You sound exactly like Tokyo Rose. You would be the guy speaking to American troops as they're at Guadalcanal, as they're in as they're flying the Enola Gay to drop an atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You'd be the voice saying, "Oh, or you guys are being manipulated by your governments, your presidents. Why not go home to your mom?" That's what you're.
He's literally saying, if you don't support the bombing of like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you're evil.
Saying you are the American male Tokyo Rose. I know the difference between good and evil, and you don't. So you can jack up your whole freaking body, but that doesn't mean that your brain isn't going to remain mush, Alex Jones. If you don't see that Israel, which is a free country, you can go to Israel right now. And I watched this. I was just there 2 weeks ago. You can watch thousands of Israelis marching outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's house. They call him Hitler. They call him worse than Khamenei. They call him killer. And you know what happens to them? Nothing. Zero. Just like nothing's going to happen to you, even though you curse out America and make so much freaking money off of it. Nothing's going to happen to you unless you defame people and you get sued. Okay. But
I mean, not very democratic, though, if he doesn't actually listen to the criticisms from his constituents, right?
In Iran, you would be castrated and murdered instantly. In any of Israel's Arab neighboring countries, you would be, even countries that I kind of admire because they're trying to reform, Saudi Arabia. You criticize the government. There was just a story today. A guy wrote a tweet against the government and he was decapitated. You want to deny people freedom, and that's what kills me. The greatest proof that you are lying through your teeth, with all due respect, the greatest proof, Alex Jones, that you are not the great truth teller that you say you are, is the fact that you are able to say what you want to say while defending governments that deny that same right. You're a liar, because these governments don't allow their citizens to say to utter
people walking around the background,
and Israel does. And let me just be clear. What you've done is you've taken the ultimate anti-Semitic trope of Jews being the world conspirators. The Jews are bankers, and Jews are, the protocols they all design. And you have to. I have to admit, you are an equal opportunity offender. You said, by the way, it's not just the Jews who suck. It's not just the Jews who are evil and who are trying to create wars like the Rothschilds in the First World War, funding the Axis, funding the Allies. It's actually everybody. So in that sense, I want to thank you for extrapolating beyond your immediate anti-Semitism to kind of make the whole world Jewish, and the whole world sucks, and the whole world is corrupt, except one man. The Messiah who rose on the third day, Alex Jones, straight out of Texas. Alex, stop your America hatred.
He literally was like, we started off with Alex Jones just being like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just anti-war. I don't care about any of these people. I'm not going to defend it. I'm not going to defend Ukraine or Russia. Like, none of it.
If Iran gets,
but of course it's like, no. You support Iran. You love Khamenei.
A nuclear bomb. We're all frickin' goners. You and I won't be talking anymore. We won't be debating.
Okay, I'm only listening to Alex Jones' response, and then I'm moving on to fucking PBD coping about Zohran.
We will
can't do much more of this.
Incinerated. So let me put one simple question to you. Do you believe that Iran wants a bomb? And if they do want a bomb, what would you do about it?
All right, there's a lot to unpack there, but let's just start here.
Schmuley is 58 years old.
Didn't respond, and just write this down, or you have a good memory. So just remember this. You didn't respond to Israel openly backing, along with Turkey and NATO. So I didn't just blame Israel. I laid it all out.
Is she Jewish? Who?
Putting the former head of Al-Qaeda in charge of Syria right now. You didn't respond to that. You didn't.
I told you. I did respond to that. I told you Israel actually.
Yeah, this makes me want to die. And yet, like, thousands of people watch Alex Jones live, apparently.
Protested to Donald Trump for removing sanctions.
I underestimated how insufferable these two would be. I genuinely thought it would be more of like a fucking blood sports like match.
Sanctions. They destroyed his entire navy. Of course.
But it's just them like going back and forth doing like insane rants.
They objected. That is just that is totally
so Israel,
you are just inventing.
You're not. I let you talk. See,
Israel does not. Okay, go ahead.
Schmuley, you can't do that. I was quiet.
Tokyo, Alex, you have the floor.
Just stop. come on. If you want to act like the West, not just Israel, has been
Tokyo, Alex, go ahead. Go ahead.
Funding these people. Just come on, just stop. So, I mean, there it is, your own newspaper. So, look, what I'm trying to say here is, I love America. I will admit America does dirty stuff, and it needs to stop it because I can see second, third, fourth effects of these things, not looking at it first dimensional, one-dimensional. So you keep saying that I support what Iran does. I don't support Iran. I have been saying for 15 years, Iran has atomic weapons. Okay?
This is the 5D chess move. Actually, I already acknowledge that they have nukes. I just don't think we should get into war to destroy it, because you can't, because they already have nukes.
Syrian girl on yesterday. No.
Even though if they had, dude, if they had nuclear weapons and shit, I think now we would find out, right? We would have just found out, because they would have been posturing that to avoid the strikes. They're like, too late.
No, you're wrong. Everybody, oh no, you're wrong. No, I know. I'll just leave it at that. They have atomic bombs. It's true what Netanyahu said 25 years ago they were close. They got them about 15 years ago. We got snoopers. Not just the Israelis have spies. We got systems that pick up the isotopes. We know they got the material. They can put it together in an hour, okay? They probably got the bombs actually made. But the point is they've got more than 9 bombs, like Netanyahu said. So let's get that part straight, that I've said that. My issue is not dealing with that. My issue is dealing with the fact that Israel wants a regime change, and if you look at the chances of that, it goes from bad to worse, and they will block the Strait of Hormuz, and it will double interest rates, and you got the big globalist bankers that didn't bring Jews into it, but whoever the big bankers are, and
whoever they are.
They don't want the Trump recovery.
You cannot tell me that Alex Jones does not know that he's like fucking dog whistling hardcore with that, or that his audience doesn't perceive it that way.
And this will derail that. And so that's my concern.
Also doesn't help that fucking apparently had Fuentes on a few days earlier.
So you're not addressing what I'm saying about this. We were told a week ago, oh, it's stop their nuclear program. Now it's make them leave. Now it's regime change, no surrender. So we're being walked into this disaster. Trump had to get Pakistan in meetings a few days ago because they were saying unite the Arab world, Muslim world against Israel, and they've got nukes. And this just gets worse and worse and worse from there on out.
Alex Jones has been lost in the weed because he has activated his trap cards, because he's brought up like 9/11 truther shit, like random scandals of the past, and also like different conspiracies that he can't help but like take the bait on.
So that's what I'm trying to get at here. And no, it's not, oh, I've expanded my anti-Semitism to everybody. That's not even what I'm doing. Let me ask you a question, and you can elaborate and respond back. But let me answer your other question. I think I just answered it. What was your exact question? Do I want Iran to get a bomb?
No. I said, do you believe that they want a bomb? And if they do, and you're saying they already have it, what would you do about it? You'll just let them keep it and hold it over.
Well, he's going to say, since they've had it for years and they've never used it, then it's obviously not that dangerous, right? Checkmate.
The United States and the civilized world as the ultimate. Okay,
so let me answer that question because I forgot it, and there's a lot of points.
Yeah. What are you going to do about them having an atomic bomb? Let them have it and just blackmail us forever and kill us forever, kill our Marines forever. We can never respond because they're going to detonate it in Manhattan.
Okay, I would love to have the mullahs not in power. I've been on record 30 years on air for that. So let's get that part straight. My issue is that if you corner the mullahs, there is a good chance they're going to launch their weapons. And so Netanyahu said 25 years ago they're 2 weeks away. Well, they weren't exactly, from my intelligence, that people that were there and saw it, on the ground scanners and from the air, they've got the material because they can scan these vehicles and stuff. They've been moving it around. They can, like, that big caches of weapons grade. So we know they've got it. And it's not hard to put it together with the simple atomic bomb with the jacketed explosives.
He means like the crude weapons and shit, I guess.
And the uranium. So you extrapolate that out, they got the bomb. So
extrapolate that out, aka I'm making it the fuck up as I go along based off disparate facts that I know about this country and their nuclear program.
So people go, well, God, that adds to Israel's argument. I'm just going to tell people what I know. All I'm saying is You look, Russia has all these bombs. China has all these bombs. North Korea. This is the Atlantean moment. Whether Atlantis existed or not, we're told in the fable.
Maybe this is the ultimate bombing Iran argument. You can just be like, they've had it. They've had it for years and they've not used it yet. So seems like an unnecessary escalation to try to bomb it.
By Plato, that they had this super technology and it blew up their whole continent. Whether that existed or not, we're at that Atlantis moment. So the bigger problem is this is all...
Is the Daily Caller like a tabloid?
Well, this is everywhere. Where does it stop? Does Israel have to go into Pakistan next because they've got nukes? We know Saudi Arabia's got nukes. They've got them right now in Pakistan. So that's old technology. We do have all these super weapons Trump has talked about. I'm having a larger, serious discussion about the danger of doing this. And I understand Israel's argument that if you give them the bomb, which they have, now they have delivery systems, and we've proven they can get through the missile defenses. I get that argument. I'm just saying, you look at the different actuaries.
I don't know what the fuck that was. Like 3D renderings of stuff? Tucker Carlson's outlet?
Most of them lead to disaster. And so then what do you do about that?
You know, all you did was prove my entire argument. Here you...
All right. Okay. Can't do more. Can't do too much more. It will actually bake my brain. Okay. If you're watching on Twitch and you're not subscribed, you should subscribe to me and get an ad-free experience and also access to cute emotes. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe to me there as well if you aren't already. Or hit the like on the stream to push it out to other people. I'm at _straight on everything. And you can support the stream by donating, following the link in chat. My Twitch chat, it is pinned. And in my YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, it's in my description. Okay, let's do PBD coping over Zohran. They were not happy that...
Hi, Mr. Wonderful here. You know,
a damn socialist, a damn communist had been elected to a primary in New York City. So let's see. Trump called NATO's daddy, Rogan versus Liver King, Biden auto pen scandal, and Mamdani win. This is old. What scandal?
Mamdani beats Andrew Cuomo. This is not something people expected. He's a 33-year-old former rapper who said a lot of weird things. He says he's going to make childcare free for everybody, buses free for everybody.
Dude, former rapper. The idea that he didn't have like a serious rap career. He had like one video where he did like a rap song.
There's a lot of things that's going to be given free. He's a communist. Some call him a socialist, Muslim. There are certain things that he has. They're calling New York that could be possibly the next London. New York could turn into the next Dearborn, could turn into the next Detroit. There's a lot of concerns there. It is so bad with what they're talking about with New York that even Ryan Serhant, who is the big real estate influencer, this is the type of guy that puts up properties for sale in New York for $200+ million. That's who he represents. That's who those clients want to do business with. And here's what he had to say. Luxury real estate broker says wealthy New Yorkers are already looking to flee after Zohran Mamdani's primary win.
I cannot believe the capital flight argument is still something that these jokers fall for and push out to their fucking viewers who also fall for it. The idea that people are going to stop doing business in New York City regardless of who the fucking mayor is, I don't care. The mayor could actually literally be a communist. They're not going to stop doing business in one of the largest economies in the world. They're not. And you also don't physically have to be present in New York City to conduct business in New York City.
Next page on that Instagram post. Within minutes of Zohran Mamdani clinching the Democratic nomination Tuesday night, real estate agents like Ryan Serhant were flooded with calls from clients looking to walk away from deals to buy apartments in New York City. So imagine I made an offer on a property that I'm buying $5, $10, $15, $20, $30 million. I'm like, I'm out. We're in the middle of it. Imagine
maybe property prices will fall in New York. I mean, we're in uncharted territory here, so maybe.
Realtors about to make $200,000 in commission, $50,000 in commission, $400,000 in commission. We're out. We're not doing this. This is not good investment. If this takes place, if you want to go to the next slide, Rob, if you could on that Instagram post. My number one job, he says, will be moving people from New York to Florida. Again, based on the results, clients are going to hold off on making any kind of investment in New York City.
Oh, no. You're telling me rich people didn't feel, after learning that Zohran got the nomination, didn't want to spend a bunch of money to purchase real estate as a speculative asset that they were probably just going to wait for a few years to sell for an exorbitant price and not actually like rent out to people? No.
By the way, he does not benefit from saying this. You guys understand, like his business is New York business. He doesn't benefit from saying something like this. He wants people to stay in New York to do well, but at the same time, it benefits him as well if people leave because they're buying.
It's a fucking advertisement, dumbass. If people see that, like, oh, there's people that are like leaving, then like I'll go buy their shit. Or like backing out of sales, I'll go buy it. Because again, real estate in New York, despite what he is trying to convince you, just because of some anecdotes, does not mean it's not fucking valuable anymore.
And selling. Rob, if you want to go to the last slide, if there is one. Okay, so this is from Ryan Zohran. Now, why are so many business owners, entrepreneurs concerned about what's going on here with Mamdani? Rob, can you put up the video clip about Mamdani winning and what happened there with the primaries? This is Eric Adams, okay, Mayor Eric Adams, who says, you know, all the claims that Mamdani is making of what he's going to do to New York, he can do today if he really wanted to. Rob, go ahead and play this clip.
Mayor, it's not just defund the police. This candidate, Democratic Socialist, he wants to freeze the rent.
Yeah, fucking Eric Adams straight up went on here and was like trashing Zohran and pretty much. I don't know that he praised Cuomo, but what is your function here when you're being brought on Fox News right after Zohran wins?
He wants city-run grocery stores, social workers to replace the police because that's going to help. He wants $60 billion of debt fund for affordable housing. He wants free buses, no cost for childcare, baby baskets for newborn, and a $30 minimum wage.
Isn't Eric Adams running again? Yeah, as an independent.
How can someone vote for this?
He's a snake oil salesman. He will say and do anything to get elected. Think about this for a moment. He wants to raise 1%. He wants to raise tax on 1% of New York's high income.
But like if Cuomo had won, he wouldn't have gone on Fox News to talk about any of this. He would have just been quiet.
As the mayor, you don't have the authority to do that. You know who has the authority to do that? An assemblyman, which he is. He wants to do free buses. He could have done it at assemblyman.
There you go.
He doesn't understand the power of government and how you must making sure you improve your economy, raise the standard of living, and this is what we've done in the city. And I'm looking forward to being on the campaign trail and showing New Yorkers we can't go backwards.
Now, here's what's interesting. Vinny, you're somebody that lived in New York for quite some time. Mamdani's running as a Democrat.
Yeah. Vinny, you used to live in New York City. You must be a fucking expert.
Yes. Eric Adams is running as an independent. Chris Awila is running as a Republican. When you see this happening in New York, one, how do you feel about Mamdani? Do you think his chances are high that he could possibly win, or do you think Mayor Adams is going to come back and win?
Well, first of all, on Tuesday we were talking about it. We were like, yeah, he's winning. Cuomo has no point. But just to add a couple more things that he's previously called for: abolishing NYPD, abolishing prisons, abolishing medical bills, abolishing private health care insurance, banning all guns.
No way. I love that. Like, they read out this platform and you're supposed to just be like, no.
I want you guys, even though New York is pretty strict, legalizing sex.
He wants to have universal programs and help the average working person. He's going to tax you to fucking pay for it, man. Like, yeah, totally.
Safe injection sites. Because that works in San Francisco, right, Dom?
Perfect. Yeah, nothing could.
Yeah, like an ATM for crack.
Wrong.
Yeah, an ATM machine for crack. Ending cash bail. Decriminalizing.
Worked in other countries. Worked in fucking Sweden. No.
Drug possession, ending sentencing enhancements, and ending all cooperation with ICE. So, meaning the Sanctuary City thing, they want nothing with ICE to have to do with it. I personally, Pat, I'm not a fan of it. And, just the pool of leadership from New York, I know I mentioned on Tuesday, but what the hell is going on? Number one. Number two, all the people that are fleeing, is that, like, do you just give up and do you bounce? Why don't those people, Pat, who have money, donate and help and try to fund and support the opposition? Because we talked about it and we warned people. Look at
Eric Adams needs your money, you guys.
What's happening in England. Look what's happening.
You better fucking donate.
In France. Every single thing on my feed about Europe is negative. And it's the migrants that are in there that are causing freaking ruckus, punching people.
Why do they think it's migrants? It's like mostly white people that supported him. It is your fellow white man, Vinny. You have no one else to blame.
Face, robbing people, stabbing people, beating the shit out of kids. Sorry for my language, but and I want to say something, Pat. And I think it was Mayor Suarez.
What's PVD's thoughts on bombing Iran? Do we know? He fucking loves it. He's like an insane Iranian expat that like idolizes the Shah, and he loves Israel and the United States. So follow Trump into any fucking war he tries to drag this country into.
Something along the lines of finding a loophole or something where if you're a communist and you're seriously supporting communists, you can't run for public office. Rob, I think Suarez said this, but this is me. This is Vincent.
Yeah, we read that earlier in the Newsweek article. There's Republicans actually trying to get Trump to invoke some on the books rarely enforced law that was signed in by Eisenhower, I think. Some like anti-communist thing or whatever. And it's like, dude, that's not happening. He's not getting fucking deported. You just have to try to defeat him.
Shauna's take. And this goes all the way to the top, which includes him and this type of office, Pat. This country was built on Christian values. Am I right, Tom?
Absolutely.
The Constitution was not written in a vacuum. The founders believe our rights came from God.
Endowed by our Creator.
Thank you. And not the government. So that's what makes America great. And that's what makes
And not Islamists.
us different. You take God out.
I mean, like, yeah, there's like a Protestant bent to the morality and like construction of this country, but it was like fundamentally secular, and there was separation between church and state.
And you have tyranny. And look at communists. Name me a time that communism worked, Tom. Can anybody do it? Communism and this Marxist crap idea. And this is me. I think, Tom, that we need to, I don't know how it would happen, but do something where even the president, Pat, only Christians, and I'm being real, can be the president of the United States. This is a Christian nation. Our freedoms came from the...
No way. A Christian believes that only other Christians should be allowed to be president in the United States.
Cross, not Karl Marx.
Not like that's literally been the fucking case. There's like literally never even been like a Jewish president, let alone like a Muslim president.
Okay, communism rejects God.
He's like, he sees this like one mayor and he like thinks that he has to fear like Christians not being in charge of this country.
And if we let this type of stuff
all
in,
gods, by the way.
If this, and am I being that guy where this is a nation founded on Christian values?
No, you're right, but listen.
You've always been that guy, dude.
The beautiful thing about people like this is contradictions eventually get exposed. Watch this one here. He says, this virus is laying bare the severe shortcomings of capitalism. And look at the next tweet. It's the final day to buy our very first merch. Wait a minute.
Democratic socialism is when no selling campaign merch, y'all.
You went from hating capitalism to becoming a capitalist, 0 to 60 to capitalist in a couple seconds. What happened there? You get exposed. You get
Wait till he fucking brings up, did you tweet that from an iPhone? Damn, dude, got him.
On the ideology and philosophies people like this have. Adam, what are your thoughts on this with what's happening in New York City with Mamdani winning?
Well, congratulations, New York City. I just want to give you a round of applause. Elections have consequences, and this is who you voted for.
I can't hear him.
Why did they just mute him?
Dropped out.
Oh.
No?
No, not Adam.
Yeah, there you
go. Okay, go for it, Adam.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what you heard, but...
Go back when you said New York City.
Why are they like not all in the same space?
Yeah, well, congratulations, New York City. Proud of you. Happy for you. This is what you wanted. You got it. This is something
Dems are still capitalists. Sorry. That's the other thing, is that he calls himself a democratic socialist because he's a social democrat.
We'll see if it sticks to Mamdani when it comes to November. This is only the primary.
That's right.
If we know anything, this is only the primary.
Do you think he'll win?
There's going to be
do you think he'll
5 more months.
Do you think he'll win?
That? So I do think he'll win. And I'll tell you why. This is not a... People are looking at him as he's the problem. He's not the problem. He's a symptom of a bigger problem. One thing we know for
Which is socialism afoot in America, as we currently have all 3 branches in the United States government occupied by like Maga minoritarian rule. But you really need to worry about the scourge of socialism being pervasive and spreading throughout the Democratic Party, even though Democrats are like literally not willing to accept a W if this is what it means they have to do to start winning. So he has nothing to fear, unfortunately.
Sure, is New York is done with the Cuomos. No offense. I think Chris Cuomo is doing a great job right now on News Nation. I think...
I could not find that. I should actually try to find that. Chris Cuomo, as soon as it was announced that his sex-best brother fucking lost, it was like extremism has taken hold in America.
Andrew Cuomo, it's time to retire. There's 3 reasons that Zohran won, and we should pay attention to the reasons why. Number 1, he was the exact opposite of what Cuomo was. He was authentic, he was bold, and he wasn't scared. Cuomo, as funny as it is, he's not establishment, but he's at least viewed as anti-establishment, or a part of the establishment. So, number 2, when someone tells you who they are, believe them. He is a progressive Islamist. He co-founded, I believe, the Palestinian Students for Justice. He's a communist. He's an Islamist.
What, dude? What? He's an Islamist. He has advocated for Palestinian rights. Believe him when he says he's a communist. Fucking 2 + 5 = cactus. Could I be any more clear?
Respect. That's who he is. Believe him. He started a grassroots, youthful, diverse movement in New York City, and this is who the modern Democratic Party is. This is why I left the Democratic Party. I'm from Miami. You don't see anything like this in Miami. You see someone like this, like Mayor Suarez in Miami. There's 0% chance in Miami where Cubans came to flee communism and socialism. We'd never elect anybody like this. So this is why you see all the memes about people basically moving.
But like, okay, this is the thing. The funny thing is that Cubans basically had like automatic citizenship granted if they swam over and fucking landed in Florida. And then it was Obama that reversed that, but Republicans that fought against it. But he will literally bring up, I'm sure, the fact that he's just supported by a bunch of migrants. I mean, Vinny already brought it up with zero irony, self-awareness, none of that, of course. The fact that the thing that they're saying happened here, that like illegals are the reason why Zohran won, is like, no, that's part of the reason why that's like there's a stronghold in Florida with the Republican Party. Like, are you confused?
To Miami. What's the biggest reason that they're moving to Miami? It's not the Christianity. It's not the Islamism. It's not the Judaism. It's not religion. Follow the money. Affordability crisis in New York is the #1 in the country as far as what you're.
True. That's why Zohran got elected, because he's the candidate talking about that and has solutions that are bold that young people like.
Paying as far as percentage of your income towards housing. That's why he's using all the typical tricks that a socialist and a communist uses. Lowering the cost of rent freezes, free buses, free transportation, free childcare, $30 minimum wage, free groceries, basically. Where have I heard this before? We'll see if Eric Adams can mount something, but unless he becomes authentic and learn.
Pay taxes, that gives you roads. Socialist. I mean, he literally is doing that meme, though. Like, socialism is when the government does stuff. And Zohran said, and like, again, look, especially the policies that he's going after to classify him as that. Zohran said, I'd like to raise the minimum wage. And then Adams said, what are you, a socialist?
How to get with the youth. Mamdani might be the newest mayor of New York City.
All right, so
what
here's
a far
what he had
cry
to say. Here's
from
what he
Michael
had to say
Bloomberg.
on the victory speech. Go ahead, Rob.
What a far cry from Michael Bloomberg. Respect to our billionaires.
Because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford. A city where they can do more than
just... You have to remember, this is like their version of like seeing a Trump-like figure win.
Struggle. And it's where the
way that Dems feel, obviously.
Will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism, to stop masked ICE agents from deporting our neighbors.
I don't know why I'm screaming.
Yeah.
Anchorman? Is that what it is? Dude, keep playing it, Rob. I'm just trying to like...
He's giving a speech.
He says he's fighting Trump's fascism, right?
Yep.
Fascism. To stop masked ICE agents from deporting our neighbors.
So this is what Tom Homan had to say about this, because you know how he went up and screaming about the fact that, hey, this is not fair what you're doing to immigrants. This is Tom Homan's response. Go for it.
Mayor candidate. He hasn't won yet, but he won the Democratic primary, Zohran Mamdani. So he's saying, I mean, this is incredible.
This guy might actually be like the dumbest motherfucker in the Trump administration, and that is stunning. That is saying something.
He's vowed to kick the, quote, fascist ICE out of New York City, okay? So how do you intend to deal with that? Because I would guess there are going to be a lot of criminals and Iranian cells and whatnot in New York City. The job's not done there. What do you say to this guy?
Good luck with that. Federal law trumps him every day, every hour, every minute. We're going to be in New York City. Matter of fact, because it's a sanctuary city, President Trump made it clear a week and a half ago. We're going to double down and triple down on sanctuary cities. If we can't arrest a bad guy in a county jail, one agent arresting one bad guy, they release him in the streets like New York does every day. We got to send a whole team to look at this guy. And not only that, we're going to send additional teams to look for all the people they arrest. We're going to concentrate in sanctuary cities because we know they're releasing public safety threats and national security threats back to the street. So we know we got a problem there. So we don't have that problem in Florida where most sheriffs work for us. So we're going to double up and triple up on New York. And not only are we going to send more agents to the neighborhood, we're going to increase worksite enforcement tenfold. If we can't arrest them in the jail, you're going to force them in the neighborhood, then we'll find them in the neighborhood. If we can't.
So, by the way, New Yorkers who are possibly thinking about staying, they're staying because of guys like this. They're relying on the federal government to do their part. Rob, can you do me a favor? Go to ChatGPT and time in how many Muslim mayors have we had in America?
Pull up ChatGPT.
How many Muslim mayors? I believe the number is 6 when I looked at it yesterday, but it could be 3 and 3.
He's like, when I looked at it yesterday, why are you even searching this up, dude? When I decided to like scare myself yesterday.
We'll break it down for you. How many Muslim mayors
Before
have
they read this, they should turn out the lights and get like a flashlight, and he should hold it under his chin while he reads out the names of the 6 other Muslim mayors that have run New York City.
In America, zoom in a little bit. How many Muslim mayors have we had in America? Breakdown. Okay, so that one is what? Mayor of Cambridge, Massachusetts. Okay, 4 years. Sadat Jaffer in Montgomery Township. Okay. Deca's, where's that? Portland. Is that Portland, Maryland? No, that's where? M.E.
Portland, Maine.
Portland, Maine. And then Nadia Mohammed is St. Louis Park, Minnesota. It's a lot of Minnesota. Amir Omar, Richardson, Texas. Interesting. First Muslim mayor
5
in that region. And then 6, Mamdani, if he wins, right?
So 5.
So 5 so far. And
oh, wait, so like it wasn't even... These are okay. So it wasn't even like of New York City. It was literally of like across the United States and like major cities.
That region, and then 6, Mamdani, if he wins,
wins,
right?
so 5.
So 5 so far, and of which, of the 5, 3 are from Minnesota. If this goes the way it does, Tom, say he wins. Is it really that bad of a thing? Is it really going to get that nasty? Is it really an overreaction? Oh, my God, everyone's going to move to Florida. People are going to leave. It's going to be this. Is it really that bad of a thing in New York, or is it just an overreaction?
I don't think it's an overreaction. We just saw one of the largest, most influential realtors in New York.
I can't tell if PBD was kind of being like realistic for once. Like, yeah, it's not going to like chill. Or if he was just doing that to like tee up Tom for that fucking layoff. Let's see.
Saying, I'm getting phone calls now to stop a deal. And a deal in New York City is $1 million, $2 million deal. And
I mixed my sports analogies. I just realized, but you know what I mean?
End for, condos and nice apartments and things like that. And now you're talking about this. I look at it this way. There is a great contradiction that happened in New York City. They had a large rally, one of the larger rallies. No authoritarianism, no kings. But if you listen to this guy and you listen to everything, you take the guns away from the citizens. And by the way, there was a shooting at a church, one person tragically killed, but then a highly trained, licensed citizen security guard takes out the threat. Not a multi-person shooting, one person, God rest her soul, and the shooter neutralized. But now you're going to take guns away from the citizens, you're going to defund the police, and you're going to do all the rest of these things, make it free. And when that devolves, that will devolve very, very quickly. And when it devolves...
Dude, I wish he'd like dropped the defund the police shit. Like, Cuomo was trying to bait him so hard with like old posts and shit that he'd said during the debate as well as other candidates, but he didn't talk about it.
Guess what? The people can't rise up.
But he did say that he's not going to commit more money to the NYPD budget, which is good.
Because if people are not armed just to protect their homes, and you know what you get? You get an authoritarian Muslim that's the mayor of your city. This is not an overreaction. There are very real things that are happening right now. It's a populist thing. If he tries to get the $30 minimum wage through, Eric Adams was on a morning show on Fox talking about things. Hey, he needs the assemblyman to help him, and he is an assemblyman. And so why couldn't he get all this done now? So as mayor of New York, this is not an overreaction.
Why couldn't Zohran Mamdani single-handedly introduce socialism into New York City? Checkmate, Lib.
Action. This is the tip of an iceberg. This could head toward Dearborn very, very, very quickly. And I just asked New Yorkers.
Or Dearborn? Okay, now we're just like, yeah, because they got a lot of Muslims there. This is what's going to happen. Okay, dude.
Those of you that voted for him, look down the list of things and ask yourself very honestly, where do you think the outcome is at? What do you think the end is at? Does the mayor become a Muslim authoritarian figure? I think so. But you just marched in the streets over the past weekend and said no authoritarianism. Which is it?
By the way, you know what's interesting about this, Tom? I posted something on Twitter and I said, New York may have gotten more conservative in the 2024 election, but the Democratic Party moved further left.
I think you're 100% correct.
They moved further left. So
Whoa, you're telling me that as the Republican Party moves further right, that the base becomes more polarized along with the rest of the country? He's the first person to make this observation, by the way.
Left
on X, the everything
they
app.
didn't decide to come to the center. Let's go a little bit more to the center. They're like, no, let's go a little bit more to the left. Let's go turn this thing into Detroit. Let's go turn this thing into Dearborn.
Why do they keep saying like the next London? What does this mean? London is not like a socialist city.
And you know what's the crazy thing about businessmen that live in your community? Who are the first people that are hated? Those who make money, those who are successful. In every space, those are the people that always get hated the most. In the family, who is the most hated person? Probably the guy with the most money or the gal with the most money. It's always the same thing. People can't stand success because they're envious of it until eventually, what happens? Those people say, you know what? You don't appreciate us? No problem. We'll leave to a different place. Ken Griffin, I was at an event in St. Regis with a bunch of wealthy people that are billionaires, and the entire 8-hour meeting...
Yeah, I was just hanging out with a bunch of wealthy people at the St. Regis. No big deal. Like this is so much of the podcast. If anybody's watching me for the first time, is literally just him trying to like flex and make himself the hero of every single story that he tells.
40% of the meeting, everyone brought up Ken Griffin. Ken Griffin left Chicago. Ken Griffin left Chicago. Ken Griffin left Chicago. Ken Griffin. We're going to miss Ken Griffin, but we're going to recover from Ken Griffin. It's like the entire meeting was about Ken Griffin. Okay, so now all these people that you guys hate in New York that are the business owners, the builders, the billionaires, you don't think they have 100 other places to go to? It's as if every person that voted for Mamdani in New York needs to go out there and buy the book Atlas Shrugged and just read it. Go read the book.
Has a Her Take show dropped about this yet? Dude, I don't know if Her Take is still happening after that last episode where Adam fucking threw a tampon at at Anna Kasparian. There hasn't been a new episode uploaded, so maybe it's done.
And read the history of what happens when you push these types of guys out. There's plenty of places for them to go to. But again, we'll see what happened by November between now and then. Maybe Eric Adams is going to come out. And since they're both kind of Democratic Party, but he went to the independent side, who knows if an independent can win in New York? We'll find out. Let's go to the next story. Iran, Israel, did the nuclear facilities really get hit? Did they not get hit? You hear stories about the fact that those places didn't get hit. There's CNN anchor saying certain things. There's Joy Reid saying certain things here. Joy Reid, I'll start off with that one first. Rob, can you tell me what page Joy Reid is? Joy Reid is, you have to hear this one, folks.
Page 16?
Page 16.
Did they support Eric Adams when Adams first ran? I actually don't know. I doubt it.
Okay. Joy Reid, let's start the clip from here, by the way. Joy Reid suggests Iran having a nuclear weapon might make Middle East calmer. Can you imagine that? Iran having a nuclear weapon might make the Middle East calmer. By the way, there are people that agree with her. Go ahead, Rob. Play the clip.
What do you think we'll see first, World War III or nuclear war? I don't think we'll ever see nuclear war in our lifetime, but I do think we'll see a world war.
And the reason you won't see nuclear war in our lifetime is that everyone...
Okay, we're not doing this. Breakfast Club fucking, what is it? Okay, so let's see how they cope about Trump denies wanting regime change in Iran.
Watch this here.
Do you want to see regime change in Iran?
No. If there was, there was. But no, I don't want it. I'd like to see
there was, but I don't want it.
Everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos. And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos. So we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business people. And they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear. But other than that, they should do a great job.
Yeah, so the challenge then becomes, if you don't open up. Yesterday, I put a tweet out at 1:30 in the morning or 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what time it was. I'm up there just going through a bunch of different things and, preparing for today. Today happens to be Tom's oldest daughter's birthday. Shout out to Bailey. Happy birthday, Bailey. It happens to be my youngest daughter's birthday, Brooke. And it happens to be our anniversary today. My wife and I, 16 years. So happy birthday, Bailey. Happy birthday, Brooke. Brooklyn. And
congratulations,
happy anniversary, Jennifer Bailey.
16 years.
So
Damn.
last night, 1 o'clock, I'm going through it, and you're talking about regime change and all this stuff that's taking place, right? And the president said what he said there about the fact that he doesn't want chaos. So who doesn't want chaos? He doesn't want chaos? He doesn't want regime change? Or the Iranian people don't want regime change? What did he say?
I think he doesn't want chaos.
He doesn't want.
Yeah.
Of course he doesn't want.
Of course.
But what do Iranians want? They want change.
They want change.
They don't want chaos. They want change. I put this up last night because a guy said something about me. Can you go back to Rob? I want to put the tweet right before the one that I put up. I just want to call this out. Because if the Iranian romanticizers, put that up there so I can read that.
The
Patrick,
Iranian romanticizers. He says that, dude, this guy just worships the fucking Shah. The myth making that he has surrounding the fucking Shah, but he's going to talk about like the Iranian worshippers.
Level of Wikipedia, he has no national political agendas other than increasing his audience.
I love when he like fights his fucking Twitter battles like on stream.
And securing sponsors.
Patrick Bet David's political literacy is at the level of Wikipedia. He has no national/political agenda other than increasing his audience and securing sponsors. True, based. Therefore, when he passionately slams leadership capacity of Prince Reza, it is undoubtedly driven by business interests. I mean,
Therefore, when he passionately slams leadership capacity of Prince Reza Pahlavi, it is undoubtedly driven by business interests. Now, here's what this guy, and I don't blame him for, not knowing what he's talking about. My response to him was, I don't know who you are. I really don't want to open my mouth about who for decades used their last name to collect money from innocent Iranians. But if the pressure comes, I will gladly open my mouth. I will bring receipts soon if these lies continue about us doing it for money. Whether it's I'm taking 1 minute, I'm taking money from Israel. The next minute is I'm Mossad. The next minute is I'm Iranian. The next minute is I'm Nayak. The next minute is I'm pro-Reza Pahlavi monarchy coming back. The next minute we're taking money.
I mean, you are, no?
Money for sponsorship. And what's funny is we don't take money from any sponsorship. This is why we sell our stuff. We're proud capitalists. By the way,
I mean, he's probably not wrong that they don't take sponsorships. Like, this whole outlet, they probably lose money on the podcast. But the point of the podcast is to sell himself as some, like, high-tier marketer and like be a fucking consultant to other people that actually thinks he knows how to make money.
Hey, what is his name, Majid? Here's what we'd like to see happen. Your country right now only has $350 billion in GDP. We'd like to find a way to 7x that so Iranians can make some money because capitalism can solve a lot of problems in Iran. So I wrote this and I said, Iran deserves better leadership. There's so much untapped potential in Iran. Here are a few things to consider. A resource-rich nation with a starved economy. How does a country with ranked fifth in natural resources, population of 92 million, talented people only produce 400? That's less than Walmart, Amazon, and Aramco produce per year. And by the way, in Apple is 390 billion. So Apple almost is bigger than Iran's GDP. So Iran, an entire country, produces less than a single corporation. How is it possible? The answer, big. The current regime is suffocating the nation's potential. With the right leadership, the economy can explode to $2 trillion in no time, unlocking unprecedented prosperity for its people.
What the hell is this? Who is this? Whose tweet is this? Okay, it's his own tweet. Of course.
Corporation. How is it possible? The answer, big. The current regime is suffocating.
This has to be partially copied from ChatGPT.
The nation's potential. With the right leadership, the economy can explode to $2 trillion in no time, unlocking unprecedented prosperity for its people. 2, geopolitical goldmine. Iran is one of the most strategically located nations on earth. Whether you're in China, Russia, Europe, Africa, or Middle East, you have to go through Iran. Now imagine if Iran were wide open for business. 3, a sleeping giant for global tourism. In the 70s, it was one of the global destinations, drawn nearly 1 million tourists per year, including celebrities, business elites, and world leaders. It offers stunning mountains, rich ancient history, world-class museums, incredible cuisine, music, culture, and yes, some of the most beautiful women in the world. Iranian women, man, they're beautiful. Iran has everything except for
beautiful.
Iran doesn't need a monarchy or a theocracy. That's not popular for a lot of people that are fans of Reza Pahlavi, that they want him to bring back the monarchy. You don't need a theocracy. You don't need a monarchy. My opinion, you can trash this and tear it apart. This is my opinion. The concept that U.S. had the No Kings protest, they should do that in Iran, is more relevant to Iran than anywhere else. Iran needs to scrap its current structure and start fresh like a startup. Bring together modern founding fathers to draft a new constitution based on liberty, equality, and democracy. Hold real elections, guarantee freedom for everyone. Partner with the West is the fastest way to rebuild. You can't chant death to America one day and negotiate with the U.S. next day. That's not the point.
It's like stream of consciousness that he's just broadcasting.
See, that's delusion. If Iran builds bridges, not walls, business will flood in.
Like platitude, final boss. None of this means anything.
Iran could be the key to peace in the Middle East. That's simple. Only question is who's going to rise up. So when I put that up there, you see this, and you'll see, oh my God, how dare you do this? I can't. The romanticizers of Pahlavi, and you don't want he's going to be like his father. He's not his father. He's a sweet man, nice man, smart man, wants to make his mom happy, wants to make his dad proud that is no longer here. But he's not going to get the job done as a person, and sometimes, well, let him just get in, and then we'll figure all the rest out. No. A person that's an influencer is not going to sit there and say, oh, yeah, let's just do that, let's get in, and then we'll get the job done. You know who said that? Nancy Pelosi said, well, we have to pass it so we see what's in the bill. That's what we got to do.
We'll find out what's in it afterwards.
No. So to me, while this is going on, a lot of...
Okay, he's acting like literally every single politician doesn't do that shit. Doesn't say, oh, I haven't read it yet to avoid having to make commitments to a fucking bill or whatever, or it says like literally doesn't know what they're voting for because they're not reading it all the way.
Iranians are seeing, is someone gonna close this out? By the way, if again, this is the closest you've been in 46 years. If again, this doesn't succeed, who are you blaming? Go ahead. This is the closest you've been in 46 years. If this doesn't happen again, whose fault is it? You're not going to put it on Pahlavi? Who are you going to...
He was doing this plea like in one of the last episodes, like speaking directly to like Iranians that he thinks is like are in his audience, like watching him, trying to inspire them to rise up. It's so easy, dude.
Put it on because that's your face. Go ahead. Put it on somebody. Who will you put it on? The Indiana Pacers lost. Who do you put it on? Well, injuries.
How about Iran becomes a democracy and they decide not once in any of these talks about regime change do any of these people even try to make an overture or oh, it should be a democracy. It's clearly like, no, these people are saying, oh, the people of Iran need to be liberated and they want this, they want to overthrow it or whatever. It's like, no, they know that it would just be like to install a puppet government.
Fair, game 7.
Whoever's the most favorable to Israel and the United States.
Minnesota was supposed to go to the championship and become the Michael Jordan, right? What's his name? Anthony Edwards. What happened? Oh, it's not his fault? It's not his fault. Oh, he's a seasoned player. I got you. Let's not put the responsibility on anybody. This is the close. By the way, he had a video that he posted yesterday, Rob. If you can go to his X account. And again, sweet man, nice man, smart man, capable man of being someone that can help out with history. But this is what he posted yesterday. If you can go a little bit lower, there was a video right there. And watch this one here. Open it up. Let's watch this. Go ahead.
This is our Berlin Wall moment. But like all moments of great change, it comes fraught with danger. We stand at a crossroads. One road leads to bloodshed and chaos. The other to a peaceful and democratic transition. The difference in these two roads depends on one factor. And one factor alone, whether the current regime in Iran is allowed to survive.
Watch this.
If the West throws the regime a lifeline, there will be more bloodshed and chaos.
Okay. So he gives a message like that, which is to say this is the closest they've been. He needs U.S.'s help to get the job done. Great. But when you watch that, does that sound like somebody that is intimidating, that someone that's going to get the job done? No. It sounds like somebody that has the history that can play.
They also did this in one of the previous episodes as well, sizing this guy up just off of like a 40-second like clip of him.
Good role. I had a call with somebody yesterday. You know what the entire conversation was about for an hour? The conversation was about, this is one of the guys I love to work with. And the deal he struggles with, this is why I have so much respect for Tom. What he struggles with is the following.
Respect to Tom.
He wants to be a number one.
Okay.
But he really is a number 4.
But he has ambition to be the number 1.
No, he's not a number 1.
He wants to be an alpha, but he's a beta.
No, he does not. Because
Oh.
the pressures of number 1, not everybody wants. It sucks. Because all the attacks come to you and all the pressure comes to you. Some
Big friends. It's so hard being at the top.
people simply do better being 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And by the way,
Some people are like just part of the natural slave class, you know? Doesn't mean you're inferior. It just means you're not meant to lead.
they shine more as a 2, 3, 4 than they do as a 1. Paul George said, I was never a number 1 to win a championship. My record says it. If I was a 1, I would have won a championship. I didn't win it. He didn't win as a 1.
Basketball
He needed to be a 2 or
analogies.
3. This guy is a very good 2, 3, 4, but not as a 1. To get the job done, Iranians, you're going to keep coming at me and posting stuff, and eventually I'm going to really start saying stuff. And my challenge to all of you guys is right.
You don't want him to go off harder.
And here's what I'm tempted to do, Vinny Tom. And I've been
Scold the like random Iranian people
told you guys
in his
this.
audience.
I'm tempted to see about holding
I'm Vinny here. I'm thinking, wait, does Pat think I'm a number 4? He's definitely not talking about me, right? That's what
for
he's thinking.
Iranians, some of the smartest, most influential Iranians, at our office, at the hangar, private, no cameras, nothing. Everybody has to put their phones in. Security, we come in. Nobody has anything. We just sit there and we talk. What some of their ideas are. I think to identify who that person is going to, I'm at that point. I have too many things going on that the chance of me doing this is less than 5%. But that thought crossed my mind. Right now we got all these things. We're doing family, kids, businesses, all these other things. But it's at that point because if you're not going to hold a meeting to rally and unify everybody so we can get on the same page and identify where we're going, what the hell are we doing? And if you can't hold the meeting, it's because you don't carry that kind of weight anymore. If you call a meeting and you don't carry the weight of people coming, what happened there? Maybe you lost it. Maybe you're not the guy. Maybe you're not the person. So it's a very interesting season right now. So I get it for U.S. and Trump, what he's saying. But Iranians are fed up, and they want that $350 billion of GDP to turn into
He
$2
would know as somebody who hasn't lived there for like, what, 30 years?
trillion. That opens up opportunities, places you live, schools your kids go to. Anyways, we'll see what's going to happen with Iran. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, I
Adam,
encourage
let-
PPD to
give
have
it to
that
us
meeting,
straight.
and if you're going to do that meeting, it needs to happen immediately, because there's something called carpe diem, and that's seize the day. Here's the biggest challenge that the
Dude, the platitudes never fucking end with these bozos. It's insane.
Iranian people are going to face right now.
So much of their episodes are just like repeat of the same stupid shit.
This story is the #1 story in the world. You know what's going to happen? In a week, in 2 weeks, it's going to be yesterday's news, and everyone's going to forget about the people of Iran. You bring up a great point here. Is this what?
Yeah, which is okay, true. So why were you advocating for regime change like a week ago in the last episode that I fucking watched? If you yourself acknowledge that it's literally just a political football and it's not something that Americans actually fucking care about.
Trump wants? Does Trump want to get out of this mess, this conundrum of the Middle East? You bet he does. He wants to set his sights on China, and that's what the America First agenda really wants to focus on, not Middle East quagmires. But what do the Iranian people want? The Iranian people want to be free. Now's the time.
He bases that off of this survey that says like, oh, like 80% of Iranians like want regime change or they're like dissatisfied. But one, it doesn't follow from that premise that they want it to be Israel, the United States to do it. And two, it's like that organization has an unorthodox method of gathering survey data to pretty much manufacture the outcome that they want, because they conduct the majority of the polls like over Telegram, WhatsApp, Instagram, and online. They don't verify. You can push it out to other people, and you can opt in. They don't try to get like a polling sample that's representative of like the average Iranian, and that's by design.
I'm telling you right now, if this doesn't happen in the next few weeks, this ain't happening. PBD is absolutely right. This is the closest the Iranian people.
I mean, so like it was so pressing just a week ago that we do this, guys. That we have to save the Iranian people. now I guess after we like bombed the shit out of their country and only like set their nuclear program back, we didn't actually completely destroy it. We're bored. Mom, I don't want to play with regime change anymore.
People have been to being free in 46 years. And my thoughts are, unless they take advantage and seize the day and carpe diem, they're never going to have freedom ever again. So who benefits from everything that just happened in Iran? Well, Israel definitely benefits because they've eliminated a nuclear holocaust. USA.
He literally buys. He takes Bibi at his word for every single thing that he ever says. He doesn't ever question Bibi, any Israeli like state propaganda line. He never questions Trump. So this like he genuinely believes all this shit.
Benefits because they've eliminated a potential threat that sows chaos all around the world. The world
like Bibi goes on Fox News, talks to Rabbi and says you should thank him because he's saving the world and preventing a second Holocaust by doing these strikes against Iran. This bozo is actually the person that believes him.
We don't need to have a nuclear Iran, despite what the moron Joy Reid has to say. But you know who definitely doesn't benefit if this thing does not work out in their favor? The actual Iranian people, because you're starting to see stories that the Iranian regime is starting to take it out on the people who have been cheering and protesting against the regime. So this is a great case for the Second Amendment, by the way, because that doesn't exist in Iran. So I don't even know how they're going to rise up. PBD, last point, you bring up a great point. The GDP of Iran is set to soar. I don't know if we can have time to play a clip, but there's an American-Iranian businessman who talks about the economic dynamism that could potentially take place in Iran if
by clip, they
basically take the stranglehold of the noose that is around their neck away from the Ayatollah. He talks about catching up to the UAE, Qatar, and in Saudi, not in 46 years, in basically 5 to 7 years. So the Iranian people want to be free. They're a great people, ingenuity, smart. They're just being held hostage by the Ayatollah.
Yeah,
and unless they take advantage
what's
of it.
interesting with what you're saying here.
Sure.
Here's what's interesting with what you're saying here. Guess who wants those sanctions to remain on Iran? Guess who wants Khamenei to
Trump?
keep saying death on America? Guess who wants Khamenei to keep making fun of
Democrats?
Trump? Guess who wants Iran and U.S.'s relationship to continue to be bad? Guess who wants that?
Qatar, Saudi, Venezuela, everybody else that doesn't want another competitor in the oil market.
That's right. That's exactly who also benefits from it. So the what do you call it? The connect the dots game. Like if you go play American Gangster, where he's like, Russell Crowe sitting there saying, "Oh my God, it's Frank Lucas. That's really the person behind Blue Magic." If you connect the dots, there are a lot of people behind closed doors that want the sanctions to remain, that don't want it to open up because they're going to take some business away from them. They don't want that competition. These sanctions are perfect to not have any competition. So if Iran does become free, does Saudi fully want that? Do they?
The way he's acting like Trump doesn't also support the sanctions.
Maybe.
Or the fact that like the nuclear agreement and the diplomatic route is completely extinguished at this point, that's not also going to kill their chances of getting those sanctions lifted anytime soon.
Does Qatar really want to lose that business? Do they really, really want to have Iran that's got influence over Strait of Hormuz?
This is like when the Celtics drafted Len Bias, but what happened? Yeah, I mean, like so much of his commentary is just some pointless analogy that doesn't connect to the story whatsoever, but he thinks he just made some like profound point.
A fifth of the oil supply that moves from, do they really want that place to be free? There's a part of it where it's kind of like, how some people are like, man, I hate the fact that this is going on to New York. And the same people that hate the fact that what's going on in New York right now, that's about to become the next Dearborn, London, and next, Detroit, their same ones are like, I hope it happens because I just want them to realize what they voted for. I hope it happens. So it's like this thing that's like, and there's a group of people that are like, I hope it happens. They're like, I hope they figure it out because I don't want these crazy people from New York to come to Florida and flip the state. I don't want you to come to Florida. Stay in New York. I hope it doesn't happen. So these Saudi Qatars...
These people are so anti-immigration. They're not even cool with people moving within the United States to the state that they're in anymore.
States are like, yeah, we want it to be peaceful. We don't want them to have nuclear weapon. But can we kind of keep the sanctions on them so we keep getting this business that we're making? This is the part. So to get the job done, someone's got to be able to rally this whole thing to make it happen. But anyways, we will see what's going to happen. We'll continue. I'm going to get to the next topic here of Daddy.
Okay. I just need to see this like Biden auto pen controversy. What the fuck is this?
So weird. Rob, do you have the clip of this?
Yes, this is her outside of the testimony yesterday where she is asked if she helped in the cover-up of Joe Biden's cognitive decline.
Shoot.
Whoa.
Go for it.
A brief comment.
Thank you.
I
this is Neera Tanden.
just spoke with the House Oversight Committee, Majority and Minority Council. I answered every question, was pleased to discuss my public service, and it was a thorough process, and I'm glad I answered every question.
Sounds to disguise President Biden's condition?
Absolutely not.
Look at her walk away. Look at that. What did he ask?
Were you helpful in the cover-up of Joe Biden's cognitive condition? And she said, absolutely not, and then just walks right
How, okay, you want to talk about body language? Do you see that? For sure. This, by the way, so she testified.
I mean, she probably wasn't, though. The thing is that, one, like, yeah, obviously Democrats refuse to, like, acknowledge the elephant in the room, which is that Biden was way too fucking old. But the thing that's revealed in Jake Tapper's book is talking about how even, like, Democratic insiders were not aware of the extent to which, like, Biden had cognitively declined, because his own staffers shielded him from, like, media appearances, meeting with Democrats at times that weren't ideal for him. So he, like, to the extent that they interacted with him, for the most part, it was, like, good. It was fine. And then, like, if he had off days or whatever, they didn't think too much of it. They didn't realize that when they were interacting with him and it was positive and that he seemed, like, all there, that was the exception, not entirely the rule.
For 20 months.
Like, I don't think it's been formally found, like, he has prostate cancer, but I don't think it's been found that he has, like, dementia or anything like that. But he obviously is experiencing cognitive decline because he's old as fuck.
Guys, think about this.
And I don't think it would be crazy for people to speculate that he has dementia.
Who knows? This is just one instant. From October 2021 to May 2023, she used the auto pen to sign off on, are you ready for this? Documents that included pardons. Wow. Hey-o.
Okay, Donald Trump literally used auto pen to pardon those fucking, how many people was it for January 6th?
Pardons, executive orders, and more. So some of it's obviously behind closed doors, so we can't see it. She claimed that she was authorized to do it, and she said she would pass along decision memos to Biden's inner circle before using the auto pen. Think about that. She would write a memo saying, this is what I'm going to have him sign for. Is it cool? And not the president, guys. An intermediate, people in the middle, I just messed up that word, would tell him, I mean, he probably wouldn't even tell him, Rob, you saw that? That word just, my brain tried to do it. But he wasn't, the point is,
it was more than 1,500 people, and that was done using AutoPen. Even he fucking admitted it.
The problem is, was he even given the authorization to let, you know what I mean, for whatever she was doing?
She sucks without the lies. She's so freaking hateable. I know, but it's kind of funny when she gets barred out and would, like, tweet at Bernie Sanders randomly.
So the White House insists that it was all above board, that Biden personally approved everything, but now the oversight is pressing hard and asking who was really running the country. And so, by the way, this is what we've been saying the whole time. This is what Jake Tapper and everybody has to be like. Oh,
Trump is almost 80, dude.
Oh my God.
The idea that this party is going to, like, try to get on the fucking high horse surrounding, like, see, we don't put forth, like, incompetent candidates. It's like, my guy, he is elderly.
We didn't know, but we had to report on it. But I'm just, and again, and this is what we're talking about, what people voted for and all that stuff. One of the main ones for me, Pat, besides the border, besides the Epstein and the list and all that type of stuff, which I'm still waiting and hopeful that we get the actual ansors, it was this type of stuff. It was the pardons that we're giving to
the COPE, thinking that they're actually, this administration is going to unredact or actually, like expose anything new related to the Epstein case. Cash Patel's clearly not fucking doing that.
Freaking Hunter Biden, the entire Biden regime, the whole family, Shifty Shift, the January 6th committee, and Dr. Anthony Fauci. Okay, I want this to me, Tom, is pressing. This is at the top of my list because you know me when it comes to accountability. I want all these people to be held freaking accountable, and I think this is a little crack in the ship that's going to make it come down. I think it's going to happen.
Very interesting to see what's going on here. So, Rob, what was the other clip that you had? This is Scott Perry. What's in this clip, Rob?
This is him explaining what the House Oversight Committee is investigating in regards to the auto pen use.
Go for it.
Oh, my God.
Them in the context of, did Joe Biden actually have any clue about what the auto pen was signing, or were they doing it on his behalf? And, everybody's going to hunker down. Everybody's going to be tight-lipped about that. And so it's going to be hard to determine. I mean, Joe has already said that, he knew.
I mean, this is, like, entirely performative.
This stuff, but we know that he signed Hunter's pardon, but with his own hand. Mm-hmm. But the other ones were auto pens. So we don't know if he really knows all these people. And quite honestly, even when they were standing right in front of him, I'm not saying this to be mean, but he couldn't even identify his own Secretary of Defense on occasion, or people that he had appointed to these very high-level positions. It's sad, but it's reality. And what I think this is going to show, whether it's admitted or not, or whether it's provable or not.
Very interesting to see all of what's happening. I need to use these throwaway sentences more often.
The people that were actually in charge.
How embarrassing.
Okay, looking back. I'm sorry, Tom.
So I look at this a little bit differently. I look at this from an investigative standpoint and get past all of the spin and everything that's going out.
Just the facts for Tom.
A cog in the wheel. Hey, A cog in the wheel says that she was authorized to get things signed. Who did you work for? Who did you work for? This is like when Giuliani had the map of the mob and he had the red squares for the people that had been indicted, and then he had some yellow squares that were blank that he said were informants, and he was forming the labyrinth, the chart of everybody. And it's something similar they did. You seen Godfather 2 when they're in the hearing,
This is just like when Godfather 2, you guys. This is just like when my soy epic movie reference.
This is where the crime families are. So I look at her.
This is just like Oliver Stone's JFK.
Box in a flowchart. Okay, she said she did it. Who did she get these from? Who did she hand them off to? And let's find out who was at the top, because you know who I think it was? I think it was Blinken and Chief of Staff and one other. And I think that was the folks that were really running policy of these United States.
No way. You think that Biden's chief of staff had a significant role in the shaping of his administration's direction, and his secretary of state too? No way.
States,
What's funny is that there's answers to these questions. It's like been spoken about. There's a whole book on it. And it was actually not, it was Donilon. To the extent that there was a figure that had more influence than people expected, it was Donilon. It was not even these two.
Not right. That's the president. So I believe the president was incapacitated, people running policy, and then follow the flowchart down. Then they get to her, and they say, get to Nira Tanden, and have her go get the thing signed, right?
Nira Pendon. But
I bet she had a nickname. Her go.
Why is it? They cut shit.
Get the thing signed, right? I bet she had a nickname because of her last name. I'm not picking her last name, but instead of Tanden, you could call her Pendon. It's like give it to Pendon, get the thing signed. But I think there's a flowchart here.
Moment of silence to appreciate that. Okay.
PBD, and I think she just admitted how one part of it's working, and I think we should continue the investigation beyond the spin and the grandstanding in the hallways in front of microphones.
I'm not making fun of her last name. Proceeds to make the most milquetoast dad joke ever.
And
we love
flow
Tom.
back and find out who was
Tom,
the small committee.
If it was proven that somebody else did all these auto pens on pardons, can any one of them be overturned?
I think that.
Dude, you fucking wish.
That's going to end up in front of the Supreme Court.
Oh my God!
Please.
Whoa, exclusive, you guys.
In front of Supreme Court.
If they proved,
and it's overturned.
What does Trump do that?
Could you imagine if this case that would be ludicrous and a waste of time went before the Supreme Court, and then Trump's Supreme Court just fucking ruled on it? No way, man.
That day, what does Trump do?
Rob, have you ever seen has any pardon ever been overturned? Has any pardon by a U.S. president been overturned?
Maybe, but it's definitely not happening.
One of them. I'm actually very curious.
They don't want this to open the door. If you open the door to AutoPen being some justification to overturn it, then what the fuck do you think is going to happen to overturn all of the J6 people, dude, which I know that they supported?
This has happened. No. A presidential pardon has never been overturned by any regional by constitutional power under Article Section 2 of absolute. No federal crime. This is power. This power is absolute.
You know what? Maybe I support it. Sure, fuck it. Do it. Overturn the convictions. And then we can get the J6ers back in jail.
For federal crimes, no subject. Okay, what if it was used by an auto pen that the president
did not authorize?
That the president never authorized. So let's see what it says here.
Let's just see what ChatGPT thinks, you guys. The expert weighs in.
Let's see what it says here. Excellent question. And you're now stepping into one of the few gray areas in the presidential pardon law. A pardon is signed by AutoPen but not authorized by the president. That pardon will likely be invalid.
Boom.
Here's why. Presidential intent is key. The U.S. Supreme Court rule, United States versus Wilson, 1833, Burdick versus U.S. 1915, that a pardon is a deed like a contract. It must be delivered, accepted, and authorized to be valid. If a staffer uses an auto pen, a mechanical signature device, without the president's express authorization, it would be like forging his signature, the core intent of the president missing.
Okay, but you have no proof that happened.
Precedent of an auto pen use, President George Bush, routine got it. Could it be overturned? Yes. If a court is presented evidence that the pardon was issued via auto pen and the president never authorized it, then
bottom line, yes, unauthorized auto pen use could be a crime. Okay, but that doesn't mean that it would not be overturned in the way, because the way that they would have to argue it is that there was not only advanced knowledge of Biden's mental state, but there was collusion between him and the person that used the auto pen and then tried to rule it invalid. This is not coming together.
The courts could nullify the pardon because the legal instrument was never valid in the first place.
It would just rely on testimony, and all of these people would be like, no, that didn't happen, and that would be that. There's no evidence.
This would not be...
Even if you had evidence that Biden had significant cognitive decline when he was signing these, you would have to prove that, again, these people knew and they colluded to cover that up and then sign it anyway.
This would not be an overturning of a legitimate
Just
pardon.
wish casting.
It would be declaring that a valid pardon never existed.
That's right.
Damn.
So it wasn't a presidential pardon. So it'd be like, we're not overturning a presidential.
This is the equivalence of like when Marjorie Taylor Greene was like, did you know Ilhan Omar is not actually like a U.S. like can't actually vote and she needs to be deported or something like that? Or I should just use a more recent example. It's like these people calling for Zohran Mamdani to be deported. Like it's not happening, dude.
Pardon. There never was a presidential pardon. You fraudulently created a document.
I love that when
Whoa.
Fauci hears, because Fauci's
Big
listening
brain.
to this type of stuff. He goes, "Oh shit! Oh please no!" And I just, and
Fauci,
again,
yes.
I want this to go.
The only person more relevant than Joseph Biden in this moment, Dr. Anthony Fauci, correct?
the entire way. Like they
And
have
push
to
for the
keep-
hearings. Push for the next person.
Push.
Let's fill out the flow chart.
Yeah, Adam,
Who
thoughts on
told
this?
who?
Adam, thoughts on this?
So I remember we had this discussion about the auto pen, and I was like, what's the big
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That she married her brother, even though there's no evidence that Ilhan Omar married her fucking brother.
deal? Stop it. Whose top three is this in? It's not my top three, but I totally understand why it is in other people's top three. Because I'll pose a question for you. What's scarier and what's worse? Joe Biden actually running the government and actually making the decisions, or the shadow puppet-like figures that were using the auto pen? I don't know what's worse.
Sure.
Is it, do you want the dementia, cancer, old, senile man, forgetful, running the government, making the decisions? Or
They're coming up with a hypothetical and then getting angry at the hypothetical that they just constructed that has no chance of coming to fruition.
Want, quote unquote, the grown-up?
And also getting hyped up at the idea that the hypothetical that they've constructed in their mind of Joe Biden having fraudulently used the auto pen with the, like people in his administration is going to be argued before the Supreme Court and have all of these convictions overturned.
Ups in the room making the decisions. It's kind of like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because we all heard these stories. It's Obama, really. He's the shadow president. Trump's actually still somehow.
How could they not even get the talking points and conspiracies right? People were not saying that Obama was secretly running the fucking thing. What? And earlier on the show, they weren't arguing that. They were arguing that it was Blinken and like his chief of staff, who they clearly don't know the name of.
Commander-in-chief, right, Roseanne? Like, whatever that was. Whether it was Anthony Blinken, whether it was Jake Sullivan, what other names did you hear? Now, this Nira.
Those two were on top.
Tandem or Pendem, as Tom likes to call her. Was it Ron Klain, the chief of staff? Who was actually making decisions? Who was actually signing these things? Was it the guy shaking hands with non-existent dead people? Was it the guy facing the wrong way at the G7?
Yeah.
Was it the guy who basically couldn't show up to it?
He didn't shake hands. That video of Biden or whatever is like zoomed in and he like gestures to an audience, he gestured to another, and then he like leaves. But you couldn't see the people off camera. Can't believe it. Like I even feel compelled to debunk their stupid things surrounding like Biden.
Debate performance, and Trump goes, I don't even know what the hell this guy thinks he's talking about. I don't know if he knows what he's talking about. I don't. Or was it somebody else? Because either way you slice it, it's a messed up situation. You have an incapacitated dude.
Either way you slice it, no matter how you look at it, I'm still right, guys.
As the president, or you have someone signing on his behalf. Pick your poison.
And Adam, you make a great point. Well, I mean, what's scarier is what's even scarier is a nation
Such
or
love.
of electing a guy that they knew was like this because Trump was evil Hitler guy. That's even scarier. But I just saw this. a little
Ooh,
while
they
before
think
we started.
Trump's like Hitler.
Joe Biden's longtime
These
aide,
crazy
Anthony
people.
Bernal, which we saw him. They were saying that he was secretly running the show allegedly from behind the thing.
Can you pull up Anthony Bernal's
Anthony
profile,
Bernal,
please?
he is defying. This is by the way, this is
Anthony
from
Bernal,
oversight.
the guy?
This is from the oversight committee's.
It's funny that they're talking about comparisons to Hitler because I watched a stream from Pisco last night and he was like, he said that there were comparisons of Obama to Hitler, and he pulled up something from TYT that showed that Rush Limbaugh compared the ACA to Nazis. But
account.
He never technically said he was like Hitler, just that he had like a Nazi plan.
Tomorrow about Joe Biden's cognitive decline after the White House waived his executive privilege. And so, yeah, that's Anthony Bernal refusing. This is the guy.
He drowned, according to this, he drowned while paddleboarding on June 27th. What? I'm sorry, that's tomorrow. Sorry.
Yeah, that's him. So,
well, let's see what happens here. I want to wrap up with this last story, and then for parents, when you read this and you hear me say this. By the way, before we wrap up here, I don't want to give this message here.
Chicago
Tuesday,
Teachers
4th of
Union
July is
claims
around the
to own
corner.
children. That's what they're gonna pearl clutch over next. But okay, you guys, it is almost 3 in the morning. I really need to go eat dinner and go to sleep, and then I'll be back tomorrow. But before I do that, I just want to say that to anybody who is watching and they are not subscribed to me on Twitch already, please go ahead and do that. And you can have an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes to use in my chat. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and subscribe to my channel if you aren't already, and also like the stream so it gets pushed out to other people as well. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or the donation links in my YouTube chat, which includes a link to my Ko-fi where you can buy me a coffee on Ko-fi for $3. If you want to support me anywhere else, I'm at straightrater_, in absolutely everything. And I will be back tomorrow doing God knows what, because it's actually been kind of like a slow news day. I think I'll cover the jank crash out tomorrow for sure. But in the meantime, where am I sending you guys? Probably to Pisco, Gus, Pisco or Gus, Pisco or Gus, Pisco or Gus. Let me see. Let's go to Pisco. All right, y'all. Surprised he's up late. Let me make sure.
I was like, oh man, that motherfucker.
Oh, he's got a collar. Okay, he's got some. Should be good content. Just wanted to make sure he wasn't about to like go offline super soon. But okay, I will see you guys tomorrow. Don't know what time. We'll probably try to be earlier than this. Always trying to fix that sleep schedule. So have fun. Bye.
Right.